Chapter 41 I'm so strong now. Mao Spiritual Academy. Dean's Office. An old soldier with white hair and only one side blackened stood respectfully in front of the desk, narrating the details of this mission in a concise manner. The rebellion is no longer limited to the struggle for interests among the nobles. That group of crazy people have even extended their hands to Rukonga, the Godi I-13 and even the Kidashu. According to the intelligence submitted by the 2nd Division, there are already deputy captain level Shinigami and rebel connections. Although there is no conclusive evidence, based on my many years of experience, I infer that this rebellion is likely to have a certain relationship with a captain. After the report, the 1st Division, the 3rd seat, Okage Genshiro, still bowed his head respectfully, waiting for the old man behind the desk to speak. Genshiro, you did a great job this time. Yamamoto Shigekuni said majestically, while suppressing the rebels, we also captured enough intelligence. With this intelligence, we may try to completely annihilate the rebels that disturbed Seoul society. Here, he paused slightly and changed the subject. Since the mission has been successfully completed, why not come back to serve as the dean? In addition, I have found many promising talents in the Spiritual Arts Academy and have appropriately adjusted their teaching plans. Among them, Kokaki Sojun and Kisaragi Akira need special attention. Hearing this, Okage Genshiro's face showed a puzzled look, and he said puzzledly. Kokaki Sojun is the heir to the head of the Kokaki family. He has received aristocratic education since he was a child. He has reached the level of a seat official before entering school, and his skills in slashing fists and walking ghosts are also well developed. Looking at the aristocrats, there are very few who can compare with his talent. This Ruuming should be just a new student. I remember him. Before he finished speaking, he was interrupted by Yamamoto Shigekuni. During the time you were on duty, this kid made a lot of noise in the Spiritual Arts Academy. Not to mention his classmates, even the teachers were not as good as him. In short, you should focus on him. According to his talent, he may graduate from the Spiritual Arts Academy soon. By then, if he performs well, he may be allowed to join the Yuan Liu. It would be a pity if such a genius was wooed by other nobles. Okuya Genshiro nodded respectfully and took note of these words. He might question the way the old man in front of him did things, but he would never doubt his ability to judge people. This can be seen from Kurako Shunsui and Yokotake Jushiro. Not to mention that he had taught other Shinigami captains. After Yamamoto Shigekuni left, Okage Genshiro asked his subordinates to fetch all the information about Kisaragi Akira and carefully checked it. As he continued to read the relevant information, the solemn face that never smiled also looked like a dying factory. Blue, red, yellow, white, and purple, all of them were gorgeous and colorful. After a long time, Okage Genshiro just came back to his senses from the shock and muttered to himself. Beating up the teacher, blowing up Mao's male dormitory, inventing the self-destructing red fire cannon. How can my Spiritual Arts Academy accommodate such a great god? Seeing the ghost class again, on the dojo. Wuling Tasei folded his hands and stared at the two boys in front of him with a serious expression. Ruuming and Aizen went to the hospital for treatment. Today, we need to master the actual combat of ghost arts. A dull voice sounded, and Wuling Tasei frowned and said, if you can recover from the illness, I can approve your choice not to participate. Ruuming waved his hands again and again, looking excited. No problem, Teacher Tasei. We are not good at other things, but we recover quickly. With the treatment of Captain Anohana, we are no longer in trouble. Just tell me, who should we beat first? Wuling Tasei's old face darkened and collapsed, as if coal had become a spirit. Practical combat is second, safety is first. Both parties stand in the designated ghost barrier and engage in ghost battles. The first person to break the other party's defense barrier wins. Since you and Aizen are inseparable all day, you must be familiar with each other's strength. Let's start with you two. As soon as these words came out, Ruuming's eyes widened. Teacher Tessai, how can you slander someone's innocence out of thin air? When did I? I'm familiar with you, I'm afraid you'll be very familiar with me. He always speaks his mind. From the time he entered school to now, Aizen rarely fights with others, and his performance in the occasional practical classes is also extremely mediocre. The only time he received an award was just to trick him. In the eyes of others, Aizen is Ruuming's little follower, with good theoretical talent and ordinary students in other aspects. But in Ruuming's cognition, Aizen is now today's strength is still beyond his reach. The talent of inventing the ghost pattern in that instant is definitely not inferior to Heart of God, and even more terrifying. With this talent, plus Aizen himself is a king of roles. His strength level can be seen. To be honest, even if this guy takes out a black coffin for him now, Ruuming will not be surprised at all. It's just that people will die peacefully. Wuling Taizai's mouth twitched. He thought that the two had a conflict because of the previous self-destructing red cannon incident, but he didn't expect that this kid was not familiar with Aizen's strength. To be honest, no matter how talented he is, his strength at this stage is extremely limited. With him looking after him, there is no need to worry about each other hurting each other. He only needs to pay attention to whether someone will come up with another self-destructing broken way. It doesn't matter. Wuling Taizai collected his thoughts and said seriously, as long as you don't mess around, I'm here, there won't be any accidents. Okay, Teacher Taizai. Ruuming rubbed his hands together, his expression showing a little more excitement. With your words, I feel relieved. Come on, Jiayulo, it's time to show you what a real mage is. Looking at this guy who looked like he was on stimulants, Wuling Taizai suddenly began to regret. It seems that he made a wrong decision. It seems that it is too late to regret when the time comes. Just as he was struggling, the two had already stood in the pre-prepared ghost barrier. The huge ghost barrier was oval and covered most of the dojo. After setting up a defensive barrier for the two, Wuling Taizai retreated to the edge of the ghost barrier, ready to interrupt the ghost battle at any time. Looking at the excited Ruuming on the opposite side, Aizen raised his mouth slightly and said softly. Although it is a bit inappropriate at the moment. But since this is your wish, why not satisfy you? Ruuming grinned and said confidently. Don't underestimate people, Jiayulo. I am very strong now. Chapter 42 What is a true magician? 2 days have passed since he escaped from the comprehensive rescue station. While the previous person was still recovering from his injuries, Ruuming had already fully recovered. This was not only because Aizen had chosen the highest standard treatment plan for him without authorization, but also had a lot to do with the changes in his spirit body. After all, even if Anohanaretsu's medical skills and Kaido were superb, serious injuries such as burns inside and outside the body would require a period of recuperation. However, after the treatment, Ruuming could move freely. After 2 days of rest, he recovered completely. In Aizen's words, heartless people always heal the fastest. During this period, Ruuming also became familiar with the enhanced effect after the engraving of the red fire cannon pattern. First, the spiritual pressure was increased by 1 level, now LV53, and the spiritual power was 11th. To be honest, this speed is already outrageous. You know, the god of death belongs to the immortal species and has a very long lifespan. Therefore, except for a few monsters, it is a slow and laborious thing to improve the spiritual pressure. Then there is the characteristic of high temperature. Because the pattern of the red fire cannon's ghost path is not completely engraved, the quality of the spiritual body has not been improved. But in this regard, it is also very exaggerated. Although the spiritual pressure is still hovering at the level of the seat officer, Ruuming is confident that he can fight with some vice captains without losing. With better luck, he can even get the first kill. So, let's see who the opponent of the invincible Ruuming is. Oh, it turns out to be the more invincible Aizen and Akari. That's fine. Go to bed. At the order of Wu Ling Taizai, the Ghost Path actual combat officially began. Ruuming has no idea of restraining himself, and he doesn't know what it means to be low-key. Anyway, he has become famous in the Spirit Art Academy, so he might as well be more ostentatious. The first move is the number 31 Broken Path, the red fire cannon, which just exploded 2 days ago. The hot flames condensed into a huge fireball, instantly igniting the air. Red eruption. Amidst the low roar, the scorching air waves suddenly spread out, forming visible ripples, violently surging in front. Wu Ling Taizai was shocked, subconsciously took a breath of hot air, and suddenly felt the heat entering his lungs and a burning sensation in his internal organs. He never expected that Ruuming, who could play himself to the point of bursting the barrel, could actually release such a perfect red fire cannon. No matter from the power, release speed, or other aspects, there is no fault to be found. Even if he himself released this red fire cannon, it would at most be a little more powerful. So, how did this guy manage to self-destruct? Wu Ling Taizai fell into deep thought. Is it some special hobby that cannot be told? Just then, the fireball rushed towards Aizen with a violent heat wave, and the scorching heat even distorted the surrounding air. Faced with such an attack, Aizen stood calmly in place, calm and composed to the extreme. The 21st binding method, red smoke escape. The indifferent voice sounded at the most appropriate time, and a large amount of red smoke immediately erupted under his feet, instantly covering the area where Aizen was. The remaining power of the red fire cannon did not diminish, and it fell directly into it, and the heat wave instantly surged up. And, is it over? A student asked in amazement. From their perspective, Ruuming's red fire cannon is impeccable. If they were put in front of this guy, they would only be blasted into slag in an instant, and then suffer a miserable defeat. The fourth way to bind this rope. A calm voice sounded in the red smoke, and a not-so-obvious light rope swooped down like a hunting venomous snake, directly crossing a distance of dozens of meters. Ruuming naturally noticed this level of attack, and instinctively launched a flash step to the back. However, at this moment, the danger instinctively issued a warning. The footsteps stopped abruptly, and the side of the eye noticed that a bright lightning flashed in the right rear position. Did you notice? Aizen walked out of the smoke without knowing when, and the steady footsteps matched the beating of his heart, giving people an indescribable pressure. The fourth way to break, White Thunder. Although it was only a fourth-level broken path, the timing and angle were perfect, which directly posed a great threat to Kisaragi Akira. Considering Aizen's spiritual pressure, even if it was just white lightning, it could still easily break the defensive barrier on his body. So, Kisaragi Akira chose to dodge again. The instant step speed bonus brought by light as a swallow was enough for him to move around in a relatively small environment and avoid the incoming attacks as much as possible. Ninth strike of binding path. Aizen did not give up, but instead put more pressure on Kisaragi Akira. He was very clear about the strength of his bad friend, and this level alone was not enough to defeat him. As expected, when Ruuming dodged the flying red light rope again, the moment he landed, he grinned. You are worthy of being the doctor. But you still haven't understood the true meaning of the mage, so let me demonstrate it to you in person. Watch carefully, learn well. In the eyes of everyone who was shocked beyond words, someone directly chose to cheat. Self-destruct, Rondinini's black dog, burn it completely and cut your own throat in one glance. 9 strike of binding path. Red light burst out, overflowed from the fingertips, and covered the front directly. And this is just the beginning. Entangle, disintegrate, crush, and strangle. The 11th of the broken way, lightning and thunder. Write it down, burn it out, and hang yourself. The 14th of the broken way, cut iron. Scorching heat and strife, rolling back to the south across the sea, and moving forward. The 31st of the Broken Way, Red Fire Cannon. Truth and moderation. The wall of dreams without knowing sin, only stand on it. The 33rd of the Broken Way, Blue Fire Falling. The chanting of spells one after another, as if there was no limit, flooded the entire Ghost Way barrier. The spiritual pressure formed by the interweaving of the Broken Way and the Bound Way, like waves, filled the surroundings up and down. The brilliant light bloomed to the fullest, whipping the air like an iron whip, and bursting out sharp and piercing whistles. Then there were bursts of roars, as if someone was swearing in the barrier, and the thunder rolled continuously. With the blessing of the Kido expertise entry, Ruuming turned into a magic machine gun, releasing all kinds of Bindo and Hado unscrupulously. All the Kido that the Spiritual Arts Academy taught, or even just mentioned, were presented one by one in the barrier. On this day, the students saw what it meant to be firepower coverage. On the other hand, Aizen seemed low-key and elegant. There were no gorgeous Kido spells, and no magnificent Hado brilliance. He captured the opportunity in the brilliance, flashed at the right moment, and launched a Bindo or Hado that was enough to disintegrate the offensive in the gorgeous gap. Compared to Ruuming's firepower coverage, Aizen perfectly interpreted what it meant to be precision strike. Chapter 43. The soul of the mage is burning. Elegant. So elegant. This is a natural Kido. Wuling Taize's eyes were shining, as if he was appreciating an incomparable and beautiful art. During the years he taught at the Spiritual Arts Academy, he had seen countless geniuses. Some had a high talent for the Kido, some were born with extremely strong spiritual pressure, some practiced very quickly. But there were very few like Aizen. He observed the battlefield in detail, and every attack and defense of the Kido was just right. Even the output of spiritual pressure was controlled very well. 1 point less would not be enough, and 1 point more would be a waste. With a nearly perfect instant step, Aizen strolled leisurely in the roaring explosion without any pressure. Just looking at the overall performance of this Kido actual combat, Aizen's performance has reached a perfect state. Even if he played in person, at the same level of spiritual pressure, he would never perform better than Aizen. If you have to find some problems, that is, the spiritual pressure is too weak. In a class full of elites, it is only at a medium level. What a pity, what a pity. If such a genius could be a little stronger in spiritual pressure, there would really be no flaws. Under the narrow lens, Wuling Taize's eyes showed a look of regret. However, when he focused his attention on another person, the corners of his mouth could not help but twitch, and the corners of his eyes were throbbing violently. It formed a sharp contrast with Aizen. Ruuming directly threw all his previous teachings behind his back, without any concept of spiritual pressure consumption, and focused on a full fire. The wild laughter was mixed with the chanting of the Kido spell, making the Kido barrier enter an unprecedented splendid scene. The silver thunder was violently agitated, like a ghost shuttling rapidly. Red and yellow flames exploded one after another, making a deafening roar. The shrieking strong winds erupted in an interlaced manner, and under the continuous roar, formed one after another air wave, spreading like ripples. Looking at the broken way and bound way that kept attacking him, Aizen's eyes flashed with a trace of helplessness. Because he often stayed with Ruuming, he knew the upper limit of his spiritual pressure and strength. But when he entered the actual battle, he realized how wrong his previous thoughts were. This guy Ruuming can't be judged by appearances. The spiritual pressure that seems to be only at the level of a seat officer, in fact, is not weaker than that of an ordinary. Moreover, his combat performance was very abnormal. No, it should be said to be weird. It was so weird that it completely broke common sense. Not only was the power of the ghost arts extraordinary, but the number was also ridiculous. Even though they were all low-level ghost arts, it still made people feel scalp tingling. He had wanted to take this opportunity to strike a good blow to Ruuming, so that he would know that there are people who are better than you, and that he would be as low-key as him on weekdays. But under this situation, he would have to leave the stage after a few rounds of ghost art bombardment. Haha, have you realized my mage soul? Ruuming laughed wildly, a weak guy like you doesn't understand the true meaning of a mage at all. Try my latest developed broken way. Ruuming put his hands together, and a large amount of red smoke burst out from his feet, instantly filling the ghost way barrier, and covering all areas within his sight at a very fast speed. Because of the extremely wide coverage, Aizen couldn't avoid it at all, and could only watch himself being swallowed by the red smoke. When the onlooker's sight was completely blocked, an unexpected scene happened. It was as if countless birds made shrill screams, and the dazzling white light grew violently in the smoke. One after another, brilliant lightning intertwined, weaving into a net, submerging the barrier. The ultimate fusion brought by the engraving of the ghost way pattern from Aizen's research results. Just consuming the spiritual pressure of a red smoke escape is enough to cause a large-scale destruction. Guriiro Tesai looked at the smoke that suddenly covered him, and a puzzled look flashed in his eyes. However, just when he was about to stop the actual battle, the crackling arc of electricity had already arrived in front of him. Wait! When he realized what it was, his heart suddenly skipped a beat, and his already narrow pupils suddenly shrank to the size of a needle tip. The next moment, the brilliant light sublimated in the ghost barrier. The students witnessed how the sun was formed in the dojo. Boom! In an instant, the restless thunder resounded, like a thunderstorm cloud compressed to the extreme, releasing endless white lightning. Just like an iron plow turning over the land, the white thunder turned into substance in the red brewing, bursting out from the haze, covering and engulfing the entire barrier, leaving countless charred marks on the solid floor. The students stared at the strange scene in front of them in amazement. They couldn't understand the structural components of this ghost way, why this guy's red smoke escape was mixed with such a fierce lightning flow. Swish! A tearing sound was heard, and the ghost way barrier covering the outermost periphery was torn open by the violent arc of electricity. Perhaps the power of a white thunder is still average, but when countless white thunders are piled together and connected by a medium, the destructive power has undergone a qualitative change. Aizen looked at the scene in front of him in astonishment. The defensive barrier left by Wuling Taisei was disintegrating at the fastest speed at this time. The current development was something he had not expected. I thought Ruuming would release a higher-level Ghost Way, or directly break the rules of Ghost Way actual combat, and choose close combat to interpret his so-called mage soul. I never expected that this guy had already perfectly integrated the engraved Ghost Way patterns and exerted them to break the conventional cognition. Ming, you are really worthy of it. Aizen raised his lips slightly, releasing a little hidden spiritual pressure, and resisted the white lightning arcs that came like a flock of birds at the moment of the defense barrier breaking. When he finished all this, red smoke and white lightning burst violently, burning all the spiritual pressure in it, and the outer ghost barrier was instantly broken. The unimaginable oppression instantly covered the entire dojo. When the red smoke dissipated, 3 figures appeared on the broken and charred floor. Ruuming was intact, just like at the beginning. Aizen was cured. But the defense barrier on his body was broken and disappeared, and the outcome of the ghost battle was clear at a glance. On the other hand, Wuling Taisei, out of confidence in his own strength, did not take any protective measures, directly resisted the lightning with his body, and took all the damage, as if he was crushed by thunder from head to toe. A tall piece of coke stood in place, and black smoke came out of his mouth from time to time. The only victim of the entire ghost martial arts actual combat was born. Chapter 44, Ruuming, who does all kinds of evil. Burn the dojo and beat the teacher. Feng Run also chewed the anti-hypertensive medicine that was specially prescribed by Anohanaretsu, breathing very hard, staring at the boy in front of him with a pair of bull eyes. Tell me, what else you dare not do? Hearing this, Ruuming seemed to be thinking about it, and then said with a serious expression. I haven't kissed the academy flower yet. As soon as these words came out, Feng Run also felt his eyes black, his blood pressure soared straight, and he was out of breath. Fortunately, the anti-hypertensive medicine customized by Anohanaretsu was expensive but very effective, and stabilized his blood pressure in time. I'll give you a serious demerit this time. Teacher Feng, who finally recovered, waved his hand and issued a serious demerit. If you do it again, you kid will never graduate from the Spiritual Arts Academy. Ruuming took after reading the disciplinary notice, he glanced at the violation record on it. Wait. Why is the theft in Mao's cafeteria last Saturday also attributed to me? Ruuming was dissatisfied. Although he occasionally went to Mao's cafeteria to eat before, he has never done such a shameful thing since he took over the property of the Zaraki family. Nowadays, when he goes to the cafeteria to find food, he directly orders a double portion. Don't ask, if you ask, it's just that you are rich and powerful, and you can do whatever you want with money. Feng Run's expression also froze, and then he reacted and frowned. It's not that you are the only one who can eat so much meat in Mao's cafeteria that day. In my impression, it seems that you are the only one who can eat so much. Ruuming was furious. Did Mr. Feng treat him as a rice bucket? 3 days of meat, even if Aizen was added, the two of them couldn't finish it together. Forget it, debts are not a problem. Feng Run also waved his hand and said weakly, that's it. Anyway, you must have other violations that have not been discovered, so just make up for it. After the voice fell, Teacher Feng started to chase people away. Now he gets a headache when he sees Ruuming, and it's almost a conditioned reflex. When he entered school, why didn't he find that this kid could be so troublesome? Ruuming walked back to the dormitory with a melancholy face, holding the disciplinary notice. Never expected that the casual chat with Aizen at the beginning would come true and directly confirm his future direction. According to this situation, if he commits a few more violations, even if Teacher Feng wants to save him, it will be difficult. After all, Dean Okuyagen's hero is famous for his impartiality in the Spiritual Arts Academy. Of course, it is extremely rare for someone like Ruuming to be almost expelled for violating school rules. He obviously did nothing, everything was just an accident. After all, no one could have imagined that the future great ghost Taoist priest would be burned to charcoal by a broken Taoist priest of the academy. But if you think about it this way, it seems that you are a little proud. Before joining the team, he has already killed a captain-level strongman. If it takes another 2 years, what will happen? Fortunately, Ruuming still has a little self-knowledge. Wuling Taizai took all the damage without any defense, but it was only a minor injury. The gap between the two is still quite obvious. Still need to work hard. He said to himself, but before working hard, let's see what you draw today. 3 seconds later, Ruuming threw a book to the ground fiercely and said angrily. One-eyed God, who can tell me what the recipe book can be used for? Are you going to prepare 2 glowing dishes? Looking at the recipe that was thrown on the ground, Ruuming hesitated for a moment, and finally picked it up obediently. Although this thing is useless, it should be able to play a role in the hands of someone who knows how to use it. 3 minutes later, someone rushed into the dormitory excitedly, look what I brought back for you. Recipe. Aizen was stunned, wondering what this guy was doing. That's right. Ruuming said proudly, I found this from the collection of the Zaraki family. It records all kinds of delicacies, and there are as many tofu dishes as... Well, there are many kinds anyway. Aizen likes to eat tofu dishes, and he has always remembered this. Hearing this, Aizen really took the recipe and looked through it carefully. Ask. Is this magic panda tofu also collected by the Zaraki family? Akira Yuki's expression froze, and cold sweat slid down his forehead. This damn recipe really records glowing dishes. Ha, although the name is a bit strange. He laughed awkwardly, but the Zaraki family is a noble family with a long history, and it is normal to record more things. Study it carefully, I won't bother you. After the voice fell, before Aizen continued to speak, Akira Yuki had disappeared in the dormitory. Looking at his receding back, Aizen's smile on his face faded a little, his brows slightly wrinkled, and a barely detectable whisper sounded in the empty room. Coincidence? Or did he notice something? His actions during this period have been very cautious, and even a captain-level existence would find it difficult to find traces. With Kisaragi's spiritual pressure and reconnaissance ability, it shouldn't be. Suddenly, Aizen's eyes seemed to light up, as if he had thought of something very important. Is it that strange intuition again? It seems that I have to be more careful in the future. Aizen's eyes moved around, and finally landed on the recipe book on the table. After a moment of thought, he raised his mouth slightly. Perhaps, this is also a good reason. After escaping from the dormitory, Kisaragi wandered around the Spiritual Arts Academy, wondering whether he should bring some eggs to visit Wuling Tesai. After all, he was his ghost teacher, and he was injured because of him. I hope Tesai will like eggs. Kisaragi saw that there was no one around, and took out 3 boxes of fine eggs out of thin air. The items obtained by signing in are of first-class quality, not to mention other things. It is a must-have for visiting relatives and friends, traveling at home, and killing an arson. When Ruuming came to the ward of the infirmary with eggs and was about to push the door to enter, he inadvertently heard a voice coming from inside. Is Ruuming's talent in the ghost way so outrageous? Not only that, his self-created broken way, red smoke and white thunder, has caused a certain impact on the existing ghost way system. Ruuming recognized that it was the voice of Wuling Taizai. Driven by curiosity, he stuck to the door and listened carefully. The perfect fusion of the 4th broken way white thunder and the 21st binding way red smoke escape directly developed a new ghost way. Not only is it amazingly powerful, but also the attack range is terrible. In terms of talent in the ghost way, I am not as good as him. Ruuming nodded in agreement. However, just as he was waiting for the next words, he suddenly found that the room was quiet, and even the breathing became barely audible. Suddenly, his heart skipped a beat. Before Ruuming could react, the tightly closed door was opened. He was caught off guard and leaned forward, burying his face in the softness. Chapter 45 How Accurate in Judging People. Soft. A familiar voice came from the room with a hint of teasing. Ruuming was surprised and reluctant, and slowly raised his head that was almost sealed from the fragrance and softness. The White Captain's Haori, a gentle smile with a bit of sinister intent, and a delicate and flawless face. It was Anohanaretsu, the captain of the 4th Division who came to visit Wuling Taizai. As for the one who teased Ruuming, it was not her, but someone else. Looking at the dark-skinned girl who suddenly appeared in front of him, Ruuming suddenly recalled the arm that she almost completely strangled, and he couldn't help but mutter in his heart. Why is this guy here? The girl smiled cunningly, revealing a bright white and sharp fang, and said without hesitation. You must think so in your heart, right? Ruuming grinned, but did not admit it. He glanced to the side, trying to avoid looking at her. Unfortunately, he happened to meet Anohanaretsu's smiling eyes. The other party didn't seem to care too much about Ruuming's offense, but smiled gently. Although the way we met by chance is a bit offensive. But Ruujun and I are really destined to be together. How about it, do you want to consider joining the 4th Division after graduation? At the end of the conversation, an inexplicable bone-chilling chill came over him, and the slightly raised corner of his mouth was like a bloody scimitar, giving people a horrifying feeling of scalp bursting. Hiss! Realizing the malice of the gentle woman in front of him, Ruuming began to regret not sticking to her for a while longer. It took less than a few seconds, and he directly sacrificed his future. It was a bit of a loss. According to his current worth, he had to stick to her at least half a point. And it had to be the kind without clothes. Actually, this kind of thing can't be forced. Ruuming's eyes twitched, and he explained, just now, Teacher Feng gave me a serious punishment. Whether I can graduate or not is another matter. The dark-skinned girl next to him looked as if it was a matter of course, and nodded from time to time. Yes, that's it. Young man, you must not be blinded by the beauty of women. Although Captain Anohana is beautiful, her suitors for so many years can line up from Bidayaman to Kingliaman. With your small body, it is difficult to compete with them. Speaking of here, he changed the subject, his golden eyes rolled around, and he continued cunningly. Why don't you come to our second team? You will start as a chief officer, and you can be promoted to the position of vice captain later. Most importantly, there are many young and beautiful girls in the second team. At that time, with my strength and status, I only need to use a little trick, hee. Ruuming listened to the blueprint drawn by Shifunjiu and Yoryuaki for himself, and he couldn't help but yearn for it. His trance eyes seemed to see a beautiful future. But he quickly reacted and turned his head with disdain. I, Ruuming, am not that kind of superficial person. You underestimate me a little bit. As soon as these words came out, the two girls showed surprised expressions on their faces at the same time, and even Wuling Taizai, who was wrapped like a dumpling in the back, was full of admiration. I didn't expect that under Ruu's frivolous appearance, he actually had such a firm and decisive heart. I really underestimated him. Yi pondered for a moment, boasting that he was a first-rate judge of people, and that Ruuming was just short of having the word lustful written on his face. Normal people would have instinctively retreated when faced with a situation like the one just now. This guy not only had no intention of dodging, but was rather reluctant to leave, which was enough to explain his nature. Then, Yi stroked his small chin and said thoughtfully, "Let me introduce you to two first. I remember a girl who had just joined the Xing army not long ago. Her name was something like Feng Shaoling. She was petite and cute, and her appearance was even better." Before he finished speaking, Ruuming's eyes were like hooks, and the corners of his mouth were grinning. "As expected of you, you are really good at judging people. Time and place, I will definitely be on time for the appointment." Shifunjiu and Yi was stunned, and for a moment he couldn't keep up with Ruuming's thoughts. Even Anohana beside him was stunned. Toes for the last one, Wuling Taisai silently retracted his previous evaluation of Ruuming. After a while of arguing, the two of them skipped this topic at the same time. After all, even if the Spiritual Art Academy has a rule for early graduation, Ruuming needs to complete all the courses of this semester at this stage. A qualified Shinigami must not only meet the requirements in terms of strength, but also meet the requirements in terms of theoretical knowledge. Otherwise, his future path will only be the 11th division. As for who can pull Ruuming to join his division after he graduates, it depends on their own abilities. As if they thought of this at the same time. Shifunjiu and Yoryuaki and Anohana looked at each other tacitly, as if they could see the sparks in each other's eyes. "By the way, Ruu, why are you here today?" The topic finally got back on track. Under Wuling Taisai's curious gaze, Ruuming took out 3 boxes of exquisite eggs. Wuling Taisai looked surprised. He didn't expect that this unreliable student could still have such a heart. As expected, the essence of human beings is not bad. It's just that they are a little bit lustful. "Thank you for your kindness." While Wuling Taisai accepted the gift, Ruuming's expression changed slightly. The trust level of Wuling Taisai has reached the standard, and the sign-in conditions have been met. Character sign-in, Wuling Taisai. Obtained the Ghost level +5, currently LV28. Obtained the Spiritual Pressure level +2, currently LV55. Obtained the exclusive entry, Unique Ingenuity. Unique Ingenuity, a true master always has the heart of an apprentice, the ghost path is endless, and the ghost path innovation efficiency is increased by 100%. Ryueming's eyes lit up. I didn't expect that Wuling Taizai was bribed by 3 boxes of fine eggs. This wave is really the first emperor touching the wire. Wuling Taizai noticed that the expression of the boy in front of him was abnormal, but he didn't ask much. From this guy's behavior, with his relatively shallow moral bottom line, it is difficult to guess what the other party is thinking. Since you are fine, Mr. Tesai, I won't bother you anymore. After asking for sympathy, Ryueming stood up and prepared to leave. Unexpectedly, Wuling Tesai said, "Please wait a moment, Ryu classmate. Although it is a bit inappropriate, I still think it is necessary to mention it." As soon as these words came out, Anohana Retsu and Shifunji Yuan Yuryuaki, who were looking at each other next to them, suddenly had a bad premonition in their hearts. "Actually, with your talent." Wuling Taizai stretched out his bandaged right hand, scratched his head, and said with a wry smile, "If you can join the Kidashu, I can promise you the same treatment and status as the great Kidas Ho. Also, there are many pretty girls in the Kidashu. Also, it would be best if you could bring Aizen-san along." After these words, the 2 girls gave up their opponent and looked at Wuling Taizai lying on the bed with astonishment. "I didn't expect you, a guy with thick eyebrows and big eyes, actually betrayed the camp." Chapter 46, Zenjoji Temple, full of disasters. It turns out that if a person is too good, he will also have so many troubles. "You tell me, Ichigo." Someone was lying on his back on the bed, boasting, "Should I choose the 2nd division, the 4th division, or the Kidashu? Whether it is Yuryuaki, Captain Anohana, or Teacher Tesai, they have given quite generous conditions. It's really hard to choose." In response, Aizen remained silent and flipped through the recipe book that Kisaragi Akira gave him. There are many interesting things on it, which are much more nutritious than what someone said. "Oh, I almost forgot." Ryueming sat up and said seriously, "Teacher Tesai also mentioned you when he invited me. He admired your performance in the actual combat of the Ghost Way. If you are promoted, your treatment will be the same as that of the upper-ranking officials. When your spiritual pressure level is improved, you can even serve as the deputy Ghost Way chief." Hearing this, Aizen stopped turning the pages of the book. When he was about to speak, he heard Ryueming talking to himself. "In fact, I still think that Teacher Tesai's vision is a little bit lacking. Relatively weak in spiritual pressure, is this something a person can say?" He grinned, stretched out his fingers and gestured, "If my spiritual pressure level is this much, then your spiritual pressure is probably this much." Under Aizen's surprised eyes, Ryueming gestured with his arms open, stretching his arms as long as possible, and even tending to bend backwards. "You misunderstood." A calmness surged in Aizen's eyes, covering up the surprise that had just emerged. "In fact, my spiritual pressure is far inferior to yours, otherwise I would not have lost in the actual combat of Ghost Way. The reason why I can persist in the battle for so long is entirely because I know how to make good use of every bit of strength and use them in the right way. Although I am curious about why Kisaragi Akira is so confident. But Aizen, who is used to hiding, will not admit such things." Okay, whatever you say, what is it?" Akira Kisaragi was too lazy to argue with this guy about this. Is Aizen's spiritual pressure inferior to his? What kind of joke is this in Soul Society? If this guy had used all his spiritual pressure to carry out the previous ghost martial arts combat, he would have had to kneel on the ground and beg me not to die in less than 10 seconds. The spiritual pressure of the captain may not be enough, but it is definitely above the vice-captain. Akira Kisaragi still has this confidence. It's time for lunch. He turned over and pulled Aizen with him. Instead of worrying about which squad to join in the future, it's better to fill your stomach first. Today's consumption will still be paid by Kisaragi Miyagi. Glancing at the excited Ryueming, Aizen's eyes showed a trace of helplessness. He was a little confused now. Is it a good thing or a bad thing to get to know this guy and become close friends? For the next period of time, the Spiritual Arts Academy once again restored its former peace and tranquility. After a few days of rest, Wu Ling Taizé returned to the Ghost Dojo to teach. In his words, this school year is his last year at the Spiritual Arts Academy. Because he is about to take office as the great ghost Taoist priest, he may not be able to be as leisurely as he is now in the future. And Ruuming also temporarily stopped for a while under the threat of death from teacher Feng. For a period of time. Reduce the business of selling amulets, exorcism, prayer, and blessing in the Spiritual Arts Academy, and ensure that no personal threat is posed to any teacher. Of course, this situation will not last too long. Someone's personality is like this. Forcibly suppressing his nature will only backfire and cause more serious consequences. Fortunately, after finishing the official business at hand, Okuyagen's hero immediately started to pay attention to Ruuming and formulated a series of targeted measures. Teacher's office. Feng Run also looked at the two teenagers in front of him with a dark face. To be more precise, he stared at Ruuming. Ahem, Teacher Feng, I haven't done anything illegal during this period. Ruuming defended himself in a low voice. Feng Run also nodded silently, picked up the anti-hypertensive medicine from the table and swallowed a few pills. Now he can chew the medicine raw without changing his expression. But next time, you can consider asking Captain Anohana to make a mint flavor. After all, as long as this kid is in the Spiritual Art Academy, he will have to take anti-hypertensive medicine all day. I called you here this time because I have a new mission. Originally, it should be Lu Husheng who was responsible for handling it, but considering that there may be accidents beyond their capabilities, I applied to the Dean to let you take charge. Feng Run also cleared his throat and said seriously. The 8th and 12th divisions responsible for intelligence acquisition found traces of hollows appearing in Zenjoji Temple in East Rukonga some time ago. Your mission is to annihilate all hollows that appear there and maintain the stability of Rukonga. Seeing Ruuming's expression change, Feng Run also hurriedly quickened his speech, fearing that this reckless guy would rush directly to Zenjoji Temple. Before going to Zenjoji Temple, you'd better go to the Research Institute of the 12th Division and get the latest developed virtual group detection equipment. This time, the hollow is very good at hiding. After explaining some specific matters that need to be paid attention to, Feng Run let the two go. Looking at the two people's backs going away and the vague words coming from the corridor, Feng Run always felt an inexplicable uneasiness in his heart. This kid, Ruuming, shouldn't make any trouble, right? The 12th Squad Barracks, Shudera Research Institute. Soon. Two boys of similar height, wearing the same blue and white Mao school uniform, appeared here. The architectural style in front of them is extremely exaggerated. Several huge white bone-like arms are covered on the cocoon-like house in an embracing posture, like a Michelin tire man crawling on the stone floor. Around the institute, there are also hanging colorful cloths, giving people a strange feeling of breaking into a dying factory. Sure enough, scientists' aesthetics are quite perverted. After taking a look, Ruuming gave a direct conclusion. Eisen did not deny it. Although from his point of view, this research institute was also quite strange. After showing the certificate, the two, led by the death god, passed through several slightly deep corridors and successfully came to a room with the sign of the 7th Research Laboratory. Team Leader, they are here to apply for the latest virtual group circuit device. The room was pure white, without any extra decoration or color, which formed a sharp contrast with the structure outside. As the sound of the rollers turned, a beautiful woman in a white research suit appeared in front of the two. Her medium-length black hair fell smoothly, her face was pretty, her skin was pale, and her gestures revealed an elegant meaning, without any researcher's temperament at all. Under Ruuming's shocked eyes, she slowly came to the two of them, her pair of flawless black eyes stared at Eisen, and whispered. "Boy, you are very special. Thanks to the little alpaca boss for the reward. Chapter 47. I also want to stand on the top of the sky? What happened? Yu Ming was shocked. Aizen's specialness was discovered. Will the evil hidden in this boy's character also be seen through by the other party? Is he going to be imprisoned in the hell now? And who are you, beautiful lady? But the elegant woman's eyes moved and fell on Yu Ming, changing the object of her gaze. It seems that you are also special. Let me introduce myself. I am the head of the research group of the 12th Division, Shutara Senjumaru. The woman's manners are elegant, and her smiles give people a sense of nobility. She doesn't look like a researcher at all. After hearing the other party's self-introduction, Yu Ming was even more shocked. Although he didn't remember the specific details clearly, he was still very clear about the appearance of certain specific people. In his memory, that Shutara Senjumaru. Wait. If you add the complicated golden hair accessories, match a set of white feathers exclusive to the 0 division, and finally add a few golden skeleton arms. It matches. It completely matches the image in his memory. After staring at the woman in front of him for nearly a minute, Yu Ming frowned. Young man, your eyes are very rude. Is there anything wrong with my makeup today? Senjumaru smiled, and although there was a hint of accusation in his words, he did not mean to blame the other party. I just think that the current enzyme is better looking. Yu Ming answered honestly. Because of the lack of complicated gold decorations, Senjumaru is more approachable now. Of course, this is only relative. If he remembered correctly, the elegant woman in front of him would be promoted to the 0 division soon. Even if she is not the captain of the 12th division for some reason, her status will never be worse than any other captain. You are very good at talking, young man. It's a pity that I will leave the spiritual court soon, otherwise inviting you to the 12th division would be a good choice. No matter how many holes there are, flattery will never wear out. No woman can refuse the most sincere compliments. Especially when the other party has no ill intentions. Senjumaru took out a square brick from the metal counter next to him. From the appearance, it was silver white and hard. The hollow group circuit device is used to detect the spiritual pressure circuits of the hollows who have infiltrated the soul society. The method of use is very simple. Inject spiritual pressure into the range of the hollow's activities to activate it, and it will automatically capture the location of the group of hollows. Okay, let's end the meeting here. A woman's mood is like the weather in June. Changing at any time. 1 second she was talking happily, and the next second she started to chase people away. Kuchiro Mayuri, get out. As soon as the voice fell, a figure walked out of the laboratory next to him cursing, and his face covered with white paint was full of anger and dissatisfaction with his boss. Damn it, can't you just tell them to get out? You have to bother me with such a small matter, but the experiment is at a critical moment. Yu Ming looked at the man in front of him curiously. He had a blue slicked back hairstyle, and in addition to white paint on his face, he also wore an eye mask. His ears were covered by yellow hollow cones, and he didn't look like a human at all. Although he was not quite the same as the impression of Kuratsuka Mayuri, from the temperament and image, he already looked a bit like the future. I thought Urahara Kisuk was Kuratsuka Mayuri's predecessor, but I didn't expect that Kuratsuka Mayuri had been doing scientific research in the 12th division long before Urahara Kisuk became the captain. No wonder he was so unhappy with Urahara Kisuk. Anyone who was suppressed by a junior would not feel very good. Seeing the boy in front of him standing there in a daze for a long time, Kuratsuka Mayuri frowned, with a look of pity in his eyes. Isn't this kid a fool? Let's go, kid. Mayuri Kuratsuka said dissatisfiedly, how long are you going to stay here? Leave here quickly and don't disturb my experimental research. At his urging, the two took the hollow group loop device and left the research institute. Walking on the way to Zenjoji Temple. After looking around, Ruuming saw that there was no one around, and whispered. Ika Akari, do you think Senjumaru has calculated that you will rebel against Soul Society in the future and become a great evil in the world, so he said you are very special. Aizen glanced at him lightly and said calmly. She also commented on you in this way. Doesn't that mean that you will follow the same path as me? As soon as these words came out, Ruuming frowned, opened his mouth slightly, and made a hissing sound. From all the recent signs, it seems that this possibility is not impossible. Could it be that I also want to stand on the top of the zenith? With similar thoughts in mind, Ruuming walked worriedly on the road to Rukonga until he arrived at the mission location. Zendaji Temple. It has been a while since the previous massacre of civilians, and the residents here have resumed their usual lives. The streets have become prosperous again, and people are coming and going, quite lively. The arrival of Ruuming and Aizen did not attract much attention. As a leading district, Zenjoji Temple can even see the comings and goings of the Shinigami team members, and the 2 students of the Spiritual Art Academy will naturally not cause any sensation. The target last appeared in the suburbs. Aizen said seriously, we should be able to see it after crossing the last street. Ruuming took the square brick-shaped hollow group circuit device and tried to inject spiritual pressure into it to activate it. After a while, a red grid line appeared on the silver brick. On it were displayed green dots that symbolized the person himself and 2 red dots that symbolized the hollow. Seeing this, Ruuming grinned. If nothing else, this hollow group circuit device is quite powerful. We have already determined the location of the hollow when we first arrived. There is just one for each person. Aizen glanced at it and said nothing more. He followed the instructions all the way west. For some reason, after coming to Zenjoji this time, he always had a bad premonition. It was as if something was going to happen. This feeling of not being able to control one's own destiny was really bad. Outskirts. In front of a dark and deep cave. It should be hiding here. Aizen finally determined the location and looked up at the cave in front of him. Let's solve it early and go back to eat early. Ruuming grinned, but he didn't rush into the cave stupidly. He opened his right hand with 5 fingers and faced forward. The 21 way of binding, red smoke escape. In an instant, a large amount of red smoke exploded directly in his palm and poured into the deep darkness. The crackling arcs wandered and stirred in the smoke and dust, leaping wildly and making sharp chirping sounds. Finally, with the lighting of a spark. Boom! In the low roar, the blazing flames burst out violently, and layer after layer of heavy air waves stirred and swirled in the mountain, making a deafening roar. The flames swirled and gushed out from the narrow cave entrance, turning into countless sticky fire rains, forming an extremely spectacular scene. Regarding Shidora Senjumaru, I think it's better to explain it. In an interview, the poet mentioned that before the establishment of the Technology Development Bureau, there was an informal research group led by Senjumaru, and the first member of the group was Mayuri Kuratsuki. This is officially confirmed information, not my original work. It may be that after Senjumaru was promoted to the Zero Division, Mayuri Kuratsuki studied some taboos and was imprisoned in the maggot nest, and then Urahara Kisuk took over. As for Hikifune Kiryu, he should be the captain of the 12th Division at this time. The timeline of Bleach is very vague, and we can only try to fit it as much as possible. Some problems are just to serve the plot. I hope the book friends can understand. Chapter 48 The Source of Uneasiness, the culprit is. After the actual combat with Aizen in the Ghost Way, and the deep development and practice of his own spirit these days, Kiragi Akira has completely mastered the characteristics of White Thunder, and can enchant it on basic attack methods such as Cutting Fist and Walking Ghost. In short, it is an attack with lightning effects. Therefore, when he performed the red smoke escape, it was no longer a simple binding technique, but a breaking technique with extremely strong destructive power. The combination of a large amount of dust and arc sparks made the effect unexpectedly strong. Its power far exceeded the breaking technique of the same number, and was even comparable to the red fire cannon at full power. Because the red smoke covers a wide range, it can exert 120% of its power in certain places. Just like now. The bursting fire rain exuded a scorching temperature, wandering freely in the mountain, reaching the deepest part of the darkness. Red light gushed out from the entrance of the cave, and while it was extremely gorgeous, it also burned the nearby trees and forests directly. Soon, a howl due to severe pain came from the mountain. Two huge monsters several meters high and wrapped in flames rushed out of the fire and ignited the nearby forest with high temperature. Ruuming looked at it with a little excitement, trying to roll over to extinguish the huge hollow of the flames on his body. The overall structure is similar to that of a spider, except that the limbs on both sides of the body are comparable to centipedes. It perfectly combines the most horrifying points of the two insects, enough to make anyone with insect phobia collapse on the spot. You on the left and I on the right? Akira Kisaragi asked with a sidelong glance. To his surprise, Aizen shook his head, frowned, and whispered. If you like, I'll leave it to you to solve it. It's best to make a quick decision and don't waste too much time. Akira Kisaragi was a little surprised when he heard this and was about to ask. But he heard Aizen continue to explain, if you miss the dinner time, the media will attack Mao's cafeteria at night again. The end of the semester is approaching, so you should avoid trouble. Akira Kisaragi was very moved. He was really worthy of being the best doctor in Asia who always thought about himself as a friend. It was indeed one of the most correct decisions ever to get to know Aizen. Since you said so. Ryuuming rolled up his sleeves and drew his zanpakuto from the scabbard. A silver light flashed in the flames. Let's make quick decisions. The electric arc exploded under his feet, leaving a trace of burning heat, and Ryuuming disappeared instantly. Awakening's eyes flashed with surprise when he noticed this scene. Has the characteristics of Bai Lei been fully developed so quickly? Sure enough. In areas other than theoretical classes, this guy's talent is definitely not inferior to anyone. Even me, no exception. Looking at the suddenly, the electric discharge boy appeared in front of him, and the huge hollow's ferocious pupils were full of fear. What kind of species is this? When did the god of death start to take the electric route? There was no time to think about it. The fierce and brutal momentum rushed over, and the spiritual pressure covered it, giving the hollow a sense of oppression. Driven by instinct, the two spider hollows ignored the still burning flames, and the charred limbs strangled the front in a fierce way. The sound of breaking through the air came. Ruuming bent down and stepped, his body tense, as if there was a low sound of a bowstring tightening on his body. A strong roar burst out at the moment the blade fell. Death sword flow reverse wave. The spiritual pressure was scattered, turning into endless waves upstream, and the sword light was brilliant, like a heavy thundercloud bursting and smashing down. In an instant, the metal-like limbs were directly cut off and decomposed, and the blood-red viscous liquid burst out from the fracture and splashed on the charred ground. The limbs were still launching attacks continuously. For spider hollows with hundreds of limbs, this attack method was originally consumable, and they would not feel bad even if more limbs were cut off. They only needed to poke the boy in front of them once to determine the winner. Because, in their cognition, although the god of death was powerful, his defense was extremely poor. If there was not enough spiritual pressure support, even the lower-level Great Hollow Jillian could hurt the captain. But after a few short confrontations, the two giant spider hollows were surprised to find that their attacks not only had no effect, but as their limbs continued to touch the opponent's zanpakuto, the body actually became a little dull and paralyzed. The effect is quite good. Ruuming casually chopped off the attacking limbs and nodded seriously. The power of Bai Lei was limited, so even if it was just two ordinary hollows, it took a while to paralyze their bodies. However, this was just the beginning. Ruuming was looking forward to how strong he would become after imprinting those high-level ghost ways. You must not disappoint my expectations. Whether we can stand on top of the sky depends on your efforts. After testing the characteristics of White Thunder, Ruuming was ready to end this not-so-evenly matched battle. At the moment when several limbs attacked, he burst out with instant steps again, missed the gap of attack, and went straight to the head with fear in the compound eyes in front. Puff! The sound of flesh tearing sounded. Ruuming trampled on the white hard shell, and the Zanpakuto in his hand sank directly into the depths of the head. The spiritual pressure burst out, directly twisting the inside into a paste. The compound eyes of the spider hollow lost their expression, and the huge body fell down powerlessly. Seeing the death of his accomplice, the other one felt panic, and immediately ignored the paralysis and burning of his body, and the remaining limbs on both sides shook wildly, trying to escape from the battlefield. Humph, you want to escape? Akira Yuki leaped up, his body surrounded by bursting arcs, revealing his fierce appearance, and he chopped down with his sword straight ahead. After taking a look at Akira Yuki, who had completely defeated two giant hollows, Aizen no longer paid too much attention to him. With Akira Yuki's current strength, he could easily manipulate giant hollows of this level. Maybe it would be a bit difficult to face a large hollow like Killian. He released his spiritual pressure perception and tried to find the reason for his uneasiness from the surrounding environment. And outside the range of his spiritual pressure, under the huge tree branches, the hazy ghost light fell, covering several black-clothed figures. According to the information provided by the Spiritual Arts Academy, Ruuming is the strongest kid. The reason why the war we launched failed is because of the amulet he made. This time, we will kill the target by any means, even if all our members are sacrificed. Ruuming smashed the head of Spider Sue with a knife, and red and white splashed out of it, and the scene was once very disgusting. Just as he collected the compound eyes and prepared to take them back for delivery, an uneasy premonition suddenly emerged, and the danger instinct began to make a piercing scream. In the blind spot of his eyes, several black-clothed figures suddenly rushed out and attacked the boy standing on the corpse. Chapter 49, whose Death Star is shining. The black light enveloped the top of his head. It was the Death Star that was shining continuously. Ruuming, who was standing on the corpse, had his pupils shrank suddenly. He never expected that several death gods would suddenly rush out at this time, and judging from the speed of the instant step, they were still elite level. But, a new problem emerged. Didn't this group of people get accurate intelligence when they were carrying out the assassination mission? Who told you that elite death gods can complete the assassination mission? Ruuming stood there, looking around with a cruel smile on his face. To survive in such a cruel place like the Nigu district, mercy alone is far from enough. Under Aizen's shocked eyes, Ruuming, who had always been heartless, suddenly had a huge change in his momentum. The strong killing intent was like the magma erupting from a volcano, wantonly stirring on the corpse. The bone-eroding coldness was mixed in, accurately covering the incoming black shadows, making their breathing. He paused for a moment. Compared to the Kisaragi Akira who fought against Zaraki Suya. At this moment, he seemed to have torn off the bloody skin and revealed his true self. If I had to say, Kisaragi at this moment was more like the Anohanaretsu I saw in the Comprehensive Rescue Center that day. Aizen calmed down, the glimmer in his eyes converged, and he looked at the center of the battlefield with a calm gaze. Gorgeous blood flowers splashed and bloomed in the air. Amid the high-pitched sound of metal colliding, the pupils of the assassin were filled with shock and horror. The Zanpakuto vibrated, evolving a tricky attack angle at the side, and the moment the blade light crossed, it wove a net that could cover everything around. Death sword style, cloud clearing. The blade fell, as if an invisible hand pushed the attacker away, and the dazzling blade light sank into the attacker's body with a biting coldness. The air trembled, the blade pierced, and in the dead silence, several sounds of flesh tearing broke out, and several blood flowers bloomed, adding a bit of beauty to this battlefield. With just one blow, several figures fell down and fell heavily on the land full of sticky blood plasma. The eyes were wide open, full of disbelief. Until the moment of death, they still couldn't believe that a mere student of the Spiritual Art Academy showed a powerful strength far beyond the chief officer of the Death God. Takemoto Janaya's eyes were full of fear, and his hands tightly grasped the Zanpakuto, with the tip of the blade raised and facing forward. He couldn't understand it, let alone believe it. It was originally an assassination mission that was almost certain to succeed, but it turned over in an instant, so fast that even he couldn't react. Fuck, which idiot provided the information? Can your elite death god have this strength? The flaw in the intelligence led to the complete failure of the mission. Even after the first collision, he was the only one left on his side. Rebel. The tip of the knife in Ryueming's hand fell, and a drop of blood rolled down from the bright blade and merged into the sticky blood plasma below. The other party was silent and said nothing. It doesn't matter if you don't want to say it. I think the second squad should be able to pry open your mouth. Ryueming had no intention of interrogating him. He claimed that he had not offended anyone. If he had to say something, he had killed a defecting death god in Zenjoji before. Then, it was. He suddenly remembered something, raised his eyebrows, and asked with a little surprise. Kokaki family. Hearing this, Takemoto Janaya's heart skipped a beat, but he quickly came to his senses, and a trace of determination flashed in his eyes. He knew very well that in this situation, it would be easy for the other party to kill him. The reason why he didn't do it was entirely because he wanted to get more information from his mouth. As a former member of the Godi I-13, Takemoto Janaya is more aware of the methods of the 2nd Division. Not to mention him, even if the captain comes, he can pry out all the information. As if he recalled some dark memories in the past, Takemoto Janaya shuddered, and then looked forward with a fierce look in his eyes. At this time, Ryueming was walking towards him slowly with a knife. Humph, we will never surrender. After the voice fell, Takemoto Janaya suddenly raised the blade in his hand and fell towards his abdomen very decisively. Puff! The blade was sharp and clean. Takemoto Janaya looked at the anxiety that suddenly appeared on the face of the boy not far away, and felt a little more happy in his heart. Although I failed to kill you, I also saved the information. This mission is not a failure. Ryueming walked up to Takemoto Janaya and sighed helplessly. The mission is almost over, and you still have to let me work overtime. A lot of blood flowed out of Takemoto Janaya's mouth, and he could no longer speak. He listened to the sigh of the boy beside him, and his joy became stronger and stronger. As long as the enemy's wish was not fulfilled, then... Wait, why did you start to take off your clothes? Takemoto Janaya widened his eyes, unable to understand what the boy in front of him was doing. I saw Kisaragi Akira took out a set of common sacrificial clothes from somewhere, and then changed clothes openly on this bloody battlefield. Seeing this, Aizen sighed helplessly. Although, Akira was still the familiar Akira, as unreliable as ever. Wooden table, incense candles, teacups, imperial coins. When Kisaragi Akira was ready, he found that the assassin had not died yet. It seems that you are not proficient in seppuku. If you have the opportunity in the future, you must practice diligently. As he spoke, in the stunned eyes of Takemoto Janaya, Ryueming cut off all his chances of survival with one knife. Death is not a way to escape reality. Especially in front of Nigu Gong Si. The water in the teacup began to tremble, and ripples spread out in circles, and returned again when they hit the wall of the cup. Finally, when everything returned to calm again, faces with fear and disbelief appeared in it. Takemoto Janaya couldn't believe it either. Why could he see this little ghost after his death? Did he die too? Just when he was confused, Ryueming put his finger into the teacup. In an instant, endless pain broke out from the depths of his soul, as if he was torn into countless pieces in an instant and forcibly sewn together. At the same time, the familiar's voice kept echoing in my ears. Wei Junja, the material of Zixi. Tell me all the information, and I'll give you a quick death. Before Takemoto Shin's reaction, his colleagues had already spilled the beans and told everything. This inhuman torture is enough to make a determined god of death collapse instantly. No one can bear the pain of soul tearing. After getting information from the dead, Rueming frowned slightly, always feeling that he seemed to have overlooked something. The instinctive warning of danger has not been lifted, indicating that the situation is not safe. Rueming's heart trembled. Could it be that there are still masters? Chapter 50 took this huge pot. You'd better put away the dangerous ideas in your mind. Izome warned, this is the suburbs, not an uninhabited area. Hearing this, Rueming restrained his spiritual pressure in a sullen manner and gave up the bold idea that he had finally thought of. In fact, his way of thinking is very simple. Since the source of danger cannot be found, let's just use firepower to cover it. The exclusive entry of Kido expertise can reduce the consumption of his Kido release by 50% and increase the power by 100%. The spiritual pressure may be slightly insufficient, but with the support of the plug-in, if you use it with all your strength, you should be able to spread the red smoke release to the range of your sight. If it can be used, it will be a sure kill. It's a pity that it can't be used. I explored the entire forest with spiritual pressure perception. Izome analyzed calmly, but I didn't find any disturbance. In this case, there are only three possibilities. The opponent's spiritual pressure is much higher than yours, or he used some means to block spiritual pressure detection. Rueming took over the conversation and frowned, or he looked to the north of the forest, where there was a more desolate suburb, with continuous hills stacked up, outlining criss-crossing lines. The danger comes from a farther place. Rueming confirmed the last guess. It seems that only the captain can avoid the spiritual pressure detection of the vice-captain level. But a small fry like him is not worthy of the captain. From the information obtained from the assassin, the rebels only dispatched their team. In the eyes of the rebel leader, it was enough to give face to kill a genius who was still studying in the spiritual school by dispatching several elite death gods. It is impossible to capsize in the gutter. Judging from the current situation, the real source of danger is other. Just when Rueming was struggling whether to go farther to observe, a heavy humming sound echoed in the forest, and the ground began to tremble violently, as if a dragon turned over. Seeing this, the two looked at each other at the same time, as if asking each other what they meant. Coincidentally, they did not detect any fear in each other's eyes, but were filled with strong curiosity. Before the danger instinct gives a warning. Rise of Akira, relying on Aizen's high skills and courage, is ready to go to the source of the vibration to investigate. Obviously, no matter who it is, there is a considerable degree of suicidal gene in their bones. It's just that one is always showing it, and the other is hiding it deeper. At the same time, in the 12th Division's barracks, the Research Institute. With his whole face painted with white paint, Mayuri Kuratsuki rested his hands on the test bench, his eyes were filled with a lot of bloodshot, and his expression was ferocious and fanatical. Confirmed, the spiritual wave measurement is established. Wait. When the huge screen in front of him outlined a radar-like picture, Mayuri Kuratsuki laughed crazily, but soon, the corners of his mouth calmed down, and his expression suddenly sank. Is this the specific frequency of the hollow? The location is 3603 northwest of Zenjoji Temple. It seems that there is also the reaction frequency of the hollow group circuit device. As if he had thought of something, Mayuri Kuratsuki grinned. I remember it, it was that silly kid. My luck is really bad, I was invaded by the hollow. This time I'm dead. Before he finished speaking, he was interrupted by another voice. That's not necessarily true, Mayuri Kuratsuki. The pale-skinned Senjumaru appeared in front of the huge screen, staring at the red dots that kept fluctuating on it, with a slight smile on his delicate lips. You really don't take people seriously at all, Senjumaru. Invading someone else's private place without permission. Mayuri Kuratsuka didn't even mean to turn around, he knew who it was just by listening to the voice. Or in other words, the only person who could enter this laboratory without disturbing him was that annoying arrogant woman, Shutara Senjumaru. Invasion is an exaggeration. Senjumaru stared at the light on the screen that represented the hollows and said nonchalantly. I'm actually more concerned about these two boys. I'm looking forward to seeing how they perform in this situation. Ruuming stared at the group of spider hollows rushing towards him at the end of his sight in shock, his eyes wide open. We should still be in Soul Society, right? In Soul Society, the headquarters of the god of death, why would a whole group of hollows appear? Ah! Aizen sighed. To be honest, he couldn't understand this scene. According to his understanding, Soul Society shouldn't have such a large group of hollows. It's not difficult to judge from the battle process just now that this kind of spider hollow should live deep in the mountains or underground. The reason for such a large-scale riot? It may be because someone poured the red smoke escape into the mountain, causing a series of explosions and destroying the already unstable space. Of course, there may be other reasons. Let's run away, Mr. Akari. Ruuming's expression was solemn. A group of hollows of this size, let alone Yumi's tricks. Before he finished speaking, he found that Aizen next to him had disappeared without a trace. Ruuming. Okay, I didn't expect that you, with your thick eyebrows and big eyes, would be so straightforward in selling out your teammates. Seeing the spider hollows approaching, the ground tremors became more and more exaggerated. Ruuming didn't dare to delay and followed Aizen's spiritual pressure to chase after him. He likes to commit suicide, but facing more than 100 hollows, he still chose to run for his life. Who knows if there are any big hollows among them? Committing death is not seeking death, the two cannot be generalized. When Ruuming caught up with Aizen, he found that he was chanting a ghost spell that he had never heard of in a low voice. The abrupt spire, sinking, passing, pale, falling into the bottomless abyss, lighting up the scorching red sun, reflecting the four directions. Hado 57, the earth dances. The moment the voice fell, the ground behind him suddenly cracked into hideous cracks, and the land seemed to turn into surging waves, surging towards the sky layer by layer, forming two indestructible barriers. In the middle of the barrier, there is a bottomless abyss that cannot be easily crossed. Hiss! Ruuming looked at the spectacular scene in front of him and took a breath. You are really worthy of it, Ji. However, since you are so fierce, why don't you choose to turn back and kill all those hollows? As soon as these words came out, Aizen immediately showed a look like looking at a fool. Just then, the hollow group circuit device in his arms vibrated. Ruuming took it out and held it in his hand. Before he could inject spiritual pressure to check it, he heard a familiar voice coming from it. Moses, can you hear it? Ruuming was startled. He didn't expect that this hollow group circuit device actually had a call function. This is the Shudora Research Institute. After observation, a group of black Kisha appeared at your location. The specific reason is unknown. But it should be noted that the spiritual pressure fluctuations of the Great Hollow were detected in this group. Senjumaru spoke to the microphone in front of him with concern. Young man, don't die before the support arrives. The black Kisha in the text is a second setting. It was originally black Kisha Potas, an ordinary hollow that appeared in the comics, an early setting. As for the group, hollows definitely have this setting. It was mentioned in Xiaohu's memories that he was completely different from his own people. The pictures showed human-shaped hollows, so the black-winged demon might be a group of great hollows, not a single hollow. Here, the settings of the two are combined. Chapter 51 You attack, I assist. One-eyed god, I will settle accounts with Teacher Feng when I go back. After hanging up the call, Rueming felt a sharp pain in his teeth. Half a year ago, he was still a weak boy who had to run away when facing ordinary hollows. Now, he actually survived the pursuit of the hollows and the hollows. Shutara Senjimera really thinks highly of him. The earth dance can temporarily stop the black sand hollows. Next, we just need to focus on dealing with the hollows. It's just that I don't know if the opponent is Killian or Ashoka's. Aizen was not at all flustered, and analyzed calmly. Is it possible that it is Vastad? Rueming interrupted, and was immediately looked at with a look of mental retardation. Whether they can survive Ashoka's is another matter. If it is Vastad, then they can consider how to die in a more dignified way. Just as the two were communicating, the ground in the distance began to tremble again, and the spiritual pressure condensed into substance spread in all directions in the cracks, like ripples, and everything trembled wherever it passed. In this situation, Rueming called it terrifying. He had imagined the scene of encountering a great hollow countless times, but he had never been able to face the current situation. The heavy pressure continued to extend from the ground, and the ground collapsed into a huge pit. The renovated soil sank into it, and the sharp limbs flashed with cold light and climbed out of it until they were fully exposed in front of the two. It is still a member of the Black Giza clan. The difference is that its body is several times larger than its relatives. The limbs on both sides of the body alone are several meters high. When it appeared completely, the huge body cast a shadow, giving people a suffocating sense of oppression. The pale mask was dotted with two scarlet lights, and the cruelty from the top of the food chain rushed towards them. Great Hollow Ashokas. This time, you are responsible for the main attack, and I will use Kido to assist. Kiribatsuki Akira. You are stealing my lines, aren't you? He seriously suspected that Aizen had secretly learned some forbidden Kido secret technique that could read other people's thoughts. Otherwise, why would he say what he wanted to say? Are you sure you are not kidding? Kiribatsuki Akira raised his right hand, pointed at his bulging biceps and said seriously. With these thin arms and legs, they might fall apart if touched. Aizen glanced at him and said seriously, I still have to continue the dance of the earth, otherwise, we will face the simultaneous attack of the black-based sand hollows and the large hollows. If you can't, just a mere Ashokas, watch me cut it with one sword. Rueming's expression changed, he became serious, rolled up his sleeves, and all his spiritual pressure began to surge. Without time to waste too much words, Heijisha stared at the two insects and roared, releasing a real sound wave that instantly penetrated the forest in front of him, and dug big holes in the thick trees, and finally reached Rueming. Countless trees swayed and fell, and dust continued to fly in the roar. The fourth of the broken way, White Thunder. Without even enough time to react, Rueming held the knife in both hands and chopped with great force, falling directly on the incoming sound wave. Bang! The collision of electric arcs and sound waves, the invisible impact spread in all directions, tearing the ground into cracks. Hiss, is this Yakuka's? Rueming looked at the gullies plowed by her feet and her slightly trembling hands, and suddenly felt powerless. I couldn't even withstand the other party's roar. I was really weak. If this goes on, will there be a place for me on the throne of the sky? Deep self-doubt continued to grow in my heart. Don't forget to assist me. Akira Kisaragi raised his confidence, his fighting spirit was high, and his spiritual pressure was surging. The limbs on both sides of the body of the Black Foundation Hollow moved, like a mud truck running at full power, rushing straight towards the two of them. Akira Kisaragi roared, as if to give himself courage, and then rushed forward with a knife with a fearless attitude. Aizen looked at his back, hesitant to speak. He was considering whether to tell Akira Kisaragi that the sound wave attack he had just resisted was actually the main attack method of Black Foundation Hollow. In terms of power alone, it is second only to the Hollow Flash that needs to be charged before it can be released. From Ming's performance, this guy seems to have misunderstood something. However, it is really surprising that he can withstand the full force of Ashoka's. It is just the spiritual pressure of the chief officer, but he can do this step. Perhaps, without too much help, he can defeat the enemy this time. Death Sword Flow Reverse Wave. The tense body is like a tightened bowstring, and the strong spiritual pressure keeps flowing, forming a picture like water waves. At the moment of approaching, the blade in Ruming's hand burst out with scattered spiritual pressure, and the surging arc made a sharp explosion, like a heavy thundercloud before the storm. Boom! At the moment when the limbs and blades intersected, the sound of metal colliding resounded through the forest. Without any reservation, Ruming burst out all his spiritual pressure at this moment. Although it was much worse than the Yaku cause in front of him, the abnormal spirit body made up for this defect and greatly shortened the gap between them. So that after the collision, the two sides fell into a stalemate. The 31 of the Broken Path Red Fire Cannon. A calm voice sounded behind him, Aizen's support arrived. A scorching breath fell from the sky, landing accurately on the pale mask of Kurokisha. A powerful blow, bursting out a continuous stream of flames, gushing and burning. Boom! The pale mask was full of charred black color. Kurokisha opened his bloody mouth and roared again. In just a moment, the intensity of the battle rose to a fever pitch. Ruming was surprised to find that Yaku cause did not seem to be as strong as he had imagined. If it is a close combat, the opponent's huge body has very limited flexibility. The guerrilla warfare method of changing direction after a cut can be applied very well to Heigisha. Although Ruming's instant step level is not high, with the blessing of a powerful spirit body, a light body like a swallow, and the characteristics of White Thunder, he can still maneuver back and forth. The only flaw is that the spiritual pressure is not enough. As a holder of the 10th level spiritual pressure, he suddenly found out. The blue bar is about to be empty. Add a doctor to attract hatred. Ruming shouted without looking back, I will charge up and release it. Although I don't quite understand what this guy is saying, I can barely understand what he means. Aizen glanced at the barrier that was constantly breaking behind him. The group of Heigisha's hollows was approaching, and time was running out. The thundering carriage, the gap of the spinning wheel, this thing has light gathering and splitting into 6. A calm voice sounded amidst the deafening roar, and Aizen stared ahead with a firm gaze. Since the same level Hado could not kill the hollow, why not place our hopes on this unreliable guy? The 61 Binding Path, 6 Staff Light Prison. Several beams of light fell from the sky, sealing the front limbs and temporarily imprisoning the hideous head. When Aizen finished all this, he suddenly discovered that the battlefield was covered by extreme darkness. With Ruming as the center, the dark ink color continued to flow from the single eye decoration on the white clothes, until a sacred and strange shadow was outlined behind him. Spirit, twisting. Chapter 52 You are strengthened, hurry up. The 6-rod light prison imprisoned Yaku cause, causing him to enter a state of riot in an instant. While roaring to the sky, he kept cursing dirty words that he didn't know where he learned from. Kill you, tear you into pieces. Tear out the intestines and stuff them into your ear canals. Just a bug. As the superior evolution of Killian, Yachika's intelligence level is already comparable to that of an adult, but because of the large amount of negative emotions stored, his behavior is slightly uncontrollable. Ruming sat cross-legged on the ground, and the tiny black shadows continued to extend from the sacred body behind him, like countless tree-like branches. The stars surround the moon. Dense spiritual pressure filled the shadows' surroundings, filling up the power that was missing like the moon. After a while, the mana was replenished. But the power from the sacrifice was still strengthening it. The soul was filled with a sense of fullness, and the shadow was imprinted on his body, forming lines and embellishments, adding a bit of weird and powerful temperament to it. The bone-eroding coldness continued to spread, cover, and devour. When the 6-rod light prison collapsed, the earth shook violently, and the majestic spiritual pressure rushed in like a tsunami. The shadow enveloped, making the air around it sticky. Crack, crack. The sound of shattering came from the six-rod light prison, and the black base broke free from the confinement, and the limbs and feet that were frantically moving tore the air, making bursts of breaking sounds. At this moment, the anger in its heart had reached its peak. How did it come to this world? It no longer thought about it. What it wants to do now is to crush the two weak little bugs in front of it bit by bit, and then let the group of virtual eat their bodies. And it will chew up their souls. The arc exploded, hovering over Yueming's body like a dragon, and the air around it even had a burnt smell due to the high temperature. The ground beside it was even more charred. The abundant sense of power leaped in his limbs and bones. Yueming, who had sacrificed several souls, felt unprecedented power. Just as he felt it, Heijisha was already rushing towards him like a crazy dump truck. Compared to the brown-haired boy next to him, this little ghost with electric light all over his body was more disgusting to Sue. Approaching. The sharp limbs and feet smashed straight down, whistling in the roar. Even though it was still a long distance away, he could still feel the dull pain brought by the wind piercing his body. However, the pain did not make Yueming feel the slightest fear, but aroused the cruelty hidden in his bones. Immediately, the killing intent was rampant. Death sword style, cloud clearing. The sword style created by the first-generation Kenpachi blossomed with real splendor at this moment. No more complicated moves, no tricky trajectory operation. There is only the purest force-generating technique. A terrifying killing move that is enough to burst out all the power. In an instant, the black limbs were directly dismembered, and the bright red and hot viscous liquid splashed at the fracture, fell into the tiny black shadows on the ground, and was quickly swallowed and digested. The blood fell on Yueming's cheek, and the originally handsome face suddenly had a bit more cruel meaning. In the surprised eyes of Aizen, Yueming did not have the slightest intention of retreating. Facing the hollow that was dozens of times larger than himself, he rushed forward. The offensive and defensive trends were reversed. The distance between the two was shortened, and the suffocating smell of blood filled the air. Kurokisha was shocked by the sudden explosion and was stunned for a short time. In this trance, another limb was cut off. The severe pain made its few rationalities disappear completely, and the roars like a beast sounded continuously, shaking the whole forest. The ground under Kurokisha suddenly cracked, and the huge body burst out at a very terrifying speed, like a meteorite falling. The red eyes were filled with extreme brutality, and the huge spiritual pressure fell down with a bang. The bloody mouth opened and the sound waves brewed. Seeing this, Aizen wanted to release the binding to restrain it and create an opportunity for Yueming. But surprisingly, Yueming actually faced the attack of the hollow and tore apart the huge spiritual pressure that covered it. The pure kindness covering the surface was lifted, and the dark pupils showed unprecedented ferocity. The right hand holding the hilt of the knife raised up, and while the body was tense, an extremely strong spiritual pressure burst out from the whole body. The blessing from the one-eyed god Mimi Haji strengthened in all directions. The blade was sharp. The instant slash fell fiercely with an unstoppable momentum, directly disintegrating the fallen limbs, and the remaining momentum did not decrease, whistling forward. The electric arc was surging, driving Yueming's body, providing him with a powerful impact, and his speed increased by several times again. Speed is power. The sound waves were mighty, advancing like a wall. And the air waves visible to the naked eye crushed Yueming in the sound of breaking through the air. The next moment, a roar broke out. The impact was scattered, and two figures, one large and one small, were shocked at the same time retreat several meters. Heijisha has already vaguely sensed something is wrong at this moment. What kind of drugs did the little death god who was beaten by it just now take? Why did he suddenly become so fierce? In the head-on fight, it actually fell into a disadvantage? Something is wrong, it is definitely wrong. The severe pain of broken limbs and torn body made Hajisha's hollow wake up from his rage, and the redness in his eyes also faded a little. It looked down at the figure that was killing it, and a bit of fear inexplicably arose in its heart. Blood flowed on its cheeks, leaving marks, and there was a grim smile on the corner of its mouth. It held a knife in its right hand and discharged electricity in its left hand. With this ferocious appearance, who is the hollow between us? Hajisha suddenly felt that he was not too hungry. Just when it was thinking of retreating, an arc of electricity burst out under Ruuming's feet, and the ground collapsed. Under the effect of the recoil, the whole person came to the front of Kurokisha in an instant like a cannonball. At this moment, the four eyes met. The object of suffocation was reversed. Aizen didn't pay too much attention to Kisaragi. When he said that the charging was completed, the ending was already determined. Under the spiritual pressure of the same level, the hollows fighting by instinct could not be the opponent of this guy. Just when he was about to turn around to deal with the group of Kurokisha hollows, several powerful spiritual pressures came from the direction of Zenjoji. The spiritual pressure of the leader gave people a thick and heavy feeling. Reinforcements are coming. When a man with long yellow hair and a sloppy look stepped into the battlefield, he was shocked to find that the scene was extremely tragic. Everywhere he looked, trees were broken, the ground was charred, gullies were crisscrossed, and sticky blood plasma was mixed in, making the whole battlefield full of a strong smell of blood. At the end of the sight, the huge black base sand hollow was crawling on the ground, with its limbs on both sides of its body cut off and blood flowing non-stop. On its back, a figure with torn clothes and scars was raising his right fist wrapped in electric arcs. Then, in the shocked eyes of the death god reinforcements, he punched the hollow's head. Chapter 53 The 5th Division came out to clean up the floor. The boiling brain mixed with blood plasma, splashing like rain. The black base sand hollow fell down weakly, and its broken limbs made a sound of metal and iron colliding, and fell to the ground with a bang, stirring up dust all over the sky. Ruuming retracted his fist covered with brains, wiped a lot of it on the hard steel skin, and panted heavily. If you don't take off your clothes, you really can't beat it. Although he obtained all-round enhancement through the way of sacrifice, there is still a big gap between him and the black base sand hollow. Therefore, when the two sides began to fight to the death, the black Gizar hollow's desire to survive reached its maximum value, bursting out unprecedented potential, forcing Ruuming to use all his means. Even his Zanpakuto was thrown away directly. As a result, he had to go into battle shirtless, punch after punch, and smashed through the steel skin of the hollow, destroying the last bit of life. And Ruuming was also seriously injured during the battle. It should be said that facing the hollow of the level of Ashoka's, Ruuming really did everything he could. Sacrificial power, abnormal spirit, White Thunder special effects, exclusive entries, Aizen assistance. He has tried everything that can be used. However, with his current spiritual pressure realm, it is undoubtedly very exaggerated to be able to do this. Normally speaking, let alone Ashoka's, even Killian needs a vice-captain level death god to deal with it. At worst, a Shinigami who has mastered the Shikai must come to deal with it. To be more exaggerated, the textbook of the Spiritual Arts Academy mentioned that the Great Hollow needs royal spies, that is, the Zero Division, to be responsible for solving it. On the other hand, he has been in school for less than half a year, let alone the Shikai, and he doesn't even have a clue what the Zanpakuto is called. Then he relied on his buffs to beat the Yaku cause to death. Ruuming stepped on the head of Hajisha and looked in the direction where the spiritual pressure came from. Seeing the clothes of the young man in the lead, he immediately curled his lips in disdain. The victims, no, the perpetrators have already reported to Mimi Haki. Are you here to clean up the mess at this time? The young man in the lead was wearing a white captain's haori, lined with a black death suit, and his long yellow hair was fluttering. If you look at it from the back, he is definitely a back killer. It's a pity that he is a man. Standing opposite, Mako Hirako looked at the scene in front of him with a solemn face, and his shock had reached the point where it could not be more serious. After receiving the Tenpai Kuro from Mayuri Kuratsuki, he rushed to the scene of the incident as soon as possible, fearing that if he arrived too late, he would only be responsible for collecting corpses and cleaning the floor. Unexpectedly, no matter how hard he rushed, he still could not escape this fate in the end. However, the object of the cleansing was not quite in line with his expectations. The Great Hollow was dead, and the boy was alive. What was even more terrifying was that the figure standing on the head of the Great Hollow was covered in blood, and the wounds of all sizes turned over the flesh and blood, showing its hideousness. But the gaze that was staring at him. When the four eyes met, Mako Hirako's heart tightened for no reason. The murderous intent that had not yet subsided spread. It was as if someone had put the tip of a knife against his heart. And the soldiers of the 5th Division behind him were extremely nervous at this time. In their eyes, even if they did not release any spiritual pressure, the figure standing between the corpses, the young man on the stage, still brought them unprecedented psychological pressure. They had seen countless hollows being killed, but they had never seen, or even heard of, a hollow being smashed by the fist of a Grim Reaper. The Grim Reapers shrank their necks and hid behind their captains, with a bit of fear in their eyes, as if the boy who trampled on the corpses might come over and punch them at any time. When their eyes fell on everyone, the Grim Reapers shuddered together, and the pores of their bodies seemed to be opened instantly, an endless coldness rushed into their flesh and blood from all around. The fear in everyone's hearts intensified. Ruuming had no intention of talking to this group of people. After confirming that the Black Base Hollow was completely dead, he jumped from his several-meter-high body, and then he began to search in the messy battlefield. Several curious eyes fell on him, and even Hirako Mako's face was full of doubts. Just when he was about to ask if he needed help, he heard the boy shouting, "Come and help me find my Zanpakuto." After searching for a while, Ruuming had to give up putting the sword back into the sheath, and then left in style, leaving only the thought of his back to the people cleaning the floor. Looking at the busy back of the corpse, Aizen sighed helplessly. Even though he was barely a strong man who could stand on his own, this guy's unreliability had not diminished at all. Instead, it became a little more serious. Although he had analyzed many examples of battles in textbooks and even read a lot of books in the library, I still hadn't heard of any Shinigami who would discard his Zanpakuto in battle. Even the most reckless soldiers of the 11th Division did not have similar examples. The sword is in the person. This is the creed that Shinigami carry throughout their lives. The teacher's original words in the first Sword Zen class. I remembered that this guy never listened to theoretical classes. So that's it, it's okay. No matter what, discarding a Zanpakuto is an extremely outrageous thing. Hey, I found it. With the help of a group of Shinigami, Kisaragi Akira happily pulled out his Zanpakuto from the broken limbs, wiped it for a while, and put it into the scabbard. Now his image is really hard to compliment. The palace chief's clothes were torn, and blood was constantly oozing out of injuries of all sizes, making the whole person look like he was bathed in blood and just crawled out of a pile of dead bodies. Just when Hirako Mako stepped forward to talk and was about to ask for the details of the process, the barrier behind him suddenly collapsed, and a large number of black base sand groups of hollows surged out, rushing towards everyone. Countless limbs were intertwined, and the sound of snapping was endless, which made people's scalps numb. For a moment, everyone subconsciously looked at Kisaragi Akira. "Why are you looking at me? You don't want me to continue fighting, do you?" Ruuming was furious and raised his bloody right arm. "I am a wounded soldier." Hirako Mako glanced at the fist that could kill a hollow and sighed heavily. Intuition told him that this kid was not easy to deal with. If possible, he didn't want to deal with him. Defense formation, protect the two students. He looked serious and gave an order in a deep voice, then his eyes fell on the group of hollows. "I will deal with these scums who broke into the Soul Society." As soon as the voice fell, he was seen stepping on the instant step alone and rushed into the flood of hollows. In just a moment, the white back was swallowed by the torrent. The next moment, the thick and heavy spiritual pressure burst out in the flood, and a huge beam of light rushed straight into the sky. Ruuming looked at the gorgeous scene in front of him, his eyes full of envy. Kaikiro, if I have this level of spiritual pressure, how many washers can I beat? P.S. The 5th division is the rescue division, responsible for rescue. Chapter 54. Can I listen to this without paying? He didn't know how many washers Ruuming could beat. But Aizen knew very well that if there was another small hollow that ordinary students could deal with, this guy would lie down on the spot and shout, Kaikiro, you are so shameful. This kind of thing that seems very shameful to others has become commonplace for Ruuming. When did it start? Aizen fell into deep thought. As the captain of the rescue team, Hirako Makoto can still kill indiscriminately among the hollows even if he didn't release his Zanpakuto. Where he passed, corpses were everywhere. Some of the black Gisabodius didn't even leave their bodies behind. They were sublimated directly in the light and flames of the broken way, turned into spirit particles, and became part of the soul society. In terms of efficiency alone, Hirako Mako is still much stronger than Ueming. Not long after, 99% of the black Gisabodius hollows that broke into the soul society were slaughtered. Perhaps considering someone's request, Hirako Mako specially used the binding way to seal the 2 lucky survivors and sent them to the Research Institute of the 12th Division. After dealing with the hollows, Hirako Mako asked the rescue team to leave 2 people to protect Ueming and the others, while he led the others to investigate the source of the hollows. This hollow group that appeared inexplicably in Rukonga must be investigated thoroughly. The reason is clear, otherwise it will leave extremely serious consequences. On the other hand, because of the ritual enhancement, Ruuming lay down directly after the battle, his face pale, like a whole dried salted fish. The side effects are still very strong. While the wound was bleeding, the spiritual pressure also weakened to the extreme, and it looked like he was dying. It's just a fatal injury. Ruuming gritted his teeth and looked at Aizen next to him. I think I can still save him, do you think I can? Aizen sighed, and he suddenly realized that he had overestimated this guy. This guy would also cry for help when there was no enemy. Simply, there is no shame at all. The light of Huideo bloomed in his palm, and a faint spiritual pressure lingered on the wound, stimulating the recovery speed. As a top student of the Spiritual Art Academy, although Aizen usually does not show off his talents, he is definitely the top genius in terms of practicality. Even if only the spiritual pressure of the team member level was released, it was still able to stabilize Ruuming's serious injuries. One of the team members in charge of protection also took out emergency medical equipment and roughly bandaged the wound. After a while, Ruuming recovered a little bit of his complexion, and his whole spirit became lively again. And the next healing of the injury was also done by himself. Under the shocked eyes of the 2 Death God team members, Ruuming released the imperfect basic Kaido technique. Then, the hideous injury healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. The effect was several times greater than theirs. Seeing this scene, the 2 of them looked at their hands at the same time, and a look of doubt in their eyes emerged. They are both Kaido, why is the difference so outrageous? No more mana. After treating half of the wound, Ruuming said bitterly, let's go back to Captain Anohana. Although her fee is high, her service is really impeccable. After these words, the doubts in the hearts of the 2 Shinigami became even greater. Will Captain Anohana personally treat injuries of this degree? Also, what is this kid talking about, fees and services? Can I listen to them without paying? Suddenly I feel that the 4th division is treating me differently. Is the gap between people so big? Just when Ruuming recovered his spiritual pressure by himself, Hirako Mako also came back with people. We have investigated roughly, but the specific details still need professionals to judge. He looked at the 2 people seriously, it may be due to the fluctuation of space. The space inside the mountain is very unstable, and it was hit by an unknown powerful breaking path, which led to the appearance of the black cavity. Then the hollow invaded Soul Society. After the voice fell, Rueming was sweating all over, and he dared not breathe. Aizen next to him glanced at him without leaving a trace, but did not say much. As Hirako Mako said, this is just his inference based on the current situation, and the specific reasons still need to be investigated by professionals. If only Rueming's red smoke release destroyed the space of Soul Society and created a black cavity that could support the hollow to pass through. He was the first to question it. It's not that there is no such possibility, but the probability is too low. It's just like Rueming knocked down Yamamoto Shigakuni with one punch and became the captain of the Godai 13. The probability of the two is the same. However, judging from the numerical values of Soul Society space, most of them tend to be stable, and only a few nodes are a little fragile. And most of these nodes are in the lower-ranked Rukin district. It is difficult for similar space nodes to appear in Zenjoji. And Hirako Mako designated 3 people, stay here to protect the scene and wait for the second team and the research institute to send people to hand over. The rest will come back to the SREI ting with me. Before leaving, Hirako Mako took special care of Rueming's injury, and was relieved to see that it was not serious. For some reason, Rueming's abnormal behavior did not attract much attention from him. On the contrary, Aizen, who was responsible for making soy sauce on the side, always made Hirako Mako feel that there was something unreal. It was as if a hazy mist was shrouding him. It was impossible to see through him. Looking at the heartless person again, what he thought in his heart was written on his face, and it was not worth caring about or guarding against. Is it my illusion? Hirako Mako retracted his gaze on Aizen and frowned slightly. The personality is completely different. How could 2 people of the same age get along so well? Strange. Everyone left the messy suburbs and headed straight for the direction of the Soul Society. However, not long after they left, 2 vague ghost lights fluctuated on the empty ground in the desolate and empty area. As for the 3 remaining Shinigami, they did not notice anything unusual and continued to observe the surroundings boredly. Under the escort of the rescue team, everyone returned to the Soul Society smoothly. Hirako Mako personally went to the first team to narrate the details of the mission. The situation of the Great Hollow appearing in the Soul Society is still very serious. If it weren't for Rueming's help, if they tried to stop him, Zenjoji would probably be eaten clean by that black-based hollow. As for Aizen, he returned to the Spiritual Arts Academy to report the specific content of this mission. With such a big accident, the Spiritual Arts Academy must give a reasonable explanation. The rest, Kisaragi Akira, went straight to the General First Aid Station of the 4th Division as if he were returning home. Calling for people, paying fees, lying down, all in one go. The movements were so skillful that it made people feel distressed. However, when Kisaragi Akira came to his senses, he found that there was still someone lying on the bed next to him. Hey, isn't this a big enemy? Long time no see. Kokaki Sojun. Chapter 55 on the importance of language art. Originally, when he saw Kisaragi Akira, Kokaki Sojun was still a little surprised and happy, but as soon as this guy opened his mouth, people immediately lost interest in talking to him. Fortunately, the etiquette and kind personality he had developed since childhood made him not take the name just now to heart. After sighing, Kokaki Sojun looked aside and asked curiously, "What's the matter with you? Has the study in the Spiritual Arts Academy become so dangerous?" As soon as these words came out, Rueming nodded repeatedly, with a tendency to complain, and began to describe the evil words and deeds of the Dean Okagegen's hero and teacher Feng. "You said that we should punish him, and we should also inform the whole school. It's fine if we inform the whole school, but I can also blame Tessai's own negligence. Let's not talk about these. What's more outrageous is that Feng teacher directly put the theft of Mao cafeteria on me. Please judge, is this something a human can do? As for why I'm lying here this time, it's also a task assigned by Feng teacher. Go to Zenjoji temple to wipe out some black chicken hollows. Ruuming sighed and gestured with his hand. 2 were killed, and a group of them came out. Not only that, there was also a large hollow of the level of Ashoka's. Hearing this, Kokaki Sojun was shocked. As a versatile person, he is naturally not like someone who can't even remember common sense knowledge points. Although the large hollows of the level of Ashoka's are not as terrifying as described in textbooks, they also require a vice-captain level death god to deal with them. Only the captain can fight against the slightly stronger Ashokas. The fact that the young man in front of him could escape from such a powerful enemy without any serious injuries shows his genius. This is a rare sight in Seoul society. Later, under the guidance of the doctor, this genius showed his divine power and killed Ashokas with 3 punches, knocking out a lot of eyeballs. As Ruuming spoke, his tone suddenly became excited. Then he described in detail the process and details of his divine power. But Kokaki Sojun next to him couldn't listen anymore. His expression was dull, his eyes were blank, and his mind was full of the words "kill Ashokas with 3 punches." What did this guy think of Ashokas? Is it a dogtail grass on the side of the road? It's not that Kokaki Sojun didn't believe Ruuming's words, but these words were a bit too absurd, so that they had a strong sense of separation from reality. A student killed Ashokas. This is extremely outrageous no matter in which era. You know, although he doesn't often attend classes at the Spiritual Arts Academy, strictly speaking, he is also a student of the academy. Kokaki Sojun looked at his bandaged hands in a trance, and his memory returned to the day when he was fighting with the rebels. Several officers rushed towards him, and the broken path and the sword light mixed and intertwined, reflecting a desperate light. At the critical moment, the black single eye shone in front of him, blocking the fatal blow, winning a glimmer of life and a chance to turn the tables. Wait, could it be that? Kokaki Sojun widened his eyes, as if he suddenly thought of something. Amulet. Is it the power of sacrifice? The confusion on his face calmed down a little, and was replaced by more shock. At this time, Kokaki Sojun no longer doubted the truth of what he said just now. Since the amulet that the other party took out casually can determine the direction of the war, then it is not impossible to kill Yaku-Kaz with all his strength. The young man in front of him was really scary. It's a pity that my sister Hui is not virtuous. Otherwise, I could have seen the expressions of the group of people responsible for cleaning the floor. Just as Ruuming was boasting, a white figure walked into the ward. Ruujun's strength seems to be stronger than the last time we met. A gentle voice sounded in the ward, and Anohanaretsu noticed the fluctuation of Ruuming's spiritual pressure. The injury seems to be more serious. Captain Anohana. Kokaki Sojun came back to his senses from his thoughts and said respectfully. Although most of the injuries have healed, you still need to rest for 2 days. Anohanaretsu nodded in response. Because your body is inherently weak, it will heal slower than others. Hearing this, Kokaki Sojun showed a helpless expression. Although he is also a genius among the nobles and is highly expected by the elders of the Kokaki family, he is not suitable for fighting because of his inherently weak body. It takes a long time to heal every time he is injured. After explaining Kokaki Sojun, Anohanaretsu's eyes fell on Ruuming again. Cut, penetrate, blunt attack, sound wave. She frowned slightly and said puzzledly, Kuroki Shapatos? Why would you fight with such a hollow? Obviously, the relevant information about Zenjoji Temple has not yet reached the ears of the various captains. Akira Kisaragi is a person who is willing to share. Under Anohanaretsu's expectant gaze, he described the process of his great power in great detail. Breaking the clouds, reversing the waves. My death sword style. It is obvious that Anohanaretsu and Kokaki Sojun are focusing on completely different points. Kuroki-kun is really a rare kendo genius. If I remember correctly, I only demonstrated these 2 slashing techniques in the last kendo class. I didn't expect you to master them completely. With just a few words of description, Anohanaretsu captured the key points, analyzed the details from them, and got the answer she wanted. For a moment, her eyes looking at the boy on the bed were once again a little more fiery. Sensing the change in gaze, Ryueming's mouth twitched and his eyelids twitched uncontrollably. This scene seemed familiar. Kokaki Sojun didn't understand what happened, but the youth's vigor suddenly disappeared, replaced by a decadence like a dried salted fish. Those eyes were even more absent-minded, completely giving up the desire for life. Is there any unknown secret hidden in the exchange between the two just now? The kind-hearted Kokaki Sojun said that the world was changing too fast, so that his way of thinking could no longer keep up with the pace. Anohanaretsu sat down beside the bed, close to someone's bandaged body, with emerald green light blooming on his white hands, gently pressing on Ryueming's chest. The treatment process was roughly similar to the previous one, with the white hands wandering all over the body, and the slightly cool touch fell on the wound from time to time, bringing bursts of numbness and sourness. After the treatment, Anohanaretsu leaned over slightly and whispered in his ear. In fact, there are stronger moves in the death sword style. If you want to learn, I'll wait for you in the dojo of the 4th Division. After explaining the time and place, Anohanaretsu left the ward leisurely. At this time, there was no more shock on Kokaki Sojun's face, but instead admiration and respect. So this is the relationship between you and Captain Anohanaretsu. And on the bed next to him, Ryueming's eyes were blank, and he looked like he was played badly. Thanks to Dao Yi Fei Dao, Nichien Shang, and Ai Zen for their rewards. Chapter 56. Late at night, a man and a woman are alone in the same room. The moonlight is like water, clear and bright. As the busiest logistics organization, the 4th Division can still see busy figures coming and going on the streets of the team house even in the middle of the night. There were many patients and wounded people wrapped in a lot of bandages, walking like mummies. Therefore, Ryueming's figure was not so conspicuous. Until he walked into the back mountain area of the comprehensive rescue station and entered a very simple dojo. The next moment, countless eyes were focused on the gate of the dojo, waiting for the next victim to appear. There is an unwritten rule in the comprehensive rescue station. That is, the independent dojo in the back mountain area does not allow anyone to enter. Although there is no sign, anyone who enters it will roll out in the shortest time and in the most embarrassed posture. No one is an exception. However, when the air was quiet for a moment, everyone seemed to realize something and took a breath of cold air. Hiss! Oh my god, the captain didn't throw this kid out. In the simple dojo, a white figure sat cross-legged on the clean and tidy wooden floor, with her braid hanging down in front of her body, falling with the ups and downs, and her bamboo sword lying flat on her knees, reflecting a bit of tranquility. Unlike the flower of Anohana I have seen before, she is more sharp than usual at this moment. Seeing this scene, Ryueming has the urge to turn around and leave. Because of his previous experience, he knows very well how terrifying the beautiful woman in front of him is. During the kendo battle, the dangerous instinct is like a boiling kettle, with sharp explosions one after another, which can't be stopped at all. This means that Anohanaretsu may kill him on the spot at any time. If the dead sword style is not too attractive, he doesn't want to risk his life to come to this dojo late at night. Hiss, speaking of it. Is this considered a tryst under the moon? Looking at the scenery in front of him, Ryueming inexplicably had a very dangerous idea in his mind. Kurozuki-kun, my intuition tells me. In silence, Anohanaretsu said faintly, your current thoughts are very offensive. A senior once told me. Ryueming's eyes suddenly became firm. When the moonlight is the most beautiful, if you don't know how to appreciate it, then you must be a person who doesn't understand romance. Hearing this, Anohanaretsu was silent. For a moment, she couldn't even give an evaluation of the behavior of the boy in front of her. You said he was not good at learning, but he arrived at the dojo on time tonight. You said he was good at learning, but he was very resistant to joining the fourth team. Allied Deng was not afraid of death, but he didn't dare to approach him when he was full of murderous aura, as if he could sense the next move is the same. You say he is afraid of death, but he can't suppress his lustful instinct. He is really a guy with extreme contradictions. Captain Anohana, where do you think we should start learning? Ruuming raised his hand and said, I have completely mastered the cloud clearing and the wave reversing. If. Before he finished speaking, Anohanaretsu threw the bamboo sword on his knees to him. Demonstrate it once. Ruuming was stunned for a moment, then grinned, okay, watch me. Although the injury has not healed yet, it is not a problem to demonstrate the kendo moves without using spiritual pressure. As the bamboo sword danced, Ruuming's movements changed from slow to agile. Like a bird flying in the sky, it merged with the air around it, and showed the two moves of the death sword style to the fullest. Even incorporating new understandings, it completely transformed it into something that belongs to him. As fast as the wind. Looking at the dancing boy, the light in Anohanaretsu's eyes became brighter and brighter, as if she had discovered some rare treasure. Unprecedented, unheard of. She had visited the gyms of various schools in Seoul society 1,000 years ago and met all kinds of so-called geniuses. Those with amazing comprehension, those with extremely strong spiritual pressure, and those who were extremely keen on kendo. But there has never been one who can be so charming as Kisaragi. She can perfectly reproduce the kendo moves she has experienced in person and integrate her new understanding of this kendo. This kind of talent has far surpassed her. Do it again. Just after Kisaragi demonstrated. A gentle and irresistible voice sounded. He scratched his head in confusion, but seeing that Anohanaretsu was persistent, he had to do it again. What Kisaragi didn't know was, for someone like Anohanaretsu who is loyal to fighting and kendo, watching perfect kendo moves is also a very wonderful enjoyment. The pleasure of putting oneself in the middle of the moves and the blade light sinking into the heart cannot be described in a few words. After 3 times. When Anohanaretsu looked at Kisaragi again, his eyes had changed again. Quiet, peaceful, and calm. Kisaragi frowned and stared at the beautiful woman in front of her, and couldn't help but murmur in her heart. Why is it similar to the sage mode? I already know your general level. Anohanaretsu deliberately ignored the boy's offensive look. After many times, she has gradually gotten used to it. How to say it? It's not offensive. Death sword style is the kendo style I founded in my early years. Anohanaretsu's expression became more serious. A long time ago, I visited all the styles in Seoul society and exchanged kendo with them to verify what I learned. The death sword style was founded after the first failure. The teaching process is not cumbersome, and it can even be said to be extremely easy. With the buff of extreme talent, Ruuming's learning progress once again refreshed Anohanaretsu's understanding of genius. However, it should be said that the dancing posture of Captain Anohana is also very eye-catching. The wide captain's haori can't cover her proud figure at all. When her murderous intention was restrained and she focused on the demonstration of kendo moves, the scenery was moving. Sister Hwa. Ruuming quietly gave a thumbs up. But he soon realized a problem. Captain Anohana taught him kendo sincerely, and he also studied very seriously. Strictly speaking, the two have formed a master-disciple relationship, but they just didn't change their words. If so, wouldn't he become a traitor to his master? After finishing the late-night teaching, Ruuming returned to his ward again. He quietly entered the room, tiptoed to his bedside, carefully turned over to the bed, and when he turned his head, a pair of bright eyes, shining in the moonlight. Because of the full moon, Ruuming can even clearly see the dark circles on Kukaki Sojun's face. Although asking this question is a bit offensive, The two looked at each other, and Kokaki Sojun's face showed a bit of shame. But I'm still very curious. It's so late, did Captain Anohana really just teach you the way of the sword? Chapter 57. Do you want me to fight for my life with just a few words? In the end, Kokaki Sojun didn't get the answer he wanted. Ruuming's answer was very perfunctory, and he kept talking about the dead sword style and the rare genius in the world. Even Captain Anohana praised him and tried to persuade him to join the fourth team to inherit his legacy. But these were not what Kokaki Sojun cared about. Seeing that the kid was gossiping endlessly, Ruuming threw down a sentence, saying that he could ask Captain Anohana for the specific details, and then turned over and fell asleep. He had consumed a lot of energy during this period. First, he annihilated the ordinary hollows of Black Base, destroyed the assassins of the rebels, and fought against the great hollows of Black Base. Then, he enjoyed the medical services of the Anohana level, and then practiced hard at night to learn the death sword style. In terms of hard work, even the Dr. Tuokangxing is not as good as me. As hard-working as I am. If everyone works a third as hard as I do, why worry about the Soul Society not prospering? Thinking of this, Ruuming felt a little relieved. He fell asleep peacefully. Kokaki Sojun stared at his back blankly, unable to close his eyes for a long time. This feeling of being unable to know the gossip right in front of him was like countless ants crawling on his body. Not to mention falling asleep, he couldn't even calm down. But his good quality and cultivation prevented him from doing mean things that would disturb people's sweet dreams. Therefore, Kokaki Sojun had 2 dark circles under his eyes and didn't sleep all night. No words all night. The next morning, Anohana Retsu came to the ward to check on the two of them. Didn't you follow the doctor's advice? If you don't get enough rest, it will also affect your recovery. After a simple examination, Anohana Retsu frowned slightly, with a hint of dissatisfaction in her tone. As a doctor, she disliked patients who didn't listen to the doctor's advice the most. Kokaki Sojun looked at her dimly with dark circles under his eyes, then glanced at someone who was full of energy next to him, sighed, and didn't say much. He is still the same, with a weak body and a very slow healing process. He needs to rest for a while. On the other hand, Ruuming is in sharp contrast to him. Because of his abnormal spirit, his recovery ability is extremely amazing. Even the serious penetrating wound caused by the Black Base Sand Hollow was healed in a short time. Of course, Anohana Retsu's medical skills and Kaido skills also played a big role. Although Kaido has the blessing of rejuvenation, when it comes to real medical skills, Ruuming is not as good as Anohana Retsu. To be precise, there are few people in the entire Soul Society who can match him. After explaining some precautions, Anohana Retsu left in a hurry. As the captain of the fourth team, she is still very busy on weekdays. I really envy you. Kokaki Sojun looked at Ruuming, who was exercising in the ward, and sighed heavily, with melancholy on his handsome face. With such a serious injury, you can get out of bed and move around so soon. You should be able to be discharged in a few days, right? Ruuming checked the toughness of his body and said without looking back. It depends on what Captain Anohana thinks. Personally, I feel that it is not impossible to be discharged today. After saying this, Kokaki Sojun's expression became even more disappointed. His recovery speed is not as good as that of ordinary Shinigami, let alone a monster like Ruuming. They are not on the same level at all. If only I could be like you. When saying this, Kokaki Sojun did not hide the envy in his eyes at all. Alas! Just then, Ruuming suddenly turned around. I almost forgot that I was tricked by this time. Should Master Chun give me some compensation or something? Kichiki Sojun was full of question marks, not understanding the meaning of the words. Seeing this, Ruuming sighed. The amulet was used, right? Kokaki Sojun nodded. The direction of the war has been reversed, right? Kokaki Sojun's pupils shrank. Only a few captains of the Godi Corps knew about the war between the Kokaki family and the 6th Division and the rebels. How did Ruuming know about this matter, which was a top secret? Could it be that there was a traitor among us? Thinking of this possibility, Kokaki Sojun's heart suddenly tightened, and he was very worried about his father and other relatives who were still on the battlefield. However, Ruuming's next words directly dispelled his concerns. The assassin of the rebels appeared. There was a traitor in the Spiritual Arts Academy, and he gave out the source of the amulet, that is, me. Even though they were just a few little scoundrels, you, Master Kokaki, have to give an explanation, right? Ruuming stared at him with a sharp gaze, waiting for his next words. For a talisman, this young Master Kokaki could even produce 100,000 rings. After such a serious accident, it would be a bit unreasonable if he didn't give some compensation, right? Sure enough. Kichiki Sojun frowned deeply. Before this, he hadn't expected that the rebels would affect Ruuming. The effect of the talisman was still a little too amazing. If you count it this way, Ruuming is still his savior, and even the benefactor who saved the Kokaki family. He pondered for a long time, raised his head, looked at the expectant Ruuming, and said seriously. Why not? You join the Kokaki family. Ruuming. Kokaki Sojun gave reasons and analysis. The rebel forces in Seoul society are not rebels in the literal sense. To be more precise, it should be a struggle for interests among the major factions. The reason why they dare to assassinate so recklessly is entirely because you have no background. If you join the Kokaki family, those people will also have some scruples, at least not like now. Hearing this, Ruuming sneered. And then get involved in the dirty struggle of your nobles. Become a sharp knife to deal with other factions. Kokaki Sojun was stunned for a moment. He never expected that the heartless Ruuming would say such a thing. Don't get me wrong, I will never let you get involved in this. He explained sincerely, just a talisman has helped me a lot, and even saved my life many times. I swear in the name of Xiaomu that I will never let my benefactor. Ruuming reached out to stop Xiaomu Kangchun from saying the next word, sighed, and said seriously, Sucker, no, Xiaomu Damaster, I know you are a good person. But have you ever thought that even your father, Kokaki Jinling, can't completely control the Kokaki family? You are just an heir, can you really guarantee everything? Kokaki Sakun was silent. The words were rough but the truth was true. Ruuming, who seemed to be heartless, seemed to have a deeper understanding of this aspect than him. Besides, this is about my future. Ruuming patted Kokaki Sakun's shoulders, rubbed his fingers, and whispered. Do you know what price the Shifunji Yuan family offered to win me over? 2 petite and cute girls, 1 black and 1 white. Do you want me to work for the Kokaki family with these words? Chapter 58 Life can occasionally be a good time. Kokaki Sojun suddenly found that he had been silent more times today than in the past year, or even longer. I thought the other party was heartless, but his perspective on things was longer term than his. Although he lived in Rukanga, he was very familiar with the dirty deeds among the nobles. However, just when he thought Ruuming was discussing with him seriously, the offer of the Shifunji Yuan family broke his defense. Increase the price. How to increase? The Shifunji Yuan family has already brought out the next head of the family, and they also offer buy one get one free. Kokaki Sojun looked down at his body, and then looked at Ruuming who began to practice inward, and immediately gave up this unrealistic idea. Even if he was willing, Ruuming would definitely I won't agree. Forget it, let it go. Since there is a backer, those people should be more restrained. After temporarily dispelling Kokaki Sojun's dangerous thoughts, Ruuming immersed himself in the world of self-cultivation. After the battle with the Black Base Hollow, he found that his strength still had a big shortcoming. Facing a strong enemy, there are trump cards, but it takes time to prepare. Worshipping gods is not just a verbal statement. Without a medium of communication, with his degree of faith in the one-eyed god, he probably can't even smell a fart. Not every time he encounters danger, there will be Aizen on the side to assist and contain him, attracting hatred. Right now, there are not many ways to become stronger. But they are all very effective. Marking the red canon's ghost lines, and practice to improve spiritual pressure. The former is dangerous but improves quickly, while the latter is safe but slow in efficiency. Therefore, Ruuming chose to do both. After saying hello to Kukaki Sojun, he left the ward excitedly, and his appearance of letting go was completely unlike that of a qualified patient. Seeing this scene, Kukaki Sojun became even more melancholy. His injuries were much lighter than Ruuming's, but the date of discharge would probably be delayed a lot. Anohana's exclusive dojo. Once as new, twice as familiar. While Anohana Retsu was still running around somewhere else, Ruuming had already come to her hut alone and started to be the owner. The area here is open and the environment is quiet, which is most suitable for a person's inner practice. Because of the previous 2 times experience, when he engraved the ghost pattern of the red fire cannon again, he seemed to be much more familiar with it. The scorching heat spread from his skin, instantly dyed it into a dazzling red, as if it was covered with blood. The burning pain burst out from the inside, and instantly spread throughout his body, as if he was in a furnace, evaporating every bit of moisture in his body. As the engraving process progressed, his body temperature was also constantly soaring, and soon broke through the limit that ordinary death gods could bear. The air around him was distorted, making Ruuming, who was sitting in the center, seem a little abstract. The difficulty of engraving the ghost pattern of the red fire cannon is obviously several times higher than that of Bailey. In addition to the relatively complex pattern, there is another very important reason. That is, as the ghost pattern of the red fire cannon was completed, it actually conflicted with Bailey. The characteristics of the two are not interlinked, so if you want to perfectly integrate them, you still need some time to hone them. At this moment, Ruuming seemed to be in a furnace hell. The flames surrounded her, tightly enveloping her, and wantonly burning everything around her. The tenacious will once again played a role. Compared with the life in the Nigu district when she was young, this hardship was still within her tolerance. Time passed bit by bit. In the twisted figure, several black lines appeared inexplicably, climbing and winding on the surface, adding a bit of weird temperament to it. In response, Ruuming closed his eyes, unaware of it, and devoted himself to engraving the ghost lines. When the last stroke fell, his eyes suddenly opened, the mark of the flame flashed in his pupils, the scorching flames around him instantly converged, and finally a new mark was drawn on the ring finger of his left hand. It's done. Compared to before, Ruuming clearly perceived the changes in his own spirit body, and his already strong quality was taken to a higher level. Apart from anything else, if he were to face the black base sand hollow again, he could leave with more dignity even without the sacrifice. The lack of mana alone would make him unable to hold on. He could fight, but only a little. To be evenly matched with the black base sand hollow, or to kill it head-on degree, and he still needs to work hard on the spiritual pressure training. Thinking of this, Ruuming shook off the remaining clothes and ashes on his body, and took out a brand new Mao school uniform and put it on. He doesn't have much else now, but a lot of clothes. Every day, the sign-in is either the palace clothes or the Mao school uniform, and occasionally you can draw 2 women's styles. Like today's sign-in. Ruuming suddenly remembered that because his thoughts were interrupted by Kukaki Sojun, he didn't seem to have signed in today. He opened the daily sign casually. 3 seconds later, Ruuming was blinded by a light that was bright enough to blind him and couldn't open his eyes. He couldn't see what was going on. Wow, golden legend! Indistinctly, he seemed to hear a heroic voice spreading in all directions. The exaggerated performance immediately made Ruuming full of expectations for the prize he drew. What will it be? Star Platinum? The world? Or, Killing Whale Fist? No one can resist the temptation of Ola, no one. Rewards are presented. Get the level of white fighting +5, the current level is LV28. Because I killed the black base sand hollow with my bare hands before, I have a new understanding of white fighting, and I have upgraded from LV22 to LV23. 5 more levels, now directly to LV28. New knowledge about white fighting emerged in my mind, like waves, rising and falling, until it was completely mastered and integrated into myself. Well, it's better to have it than not. Ruuming sighed, and the expectation turned into nothingness, and then continued to start a new round of practice. The improvement of white fighting is better than nothing. The occasional good luck in the daily sign is just a manifestation of the extreme accumulation of bad luck. Someone once said that life is nothing but ups and downs. Fortunately, Ruuming's life is not as tragic as he said. The engraving of the ghost pattern aggravated the injury to a certain extent, but it also improved the quality of some spiritual bodies again. So, it's just a minor injury, not worth mentioning. No one can stop him from rolling inward. When he thought that he was recovering from his injury while Aizen was studying in the Spiritual Arts Academy, Ruuming felt a heartache and couldn't breathe at all. Adhering to this concept, he quickly entered the state of practice. And at this moment, Zhenshao Temple, District 32, East Ryu Seoul Street. The dense forest in the suburbs, the messy battlefield. The Research Institute staff and the second team have begun to conduct a detailed survey here to find the specific reason why the Great Hollow broke into the Seoul Society. However, in the south of them, several blurred waves of light merged into the air, and the eyes hidden in the light watched all this quietly. The spiritual pressure was brewing. And in the south, a thin figure was covered by the same waves of light, and the calm brown eyes stared at the blurred figures in front. The killing intent is spreading. Chapter 59 Who is the mantis and who is the aureole? An abnormal lepton flow fluctuation was found at the fixed point west 3604 and north 6273. The researchers conducted a survey outside the nearly collapsed mountain to capture the hidden parts left behind. The presence of Hueco Mundo spirit particles indicates that the black Gizapoda's hollows came from Hueco Mundo. The remaining spiritual pressure at the scene is from Captain Hirako Mako, the hollows, the assassins of the rebel forces, and the one who returned to the Spiritual Arts Academy, Moonlight. Didn't the one named Aizen Kazunoko take action? Maybe they were frightened by the assassins and the hollows that suddenly appeared, and they didn't react for a while. This crisis has far exceeded the limit of the students' tolerance. It is a great miracle that the two did not die on the spot. We can't expect everyone in the Spiritual Arts Academy to be a genius. Similar exchanges continued to sound in the crowd. They exchanged views and discoveries, and made a deep restoration of everything that happened at the scene, so as to discover the truth of the hollows appearing in Seoul society. However, just as they were getting closer and closer to the truth, something changed suddenly. The air fluctuated, and circles of ripples spread out from the periphery. Several black figures with their whole bodies covered appeared nearby, along with a huge ghost barrier. With lightning speed, a huge semicircle was formed, covering everyone. Who is it? The researchers came back to their senses from the discussion and exclaimed. The Shinigami responsible for protecting them also entered the combat state at the first time, and drew their Zanpakuto, with the tips of the blades pointed diagonally, releasing their spiritual pressure. Kill them all. The hoarse voice was obviously disguised, and its characteristics could not be identified at all. At the command, the black shadows burst out with overwhelming spiritual pressure and began a one-sided massacre. The Shinigami who appeared here were at least at the level of lower-ranking officers, and the strong ones even had the spiritual pressure of upper-ranking officers. With their strength, it was not difficult to deal with a group of Shinigami who were just elite soldiers and lower-ranking officers. Soon, the battlefield fell into a new chaos. Someone tried to break through the barrier with the broken way and release the information here to the spirit court. But after several attempts, they gave up this meaningless act with despair on their faces. The appearance of this group of people was premeditated. They had already compared the difference in strength between the two sides and ruled out all unexpected factors. They had no chance of winning at all. The only thing they could do was to be killed. The soldiers of the 12th and 2nd Divisions were completely in despair, and their faces were full of fear. They held their zanpakuto tightly, and surrounded each other back to back, trying to relieve the tension and fear in their hearts. The black shadows did not give them too much time to entangle. With a raised hand and a fell knife, several more soldiers of the 2nd Division fell. As the death gods who protected the researchers to survey the scene, they had done their duty. As villains, the black shadows strictly abided by the principle that talking too much would kill them. Except for the initial order issued by the leader, they did not say a word during the whole process. The breath of killing was constantly spreading. The nose was filled with the smell of blood, and the bright red occupied the eyeballs. The exploding red fire cannon vented its blazing heat, ignited and burned everything around, and turned everything in sight into ashes. The Black Shadow leader calmly watched the scene in front of him. According to the task given by the adult, all traces left here must be completely erased. Everything went very smoothly until a hazy, distorted and familiar light appeared in sight. The Black Shadow leader's pupils shrank suddenly, and he instinctively exclaimed, "There is someone behind me." Before he finished speaking, the gorgeous sword light bloomed on the battlefield, and with it, a more colorful and beautiful flower emerged. No one is more familiar with what that light is than him. 26th Binding Dao, Chu Guang. Just now, a group of them were covered by Chu Guang and successfully approached the scene, killing these death gods by surprise. The difference is that when they were ready to take action, they could no longer continue to maintain the concealing effect of Chu Guang. On the other hand, the figure that suddenly appeared on the battlefield, even with the curved light, had already burst out with amazing fighting power. Even if only the most basic sword-cutting technique was used, it was still as easy to kill people as to slaughter chickens. With a raised hand and a fell knife, the life was completely lost. With such strength, at worst he was a high-ranking officer, or even stronger. Strangle. Realizing the gap in strength between the enemy and us, the Black Shadow leader reacted quickly and issued a new order before the third member died. The Black Shadows also came to their senses in his roar, and immediately changed their formation, bursting out in a flash, and surrounded the figure covered by the curved light from different directions. Their spiritual pressures intertwined and mixed with each other, making the air sticky and heavy. No matter who you are. The voice of the Black Shadow leader was like gravel rubbing hard on sandpaper, giving people a sense of physical discomfort. There is only one outcome for appearing here. That is, death. The roars fell, and the shadows attacked the figure in the center of the formation from different angles. The next moment, a handful of blood flew up. Through the Pruchna mask, there was a trace of disbelief and astonishment on the face, and the piercing pain in the chest was frantically eating away at his reason. How is it possible? At the moment of death, he saw the true face hidden under the curved light. In the brown pupils, there was a calmness like an ancient well, as if everything in front of him could not make him move at all. He wanted to remind his companions, but his throat was already filled with plasma filled with bubbles, and he could not make a sound. Raise the storm, Kenpachi. Seeing that the strangulation formation could not work, the shadow leader released his zanpakuto at the first time, and dazzling white light burst out on the blade. When the light receded, the original standard blade turned into a sharp sickle with a curved handle. Without any hesitation, he swung his sickle forward and chopped it down. In an instant, a whistling wind rose up, carrying a sharp sound of breaking through the air, and crushed towards the figure. The wind blown by the sickle weasel was composed of countless tiny blade lights. As long as you were caught in it, the whole person would be torn into pieces. Facing the oncoming gust of wind, the blurred figure remained unmoved. Only at the moment of approaching, he slightly raised his left hand and extended his index finger. The 63 thunder roar cannon of the Broken Way. The moment the voice fell, the pupils of the shadow leader shrank suddenly, and the defense of the whistling wind stopped abruptly at this moment, replaced by the scorching lightning that tore everything apart. The dazzling golden light burst out in an instant, and the twisted and hideous arc of electricity rushed into the sky, completely lighting up the entire battlefield, reflecting the faces of people who were extremely surprised. The next moment, the thunder condensed into an unparalleled beam of light, swallowing everything in sight with an unstoppable momentum. Thanks to 202309301701363303 for the reward. Chapter 60. The big test is approaching. What is your choice? The grand thunder fell, swallowing everything in front. Hurricane, sickle weasel, black figure. Even before he could scream, his life was gone, leaving only a charred corpse that could not be identified, lying quietly in the big pit blasted by thunder and lightning. Seeing this, the black shadows were stunned in place, unable to come back to their senses for a long time. The leader was already the strongest among them, but he was killed instantly by the opponent's broken way of broken chanting. This strength gap was enough to make anyone present despair. Without much hesitation, when everyone reacted, they immediately prepared to flee the battlefield. But their actions were still a step slow. After getting rid of the most threatening person in the most powerful way, all eyes were focused on himself. The figure hidden in the curved light turned the zanpakuto in his hand downward, the tip of the blade pointed to the ground, and the shimmering light rippled on the blade. Instantly, everyone's movements were frozen, and the air seemed to stagnate as well, as if the pause button was pressed. Shatter, mirror flower and water moon. The calm voice echoed in the empty battlefield, and the flames burning on the edge stagnated, and the swaying amplitude slowly decreased. In the silence, a crisp sound of breaking sounded. The next moment, when the confusion in everyone's eyes disappeared, they instinctively drew out their zanpakuto and killed the black shadow beside them. Blood flowed, gathered into a river on the ground, until it covered the charred black. At some point, the figure retreated to the edge of the battlefield, and a pair of brown eyes calmly watched the scene of the fight, as if everything had nothing to do with him. Rebels, nobles, interests, power. Aizen muttered to himself with a calm expression, is this the essence of soul society? It's really dirty. Although that guy doesn't look smart, he seems to see more clearly than anyone else. This is probably intuition. The battle became more and more intense, until all the enemies in everyone's eyes died. The survivors woke up from their confusion. They looked at everything happening in front of them in astonishment. Several figures covered in black clothes lay on the ground in all directions, and their bodies seemed to have been cut by countless blades, almost turning into meat paste. Blood flowed under their bodies, dyeing the charred ground deep red. We did all this. How is it possible? I'm a researcher. Don't look at me, I can't even release the number 10 broken path. In surprise, a group of people quickly exchanged their confessions and finally determined the reason. There is great terror between life and death. It was this terror that stimulated their potential and killed the black shadows who came to attack and assassinate. So I'm so strong. One of the researchers stared at his bloody hands and said in a daze. What kind of research is that? I want to join the 11th Squadron and fight on the front line. Second, together. The survivors, blinded by the fruits of victory, howled and shouted, showing great excitement. Most of them were unable to join the formal organization of the 13th Squadron due to insufficient strength, and could only conduct some basic experimental research in the Zaihu Research Institute. Now that their potential has been discovered, they naturally want to move towards a better future. After some discussion, everyone decided to report to the 11th Squadron tomorrow. Aizen didn't care about the consequences of his own illusions, and whether the group of people could survive was not related to him. What he was concerned about next, in addition to the simplification and development of the ghost path pattern, was another very important thing. Comprehensive Aid Center, Ward 3. What did you say? Ruuming widened his eyes. The Spiritual Academy still has final exams. Eisen had expected someone's reaction, so his expression was very calm, as if it had nothing to do with him. This. It should be common sense. Kokaki Sojun on the bed next to him smiled. Didn't Mr. Feng tell you? No, absolutely not. Ruuming shook his head to deny it. He had no impression at all. I explained it in the first class. Eisen said expressionlessly, because you and I participated in 2 missions, the practical class was passed with full marks. Although I didn't contribute much in these 2 times. Ruuming's eyes widened even wider, like copper bells. I know you are going to be tested in the final exam. I have prepared for you what you may be tested on. You just need to memorize it to pass the exam. Ruuming smiled and called him a good brother. Then, Eisen moved a 20-centimeter-high stack of books to the bed. Seeing this, Ruuming's smile froze and asked in a trembling voice, so many. This is the catalog. Over there are the things to memorize. Eisen pointed out the window. Books piled up like a small mountain, almost filling the corridor. 3 Histories of Soul Society, Origin of Team 13, Essence of Hollow, Structure and Analysis of Spirits, Burial and Purification of Souls. Akira Kisaragi looked at the familiar face in front of him in shock, and listened quietly to him reading the titles of books for nearly a minute. These are the most basic theories. Eisen sighed, I have simplified it as much as possible for you. If you can't even remember these, you can only give up the exam. What about you? Of course I remember them all. Eisen was helpless. With Kisaragi's talent, it only took a little time to master this knowledge. But this guy would rather go to the waterfall and chop with a heavy knife than memorize a word. In his words, memorizing these won't make you stronger, isn't it just for nothing? The brain capacity is limited, he has to allocate the limited space reasonably, only in this way can he stand at the top. Although I don't understand why a student who hasn't graduated yet suddenly has such a lofty ideal. But seeing that this guy is determined, Eisen can't say much, so he can only let him go. Damn it! Guuming was furious. I have the answer in my head, isn't that equivalent to cheating? Do you dare to compare your luck openly? After the voice fell, the ward fell into silence. The 2 looked at the angry boy with strange eyes, and for a moment they didn't know how to talk. After a moment of silence, the good guy Kokaki Sojun persuaded. In fact, there is not much content to memorize in one life, and there is still some time before the final exam, you only need to. After a lot of chattering, Guuming tried to calm down and start memorizing from the catalog. But he gave up soon. Even though the text on it has been simplified to the best, Ruuming felt a headache when he thought about having to write down so many useless things. It obviously won't help his future life at all. So, Ruuming put down the book and took out a series of sacrificial supplies such as incense, coins, and offerings from under the bed. Then, he began to offer sacrifices in puzzled eyes. Is he always like this? Kokaki Sojun asked in confusion. Izom's eyes flashed with helplessness and he nodded. Sure enough. There was no surprise. Between doing the test and cheating, this guy chose to cheat. Chapter 61 What is a Genius? Leaning Back. Squad 13, Yukian Hall. Yukitake Jushiro lay on the bed with his eyes slightly closed and his brows furrowed, as if he was suffering in a nightmare. The next moment, he suddenly woke up, and the moment he sat up straight, he coughed violently, as if he was going to cough out all his internal organs. Soon, a tall figure hurriedly ran in from the corridor and asked anxiously. Captain, Master Yukitake, you. Before he finished speaking, he was interrupted by Yukitake Jushiro. At this moment, Yokotake was panting heavily, his face was extremely pale, and sweat like soybeans kept oozing out until his lining clothes were completely wet. After relaxing for a while, Yokotake's brows were tightly knitted together, and a low and hoarse voice sounded in the empty room. "Who is it? Abusing the power of Master Mimihaki." "First Squadron House, Captain's Office." Yamamoto Shigakuni sat upright in his chair, his eyes slightly closed, and listened to his subordinate's narration calmly. According to the investigation by the acting captain of the 2nd Squad, Omida Nozomi, the black-clad men who died in Zenjoji Temple were all rebel forces. According to the remaining clues at the scene and the analysis of the confessions collected, in addition to the rebel forces, a completely unfamiliar existence appeared on the battlefield that day. Judging from the spiritual pressure alone, there may be a vice-captain or above. Although on the surface, the other party is on our side, but an unknown vice-captain level death god must be guarded against. Okugagen's hero narrated all the contents, gave his own speculations and ideas, and finally handed the decision-making power to Yamamoto Shigakuni. He is only a third seat, and important decisions still need to be made by the captain-in-chief. "I know." The old voice sounded in the room. Yamamoto's slightly closed eyes slowly opened, the wrinkles on his face relaxed a little, giving people a sense of majesty without anger. "Let's hand over the identity of that person to the 2nd Division. It just so happens that the Shihaoran family is eager to promote a new heir to the throne, so why not let her investigate? Actually, I called you here, and..." Before he finished speaking, a violent cough sounded at the door. The two were startled and looked in the direction of the sound at the same time. Yokotake Jushiro, supported by Kotsubeki Sentaro, slowly walked into the office. "Teacher, Genshiro Senpai." Yokotake greeted the two with a pale face. Okugagen's hero nodded slightly. Yamamoto frowned and asked in confusion, "What happened?" "It's worth dragging your sick body to come here. I had a dream." "Dream?" Yamamoto and Okugagen's hero looked at each other and saw the confusion in each other's eyes. Yokotake Jushiro adjusted his breathing and said seriously, "I can't remember the specific content. But what is certain is that the dream is conveying a message to me. Someone is abusing the power of Master Mimihaki." Hearing this, Yamamoto frowned even deeper, almost together. Okugagen's hero didn't say much, but just stepped aside silently, leaving the space for the master and apprentice. The room was silent. Yamamoto thought quietly, he was naturally aware of the existence of Mimihaki. When he accepted Yokotake Jushiro as his apprentice, the other party had confided this secret to him. In the eyes of ordinary people, Mimihaki is just a single-eyed alien native god who is famous in the 76th district of East Ryahun Street. But the master and apprentice, they all know that there is another legend about this indigenous god. In ancient times, it fell from the sky to offer sacrifices to the right arm of the Spirit King. It was because Yokotake Jushiro sacrificed his lungs to Mimihaki that he survived from his serious illness and was given a certain ability to communicate with him. "Is the situation serious?" Yamamoto said in a deep voice. He knew very well that Mimihaki was of great importance and could not be sloppy. Yokotake Jushiro hesitated and said, "I am not very clear either. The dream only conveyed such a message to me. The specific impact may be known after investigating the ancestral hall of Mimihaki-sama." Yamamoto pondered for a moment, and finally said seriously, "I understand. The investigation of this matter will also be put on the agenda. You should have a good rest during this period." Yokotake Jushiro nodded, respectfully withdrew, and left the first team. Yamamoto looked at his receding figure and fell into deep thought. Reverse Bone Zone, Mimihaki, Shrine. Will it be related to that priest? Spiritual Art Academy. Mao Men's dormitory. Kiragi Akira returned to the familiar bed and fell into it with a backward tilt. Although Anohanaretsu's care and treatment were very meticulous, after all, familiar places were the most intimate. After a few days of treatment, he was officially discharged from the hospital and prepared for the upcoming final exam. Because the previous ritual sacrifice was not successful, Kiragi Akira has now completely given up the idea of passing. It is impossible to prepare for the exam. Instead of memorizing these useless things, it is better to study unique ingenuity. A long time ago, he was interested in this exclusive entry. He had no free time in the past few days and kept wasting time. Now it is a good opportunity to re-explore the potential of this entry. As for the engraving of the Kido pattern, in Aizen's words, the spirit is currently in a saturated state, and it takes a period of time to digest before it can continue to engrave new ones. As for the cultivation of spiritual pressure, too much is as bad as too little. It is enough to ensure a certain amount of time every day. About the nature of Kido, Aizen explained seriously, in fact, it can be simply summarized in one sentence. Arrange the spiritual pressure according to a specific technique to release a stronger power or show different effects. And if you want to create your own Kido, you must have a certain understanding of the basic techniques. Hand seals, spells, and spiritual pressure arrangement. The combination of the three is a complete Kido. Like this. Aizen raised his right hand, and brilliant sparks bloomed at his fingertips, outlining the appearance of lightning. This can barely be considered a self-created Heido. Judging from the destructive power alone, it is about the same as the number 1 Heido. A flash of realization flashed in Ryueming's eyes, as if thinking about something. He just skipped the theory class, and he has been following other courses. However, because of his excellent talent, Aizen started to learn the contents of the 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th resurrection very early. In terms of theory alone, even the teachers in the Spiritual Arts Academy are far behind him. After his explanation, Ryueming had a new understanding of the matter of creating his own ghost way. It seems that it is not as difficult as I imagined. He stroked his chin, and soon had an idea in his mind. Like the broken way I am most familiar with, the White Thunder. Under Aizen's curious eyes, Ryueming stretched out his left hand, and the crackling arc in his palm began to jump non-stop. And, the red fire cannon. Then, he raised his right hand again, and a ball of blazing flames ignited, emitting high temperature outward. The next moment, Aizen seemed to have anticipated something, and while his pupils shrank slightly, he instantly built a spiritual pressure defense and a binding barrier in front of him. I saw Ryueming put his hands together, and two groups of broken paths filled with destructive power suddenly collided with each other. Chapter 62. There must be something wrong with the abnormal situation. The explosion that Aizen expected did not happen. Dazzling arcs of electricity burst out from the cracks of the closed fingertips, mixed with scorching flames, causing the temperature in the dormitory to continue to rise. Energy continued to expand, suppress, and shrink at the fingertips of both hands. Even the back of his hand was reflected in a transparent red color, and the distribution of blood vessels was dense and clear. Even at a distance, the terrible destructive power contained in it could be clearly sensed. Ryueming grinned, "Look, it's done. I am indeed a rare genius in the Soul Society in 100 years. This wave is considered a treasure for the Spiritual Arts Academy." Seeing the scene in front of him, Aizen realized that when the ghost path pattern was successfully engraved, this ghost path became the characteristic of Ryueming's own spirit body. In a sense, manipulating the White Thunder and Red Fire Cannon is equivalent to manipulating a part of the body. For Ryueming, this has become an instinct. It is like licking your elbow with your tongue. Although it is difficult, there are always some gifted people who can do it. Obviously, Ryueming is such a guy. Different from the dust explosion used before, oh no, it should be called Red Smoke and White Thunder. The current fusion is closer to the disassembly and fusion of the essence of the Ghost Way. The former complements each other, while the latter changes its nature. The difficulty is not on the same level. Ryueming opened his clasped hands, and a gorgeous scene appeared in his palms, with colorful colors reflecting the hope of new life. Even Aizen couldn't help but be attracted by the scene in front of him. The burning thunder and the shining flames merged into each other's broken ways, perfectly achieving 1 + 1 3. "I've thought about it," Ruuming said confidently. "This move is called chopping electric wires with a kitchen knife." Hearing this name, Aizen slowly typed a question mark. Before he asked, Ruuming suddenly frowned, and then pulled his hands on the dazzling fusion, as if kneading dough. Soon, a straight long sword appeared in his hand. The glazed brilliance reflected the blended thunder and flames, and the scorching heat constantly distorted the surrounding air. "It's decided, this name is still louder." Ruuming raised the long sword in his hand and said seriously. "Thunder Fire Sword." Aizen frowned. "Although I don't understand why this guy would come up with such a straightforward name, I always feel that there is another meaning in it. Also, does this count as completing the self-created ghost path?" He carefully observed the Thunder Fire Sword in Ruuming's hand, and when his sight moved to the middle of the sword, his pupils suddenly shrank. The 31 circular gate fan of binding path. Without hesitation, he instinctively released a new binding path defense, and while standing in front of himself, he did not forget to bless Ruuming with a defense. The next moment, the dangerous instinct made a piercing scream. Ruuming had no time to think about it, and directly threw the Thunder Fire Sword out. Boom! The blazing thunder burst instantly, and endless arcs of electricity burst out from the narrow sword body, and the huge and terrifying impact spread in all directions. The ground cracked and the walls collapsed. The heavy spiritual pressure was released wantonly, like a flood bursting through a dam, and a terrible heat wave burst out from the impact, and the burning wind swept, and in the roar of thunder, it turned into a white-hot light, rushing straight into the sky. When Ruuming crawled out of the ruins, Aizen, who had made preparations in advance, was not as messy as him. One good news and one bad news. Aizen pulled Ruuming up from the ground and found that the animal was not seriously injured, only some skin injuries. "I am a kind person and can't stand hearing bad news. Just say good things directly." Although he had no internal injuries, Ruuming seemed a little dizzy at the moment. He didn't expect that the inside of the Thunder Fire Sword was so unstable, and the conflict of the nature of the power led to this accident. The good news is that because the Thunder Fire Sword, the power was too concentrated, so only 3 dormitories were destroyed. Because the dormitories were newly built, in order to prevent similar accidents from happening before, they were specially arranged in a dispersed manner. It turns out that Teacher Feng is still foresight. Aizen always felt strange when talking about the name that Ruuming gave to his self-created ghost way. Isn't that just right? Ruuming came to his senses. This way we can pay less. To correct it, it's you, not us. Aizen said expressionlessly. Also, it's better to keep the bad news to yourself. In order to prevent you from violating the school rules, Mr. Feng moved his dormitory next to ours. Coincidentally, it's not class time now. Ruuming glanced sideways. In the ruins, a hunched figure leaned against the broken wall, and his dim eyes looked in the direction of the 2 people. Feng Run would never have thought that the new dormitory had not been built for 2 days, and this guy actually blew it up again. Forget it, I'm tired, let's destroy it. Hey, what a coincidence, Mr. Feng. Ruuming greeted him guiltily. It was just a little uncontrollable accident during the training this time. We will pay the compensation as usual. Feng Runyi looked up at the flattering Ruuming and sighed heavily. Can you please stay away from the dormitory next time you practice? As for the compensation, just deduct it from the reward for your 2 missions. Hearing this, Ruuming frowned and looked at Feng Runyi in surprise, puzzled. You were hit on the head by a stone. You are so easy to talk to today. Feng Runyi took a deep breath, and was furious. When he was about to explode, he was shocked to find that the little ghost who made his blood pressure soar had disappeared at the end of his sight. Only Aizen was left there, looking into his eyes. Obviously. Realizing that Mr. Feng was about to explode, Yueming realized that something was wrong and pulled him back with a wind. Since he doesn't need to pay compensation, he can continue to practice his self-created ghost way. He has been thinking about the Thunder Fire Sword for a long time. To be precise, the Thunder Fire Sword has always been what he desires. Just do as you say. Aizen cleared his throat and said calmly, according to the difficulty of the two tasks, the reward should be more than enough. Feng Run also calmed down and nodded. He didn't have too many bad impressions of Aizen. To be precise, a good student like Aizen has always been loved by teachers of various subjects. If Aizen hadn't often been around Kisaragi and ruined his reputation, he might be more popular. By the way, there is one more thing. Just as Aizen was about to leave, Feng Run suddenly called him he. Dean Gen's hero came back from the 1st Squadron yesterday and summoned me to talk a lot about this kid Kisaragi Akira. Tell him to be quiet for a while, maybe someone from the 13th Squadron will come to investigate. Aizen frowned and asked puzzledly, is it related to the attack on Zenjoji Temple? Feng Run also shook his head, I don't know the details, but the dean didn't ask about the details of the mission, but asked a lot about the kid's daily life. Chapter 63 Absolute Justice. Finally it's done. In the back of the Spiritual Arts Academy, Kisaragi Akira looked at the long sword intertwined with lightning and fire in his hand and smiled with satisfaction. 3 days have passed since the last dormitory bombing. As Aizen said, creating your own Kido is not as simple as imagined. Even though he has the exclusive entry blessing of ingenuity, it took him many attempts to complete the construction of the Thunder and Fire Sword. Considering his own literary literacy, he did not compile a new Kido spell, as this kind of thing is not very friendly to his brain cells. The arrangement of spiritual pressure alone is enough to release the Thunder and Fire Sword. Besides, because there is no assistance from the Kido spells and hand seals, the difficulty of releasing it is even higher than that of the number 50 Kido. Of course, this is more convenient for someone like Yueming who has integrated the White Thunder and Red Fire Cannon into his instincts. Will you continue to create your own Kido next? Yueming has too many ideas in his mind that he is eager to realize. The feeling of achieving success in a certain field is comparable to drinking a whole bottle of ice cola in the summer. Refreshing and refreshing from head to toe. Just as he was excitedly preparing to develop the ninjutsu of the neighboring village, the familiar spiritual pressure appeared within his perception range. Aizen glanced at the final product in Kisaragi Akira's hand, and a trace of surprise flashed in his eyes, but he quickly covered it up. Akira, the people from the first team are here. Kisaragi Akira was puzzled, they come if they want to, could it be for the destroyed dormitory? I learned from Aizen before that Feng Jun also withheld all the mission rewards. That money alone is enough to build another 10 or 8 dormitories. He didn't worry at all that the other party was here to ask for punishment. It's about you. Aizen's expression became more serious. Teacher Feng specifically reminded me that Dean Gen's hero came back from the first team and asked him a lot of details about your daily life. The first team's soldiers coming here this time may also be related to this. Hearing this, Kisaragi Akira's heart skipped a beat, and instinctively used his brain to think about the mistakes he might have made recently. Mao Canteen? No, he hasn't visited at night for a long time. The destroyed dormitory? Obviously, compensation has been paid. Hiss. In a trance, Kisaragi thought of a possibility. Could it be related to the matter of the Comprehensive Rescue Center? Could it be that the secret between me and Captain Anohana has been exposed? Although I don't know what this guy is thinking, judging from his ever-changing and wonderful expression, it is probably not a good thing. It's not good for the doctor. Kisaragi came back to his senses and looked at Aizen nervously. Did it happen? Aizen said lightly, the line of Mr. Kaed should still work. You should first find him to prove each mission, and then go to the White Road Gate to find the hero Icon Sakaji Ichiro, and then go back to Rukonga through him. Kisaragi looked at his best friend in confusion. I never expected that Aizen, who has always been serious, would say such a thing. However, he quickly realized that since it was just a joke, it must not be a bad thing. Ah, very good. Ruuming was relieved and disassembled the thunder and fire sword in his palm, returning it to the posture of white thunder and red fire cannon, and then, with a roar, completely let its spirit return to the embrace of the Soul Society. Elbow, go meet the elite Shinigami of the first team. Aizen glanced at the back mountain that was bombed into a bare piece, and his eyes twitched slightly, somewhat surprised by Ruuming's execution. For 3 days, except for going to the cafeteria to eat, he spent the rest of the time making explosions in the back mountain and creating the Kido Thunder and Fire Sword. Talented and hard-working. Should I say, worthy of Ruuming? Not long after, he met the elite soldiers of the first team as he wished. As the leading unit of the Godi I-13, the first squadron has a wide range of duties. In addition to assigning tasks, it can also temporarily command other squads. Therefore, all the soldiers who can join the first squadron are the best among the Shinigami. All Shinigami are proud to join the first squadron. Mr. Kisaragi, the Captain General asks you to go to the first squadron. The other party was very polite, and did not show the common phenomenon of bullying the weak and arrogant in novels. Moreover, the address was also very strange. Is this the proper address for a student who has not yet graduated? Or are the soldiers of the first squadron more polite? Oh, okay. Akira Kisaragi agreed happily. He has been looking forward to going to that place for a long time. The first squadron dormitory. Akira Kisaragi, led by the notifying Shinigami, officially came herein. Different from the looseness of the 4th Division, the 1st Division's barracks are full of guards and Shinigami coming and going. They are all awe-inspiring, with a faint spiritual pressure lingering around them, giving people a sense of oppression. As the figure in front of him passed through several corridors, Ruuming officially came to a house filled with the fragrance of tea. Compared with the surrounding buildings, this tea house looks more simple. Mr. Ruu, please come in, the captain is waiting for you. The informing Shinigami was extremely respectful, as if he was facing those big shots. Ruuming suppressed his curiosity, took 2 steps forward, and opened the door. Suddenly, the fragrant tea fragrance filled the surroundings, refreshing the heart and relaxing the tense atmosphere. Ruuming stood at the door and had a full view of everything. Simple calligraphy and painting decoration, an antique tea table placed horizontally, a tea stove making a gurgling sound beside, and a constant stream of tea fragrance coming out from the spout and lid of the pot. A not-so-tall figure sat beside the tea table, with slightly closed eyes, a shining head, a grey beard that almost reached the ground, and straight white eyebrows. Although he was not wearing the captain's haori, this distinctive appearance still allowed Ruuming to determine the other party's identity at the first time. The captain of the Godi I-13, the strongest god of death in Soul Society for 1,000 years, Yamamoto Genryusai Shigakuni. Thinking of this, Ruuming felt a little nervous inexplicably. He entered the room carefully, and when he was about to salute, he heard a long-lost familiar voice. Location check-in, Yamamoto Shigakuni's exclusive tea house. Get spiritual pressure level +3, currently LV59. Get sword level +3, currently LV70. Get white fighting level +3, currently LV31. Get instant step level +3, currently LV26. Get ghost level +3, currently LV35. Get exclusive entry, absolute justice. Absolute justice, cannot tolerate those who neglect justice. For this group, damage increased by 50%. Hidden effect, my heart and my actions are as clear as a mirror, everything I do is justice. Ruuming was overwhelmed by surprise and subconsciously took a breath. The fragrance of tea poured into my mouth, but before I could taste it, I heard an old and majestic voice in the tea house. Ryueming, do you know your crime? As soon as these words came out, another hissing sound came. The data is fine, because I have been practicing and improving. In addition, I would like to thank Crazy Guza for his reward, and thank all the book friends for their monthly votes and recommendation votes. Chapter 64 The Flashing Death Star. Ah! I don't know. Ryueming had no awareness of admitting his mistakes. Before the evidence was placed in front of him, no, it should be said that even if the evidence was placed in front of him, he would choose to deny it vigorously. Captain General, you can't talk nonsense without evidence. As soon as these words came out, the room fell into silence. The tea stove made a gurgling sound, which made the silence seem a little more awkward. Perhaps he didn't expect Ryueming to react like this, and Yamamoto couldn't even react for a while. So that the air at this moment was particularly quiet. After a while, he realized that the conventional means of intimidation might not work on the little ghost in front of him, so the majestic voice sounded again in the tea house. Hey, evidence! I just collected some solid evidence. Take a good look, don't say I wronged you, these things should be done by you, right? After the voice fell, a pile of papers was placed on the tea table. On it, black and white words were written clearly and clearly. Ryueming picked up the white paper and read it carefully. He was very curious about what crime he had committed that was worth the captain's mobilization of so many troops. But when the matter came to an end, he had nothing to panic. If it was really serious, the one who came to summon him would not be a soldier of the first team, but a gilded jacket. In summary, it's not a big problem. However, when Ryueming began to read the evidence on the manuscript, he couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. On September 13, he performed an exorcism on a female classmate without authorization and charged a high fee of 124 rings. On September 27, he openly sold the amulets of the Nigu temple and made a large amount of illegal profits. On October 11, he privately opened an altar, prayed for the students and many teachers, communicated with the gods, and told them everyone's requests, and once again made a large amount of illegal profits. On October 20, he arbitrarily raised the price of amulets and disrupted the normal market order. On November 16, without reporting, he performed a sacrifice in the Mao men's dormitory without authorization. The price of amulets will be raised again on November 17th. November 19. After browsing all the evidence, Ryueming put the manuscript on the tea table, took a deep breath, and said solemnly, I protest. This is discrimination against our profession. Yamamoto was slightly stunned. He just saw that the other party's expression was much more serious. He thought that this kid could say something to refute it. He didn't expect it to be so, straightforward. The protest is invalid. Yamamoto's voice rose a little, I have the final right to interpret the content of the evidence. Besides, these are all inquired from other people in the Spiritual Arts Academy. The evidence is irrefutable. What can you quibble about? Pleading guilty is the right way. Ryueming was furious. He didn't expect that the dignified Yamamoto Genryusai Shigakuni, the captain of the Godi I-13, would be such a person who couldn't tell right from wrong and black from white. He still called himself righteous. Exorcism is for the other party's good. The amulet can also effectively ensure the safety of the customer. Praying for blessings is for the sake of others, so that the one-eyed God can bless them with good health in the future. As for the damage caused by the sacrifice, it was completely an accident. Besides, I have already compensated. Ryueming explained his reasons very quickly, and seemed quite justified. Exorcism is for the other party's good. The amulet can also effectively ensure the safety of the customer. Praying for blessings is for the sake of others, so that the one-eyed God can bless them with good health in the future. As for the damage caused by the sacrifice, it was completely an accident. Besides, I have already compensated. Rueming explained his reasons very quickly, and seemed quite justified. Well, the compensation money was taken out of illegal profits. Yamamoto admitted, is there anything else to say? If not, I will issue an order to punish you. According to the crime you committed, you should be imprisoned in the third floor of the Mu underground prison, the hell of all combinations, for 107 years. Rueming was a little dumbfounded. He thought the old man was joking with him, but he didn't expect it to be serious. Wait, are you sure the ruling is okay? Rueming was a little flustered, and seemed to have noticed something wrong, but couldn't say it for a while. What can be the problem? Don't I have the power to rule? Yamamoto was so powerful that the tea house was immediately filled with a hot atmosphere, and the temperature in the air began to rise steadily. No. Rueming came to his senses. According to the laws and regulations of Seoul society, imprisonment in the Mu underground prison requires the ruling of the Mu 46th chamber. Hearing this, Yamamoto's eyes flashed with surprise. He didn't expect that Rueming, who was just a freshman in the Spiritual Arts Academy, would be so familiar with the laws and regulations of the Seoul society. Rueming was relieved, let out a long breath, and picked up the teacup on the tea table and drank it all in one gulp. Just now, he was frightened by Yamamoto and didn't even notice that there were 2 sets of tea sets on the tea table. I want to ask, is there any place that would prepare tea for the criminals when interrogating them? It is obvious that Yamamoto summoned him not to question him, but for other reasons. Tell me, what is the matter with you calling me here? Rueming picked up the teapot of Guru and filled it with tea. He treated this place as his own home, which made Yamamoto inexplicably angry. For some reason, he seemed to see some familiar shadows in the kid in front of him. That was not a good memory. Actually, Yamamoto had been brewing his emotions for a long time, and he took out the skills of self-cultivation in his daily life to suppress the anger in his heart, and slowly said in a voice that he thought was calm. It is related to the Nigu shrine. Rueming nodded. When he came to his senses, he had already guessed it. Compared with burning the dojo and beating the teacher, what kind of crime can selling a few amulets be considered? Moreover, the entire content of the manuscript is related to his identity as a priest, so Yamamoto summoned him here probably for something related to sacrifice or priesthood. In other words, the spearhead is directly pointed at the object of the Nigu Shen shrine. The one-eyed god, Mimi Haji. Thinking of this, Rueming became more serious. As the current priest of the Nigu Shen shrine, you should be very familiar with everything in it. Yamamoto pondered and said, do you really know the true identity of the one-eyed alien native god? Rueming frowned slightly, hesitated for a moment, and nodded again. It is impossible to hide it. Since Yamamoto brought it up, he must know the secrets of the Nigu shrine. Seeing this, Yamamoto struck while the iron was hot and said with a serious expression, "K's power is very special. People who can be recognized by it are also very special in a sense. And not long ago, I learned that someone was abusing Mimi Haki's power of controlling the eyes. According to speculation, this person is most likely you." Rueming was startled, then reacted, and grinned. "I understand, it turns out that the Captain General has other requests. Future, marriage, fate, what do you think you are?" The words stopped abruptly, and Rueming shut up in time, because just now, he noticed the flash of the Death Star. This time it was his Death Star. Chapter 65 Tragedy caused by 2 roasted sweet potatoes. "I just want to remind you not to abuse the power of Mimi Hachi's eyes." After threatening with his eyes, Yamamoto said in a low and majestic voice, "Since you know that it is the right hand of the Soul King, you should understand the importance of Mimi Hachi to the Soul Society and even the 3 realms. Such an existence should not be used casually." Rueming nodded and echoed, "Of course, as a chief priest, I respect Lord Mimi Hachi very much. I only greet you once a day, occasionally ask about the situation at the Nigujin shrine, still the spirits of the dead, help me analyze the sword Zen, and consult if there is any way to pass the final exam quickly. After describing it, Yamamoto found that his fists were hard. This kid in front of him didn't treat Mimi Haji as a real god at all. How can you greet the god you believe in every day? You have to consult the situation of the shrine from time to time. Is this a god or a mouthpiece? What's more outrageous is that this kid even entrusts Mimi Haji with the most basic training of the god of death, such as sword Zen, without any respect at all. Even more outrageous is that when facing the final exam, others cheated on the test, but he directly performed a ritual to communicate with the god. No wonder Fuzu had a nightmare. You are so reckless, aren't you worried that Mimi Haji will blame you for your recklessness? Yamamoto calmed down his emotions, resisted the urge to punch this kid, and asked in a deep voice. Blame? Ruming looked at the old man opposite in surprise, and asked puzzledly, why does the captain have such a strange idea? Hey! Yamamoto was puzzled. Ruming grinned. I see, I understand your idea. In fact, Lord Mimi Haji is not as arrogant as you think, and he is not as self-righteous as some people are. In fact, he is very easygoing, but he doesn't like to talk. Ruming didn't know what the concept of the right hand of the Spirit King was. As I said at the beginning, many details in this world were not clear. But after living in the Nigu shrine for many years, he had already figured out Mimi Haji's true character. Like quiet, easygoing, and believes in the principle of equal exchange. Like himself, he often promotes Mimi Haji's name around Nigu and spreads his faith to various areas of Rukanga. This alone is enough for Mimi Haji to unconditionally forgive his seemingly offensive behavior. For Ruming, Mimi Haji is not like a god, but more like a friend worth making friends with. After hearing these words, Yamamoto felt that his worldview had been impacted to a certain extent. Learned a long time ago when he knew that the god worshipped in the Akatsuki Nigamai shrine was actually the right hand of the Soul King, he was very cautious about it. He had never had an idea like Ruming. To make friends with the right hand of the Soul King? How thick-skinned must one be to ignore his identity and communicate with him on an equal footing? Looking at the young man talking in front of him, Yamamoto remained silent for a long time, with a thoughtful look in his eyes. According to the information provided by his subordinates, the chief priest of the Nigamai shrine has been recruited by Shifunji Yuan Yuryuaki, Kokaki Sojun, Anohana Retsu, and Wuling Tesai. And now, he is just a first-time student who has not yet graduated. What kind of charm does Ruming have? Is it just talent? I understand. Yamamoto nodded slightly, temporarily accepting this unacceptable setting. Seeing that the other party was very reluctant, Ruming frowned and put down the empty teacup. Captain, you don't have to force yourself. In fact, I have a very simple way to prove everything I just said. Without waiting for Yamamoto to say no, Kisaragi Akira immediately took off the blue and white Mao school uniform, revealing the complicated priest's uniform underneath. Teacups, royal coins, rattles, incense sticks. All the sacrificial supplies are available. The spiritual pressure surged, lingering around. Kisaragi Akira's expression was serious, and he immediately began the sacrificial ceremony. In the name of Kisaragi, the one-eyed god Mimi Haji. A series of sacrificial spells were chanted, and familiar waves came from the distant Toriakanagai, with sacrificial supplies as the medium. The power of the royal eye, descending on the first team. Buzz. The air was trembling, and the materialized spiritual pressure flowed freely on the tea table until Mimi Haji's single black eye was outlined. Sacrifice, well, that's it. Under Yamamoto's puzzled gaze, Ruming took out 2 sweet roasted sweet potatoes from his pocket and placed them on the tea table. Release the power of the royal eye hidden deep in the shrine. The black shadow flowed out of the teacup, and the dense branches intertwined and blended, condensing into a right hand with a single eye on the palm, and indifferent emotions were revealed in it. As the pressure fell on the tea house, Yamamoto's expression became extremely solemn, and even the slightly closed eyes slowly opened, emitting burning sparks. The black shadow's single eye looked around and finally fell on Yamamoto. In an instant, two huge spiritual pressures collided with each other, bursting out a powerful impact. Time seemed to stagnate because of this, and the momentum of both sides collided, giving others an illusion that it was difficult to maintain. Yamamoto looked directly at that the independent right hand kept rising, and the old eyes ignited a raging fire again, as if to burn the whole space clean. After a moment of confrontation, Mimi Haji lowered his eyes and fell on Ryueming, whose expression was slightly dull. His indifferent and disorderly tone sounded, echoing in the crumbling tea house. Not enough. Yamamoto looked at Ryueming opposite in surprise, with a puzzled look on his face. What is this kid doing? As a priest who is familiar with Mimi Haji, Ryueming naturally knows what this taciturn god means. Ahem, big brother misunderstood. I just want to introduce you to our captain, Yamamoto Genryusai Shigakuni. Not fighting with him. Mimi Haji's single eye fell on Yamamoto. After staring for a moment, he nodded, then turned into a black shadow, disintegrated in the tea house, and disappeared in an instant. Before leaving, he did not forget to take away the roasted sweet potatoes that Ryueming had placed on the tea table. A misunderstanding was resolved. Yamamoto looked at the smirking boy with an unexpected look on his face. After the explanation, he naturally understood what had just happened. Misunderstanding, misunderstanding. Ryueming explained, because I had already performed the sacrifice before coming here, Lord Mimi Haji thought I was in danger this time. It was a complete accident. Yamamoto was silent, his eyes swept over the imperial coins and incense on the tea table. Although it was just an accident, the performance just now also fully demonstrated the importance of Ryueming to Mimi Haji. After a moment of silence, in Ryueming's uneasy mood, Yamamoto slowly asked. By the way, the divination you mentioned before, can it really calculate anything? Ryueming. Thanks to Daniel 74 for the reward. Chapter 66 You have been beaten up. When Ryueming realized what Yamamoto said, his eyes lit up immediately. What is business coming to the door, what is a reputation? He leaned back slightly, picked up the tea that had been offered, took a sip, and cleared his throat tactically after taking a full posture. No deception, no money is not wanted. What is it? Marriage, wealth, health, future, relatives. Ryueming listed more than a dozen things in one breath, as if he wanted to predict the future. I do have something I want to predict. Yamamoto's eyes narrowed slightly, and his original momentum also faded, as if he was just an ordinary old man. About the future fate of Soul Society and the Godii 13. Can it be calculated? Ryueming nodded and said frankly, of course. After the words fell, under Yamamoto's puzzled gaze, Ryueming took out the tortoise shell and copper coins used for divination from his empty sleeves and pockets. As a priest, of course, he is not just a fool. He still has some serious knowledge. Since Yamamoto provided me with a new entry, it is okay to calculate it. As for the tortoise shell divination, it is a divination method that has existed since the existence of the Nigiga shrine. Shizun taught it personally, and he once used it in the Nigiga district and even near Rukanga. It was developed in nearby areas and became famous. Now, it has been directly developed in the spiritual court. The low-level red fire cannon ignited in the palm of his hand, adding a touch of warmth to the tea house that had just cooled down. Seeing this, Yamamoto's slightly closed eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. The relevant information has mentioned Ryueming's genius many times, but this is the first time to observe it so closely. The last time I saw Ryueming's performance was in the Spiritual Academy, where he beat the Spiritual Academy Elite 6 revived with his bare hands. That black Yamamoto said that he still remembers it vividly. Few Shinigami would give their moves such strange names. It is neither beautiful nor domineering. However, after a conversation with Ruuming, Yamamoto suddenly realized that this strange name was particularly harmonious on this kid, without any disobedience at all. Now, the opponent has shown many talents that ordinary people cannot achieve in a short period of time, which inevitably makes Yamamoto feel a little bit of love for talent. The last time such a talented Shinigami was the one named Jing, the guy who loves Le Chun Shui. Ruuming controlled the temperature of the red fire cannon and began to roast the tortoise shell, while muttering something. The sacrificial spells and divination spells inherited from the Nigu Shen shrine echoed in the tea house, filling the originally small room with a strange atmosphere. The crackling sound of burning sounded continuously. Ruuming frowned slightly, and interpreted the result of this divination from the cracks on the tortoise shell and the rhythmic crackling sound. After pondering for a moment, he gave his evaluation. Strange. Yamamoto was puzzled, and when he was about to ask, he heard Ruuming continue. After so many years of divination, this is the first time I have encountered such a strange hexagram. Everything in the past is clearly visible, but the future seems to be covered with a thick fog, and it is not clear at all. Yamamoto showed a puzzled look and asked curiously, "What did you see about the past?" "A young man who looks like you, the Captain General, with a Mediterranean hairstyle, was beaten by a huge creature that looked like it had albinism. It was completely powerless to fight back, so miserable." Yamamoto was silent. Ruuming was amazed and said that he had never seen such a huge creature. Judging from its appearance, it had all the characteristics of a hollow. But he had never heard of such a huge hollow in his past life or this life. Compared to it, the big hollow Jillian, which was as big as a high-rise building, was just a child's toy. The two were not on the same level at all. While Ruuming was describing the relevant details, he failed to notice that the veins on the forehead of Yamamoto opposite him had already popped out, which was particularly eye-catching on his smooth forehead. "Asshole, I asked about the future of Soul Society and Team 13, not the past." Ruuming extinguished the red fire cannon, put away the tortoise shell, and muttered in a low voice, "It's not visible. Although this situation is not normal, it does not account for a lot. How about you change it?" Yamamoto took a deep breath and tried to calm down. "By yourself. The boy in front of him and the image in his memory are more and more overlapping. The two are definitely on the same level in terms of irritating people. Let's stop here. The content of today's conversation must be kept confidential. Yamamoto no longer wants to see Ruuming. Also, you should have a sense of propriety in your heart about the sacrifice. I won't restrict you too much. Okay, get out." Ruuming looked embarrassed and hesitated. "Although I can't calculate anything, but considering the scrapped tortoise shell, do you think you can reimburse me?" Yamamoto said in a deep voice, concisely, "Get out." "Okay." Ruuming drank the tea in the cup and fled the tea house very quickly. Although he didn't make any money from Yamamoto, he got the entry of absolute justice and the reward of +3 for all levels. It can only be said that this wave of blood profit. As Ruuming left, Yamamoto sat there, staring at the gurgling teapot in a trance. Divination, exorcism, blessing, sacrifice, Mimi Hatch's trust. This kid doesn't understand the path that our predecessors never imagined. His existence is already the most serious provocation to the Soul Society. It is imperative that he take the right path, otherwise, I can only. As if he was thinking about the past, Yamamoto's eyelids drooped, and his breath gradually calmed down. The tea house was filled with the fragrance of tea. Ruuming, who escaped from the first team's dormitory, fell into deep thought on the way back to the courtyard. There was definitely something wrong with the divination just now. Because he wanted to build a good relationship with Yamamoto and establish trust as soon as possible, he did not fool the other party just now, but sincerely used the divination method inherited from the Nigu Shen shrine. The result was indeed as he said. Only see the past, not the future. But normally, this result is impossible. Because of his past life, he is very clear about the general direction of the soul society. How can it be possible to get a completely different result when calculating with the answer known? In this case, there is only one conclusion left. His appearance makes the future completely uncontrollable. I am indeed a genius. Akira Kisaragi is satisfied with this. But a new problem has arisen. If he chooses to commit suicide now, will it put the future back on track? Akira Kisaragi fell into deep thought again. After thinking hard to no avail, he decided to give up thinking. Let Aizen do things that consume brain cells. He still has a bigger career to accomplish. For example, rubbing a real art with your hands. Thanks to the reward from Zuoan. Turtle shell divination existed in the Yayoi period, but the historical development of the world of death is very strange. Book friends should not apply it to reality. Chapter 67, 3 Hobbies of Kisara Kisaragi. What is art? Ruuming has heard many answers. Some say it is eternity, some say it is beauty. And the idea of a genius with a yellow pigtail hairstyle is very much to his taste. Art is, Patrick. With his current understanding of ghost art, if he wants to develop a multifunctional binding art, he still needs a little knowledge accumulation. This requires time to polish. Before that, the broken art is undoubtedly the best way to verify originality. Based on the experience of creating the Thunder and Fire Sword, Ruuming began to try to develop new broken art. Number 1 Broken Art Chong, Number 11 Broken Art Zuliadayan, Number 12 Broken Art Fuhuo, Number 20 Broken Art Zaoshinkaiu, Number 26 Broken Art Honjiansai, Number 32 Broken Art Huanghuashan, Number 33 Broken Art Kanghuazu. Except for the White Thunder and Red Fire Cannon that have been integrated into the Instinct, the above are all the broken art taught in the Spirit Art Academy. Because of his decent talent and interest in these, Ruuming has been able to easily release these broken art a long time ago. Since we are going to embark on the path of art, we must figure out the key points. Destructive power is the most important. From the perspective of the nature of the ghost way, the blue fire drop and the yellow fire flash are the closest. When the two are combined, they can even be released in a double chanting method to double their power. Then can their ghost way spells be disassembled and fused to create new ghost way spells. Ruuming tried to merge the two. Not only the arrangement of spiritual pressure, but also the spells and hand seals were newly compiled to match his previous ideas. The ruler, the flesh and blood mask, the myriad things, burn and burn. Broken Deo blue fire flash. The blazing blue flame burst out from the palm of his hand and fell violently on the hill in front, exploding and blasting, and the impact spread out in all directions, rolling up gusts of wind. Howling endlessly. When the dust settled, Ruuming looked at the charred black in front of him and frowned. The power was not as great as he had imagined, and was even worse than the pure and fully chanted Kanghuozui. Creating his own ghost path was not as simple as he thought. After several attempts, it was still fruitless. As a last resort, Ruuming gave up this idea and began to try to create a new way of breaking through basic hand seals and ghost path spells. Another round of new attempts. It really doesn't work. Ruuming frowned and gave up the idea temporarily. With his current knowledge and realm, even if his talent was full, it was still too difficult for him to create a new ghost way. The Soul Society has existed for millions of years. Even if the first hundreds of thousands of years were spent on development and creation, there would be no shortage of geniuses in the last hundreds of thousands of years. But the ghost way has only developed to date, and there are only 200 or 300, which shows how difficult it is to innovate. Not bad. Just when Ruuming rubbed out another ball of light with flames burning on the outer layer and lightning mixed in the inner layer, a voice of praise suddenly came from behind him. I didn't expect you to love ghost arts so much that you would sacrifice the time for the final exam to practice ghost arts. Ruuming turned his head stiffly, looked at the dark-skinned girl behind him with astonishment, and said in shock. Isn't the final exam tomorrow? Shifunji Yuan Yuruaki folded his hands in front of him, raised his slender eyebrows slightly, and didn't expect the other party to say such a thing. If I remember correctly, it should be yesterday and today. Hiss. Ruuming turned around and left without saying a word. Although there is no possibility of passing, failing is better than skipping the exam. Although the Spiritual Art Academy is good, he can't stay here forever. It's too late to go now. Yui reminded, just 10 minutes ago, the exams were all over. I came here from the exam room. As soon as these words came out, Ruuming's face drooped long, he could already imagine how angry Mr. Feng would be. It's okay to skip classes, but this time he actually skipped the exam. Now he can forget about graduating from the Spiritual Arts Academy. He may be the first student in history to fail all theoretical courses. In a sense, it is also a historical breakthrough. Well, don't take it too seriously. Yoichi walked to Kisaragi Akira, poked his chest with his elbow, and said casually. It's just an exam. Even if you fail all theoretical courses, the second division will open the door for you. When the time comes, I just need to use a little power. Hearing this, Kisaragi Akira's eyes lit up. There is always a way out. I almost forgot that Shihaoran Yuruaki is one of the 5 nobles in Seoul society. With her current power, she only needs to move her fingers, and she can graduate easily. By the way, you are not going to talk about my skipping the exam, right? Kisaragi Akira tried to change the subject. Shihaoran Yuruaki shook her head, and her teasing expression suddenly subsided a lot. I just heard about you and suddenly wanted to try my luck. Luck? I want to tell a fortune. Yi looked at the boy in front of him very seriously. The rumors about you have actually been spread in the Spiritual Arts Academy a long time ago. I didn't believe it at first, but others spread you as if you were a god. It just so happened that I encountered some things during this period, so I thought about giving it a try. Upon hearing this, Ruuming suddenly became energetic. It is well known that he has 3 hobbies: sacrifice, exorcism and fortune-telling. Last time he told a fortune for Yamamoto, his invincible skills were frustrated and he almost collapsed. This time, he just found his confidence in this black-skinned girl. Tell me, it's nothing. Ruuming skillfully took out a new tortoise shell from his empty pocket with his right hand, and ignited a low-level red fire cannon with his left hand. He looked very daunting with a proper posture. Yuruaki hesitated for a moment, took a deep breath, and said slowly. It's about my Zanpakuto, about its future. Ruuming was a little confused. Why are these people's calculations so empty and false, and they always talk about the future? Isn't it okay to live in the present? Considering that Yuruaki might be a high-quality customer, he still bit the bullet and started to tell fortunes. After a familiar process, the cracks on the tortoise shell gave a new hexagram. After analyzing the content of the hexagram, Ruuming said with some surprise. There was no problem this time. The hexagram is very correct, there is no U in the future. Yui next to him was slightly stunned, then frowned, and asked in confusion. Please explain, what do you mean without me? Isn't it? Halfway through the words, Yuruaki came back to his senses, and a trace of surprise appeared on his delicate face. The future of my Zanpakuto has nothing to do with me. Ruuming sighed, looked at the girl in front of him with a faint gaze, and said slowly. Although it is outrageous, this is indeed what the hexagram shows. As you understand, in the future picture, a mature and curvy lady. Blow up the hollow's head with one punch. Chapter 68 Waiting online, quite anxious. It sounds like something I can do. Family members know their own affairs, and Yuruaki is quite self-aware. She raised her seemingly slender right arm, showed off her muscles, and boasted. It's worthy of me. I'm so strong even without a Zanpakuto. What do you think? Do you envy your sister's strong arms? The thick nerves quickly made her ignore the hexagram that Ruuming just mentioned. Fortunately, seeing the high quality for the sake of the customer, Ruuming did not forget to remind him while kneading and testing the hardness of his biceps muscles. There should be nothing wrong with the hexagram. And I'm very accurate in my calculations. In this case, it means that there is something wrong with your Zanpakuto. In his memory, Shifunji and Yoryuaki never used his Zanpakuto. Usually he used Hakutachi and Shunpo to fight the enemy, and occasionally used Kido. In terms of physical skills, he could press a lot of people to the ground and rub them hard. Therefore, the hexagram he analyzed, such as punching the head of a great hollow, can definitely be easily done by Yoryuaki in the future. After all, a certain unit of measurement can do similar things. Hearing this, Yoryuaki put his hands in front of him as if thinking, frowning his thin eyebrows, and asked in confusion. But, I obviously have a Zanpakuto. There must be something wrong. Ruuming put away the turtle shell that was nearly half filled with cracks, thinking that he could use it again, and threw the low-grade red fire cannon on the earthen hill next to him, directly blasting a small pit. I am only responsible for divination, and you have to find the specific reason yourself. Besides, divination is not omnipotent. Like the previous turtle shell burning divination. The principle is to analyze the will conveyed by the gods through the sound and cracks of the burning turtle shell. But, gods can also make mistakes. At the end, Ruuming was slightly serious, and a pair of black and white eyes stared at Yoryuaki's eyes, and said in a deep voice. Fate is the most unstable thing, don't be superstitious. The four looked at each other, Yoryuaki's expression was slightly stern, and then he fell into entanglement. The divination is over. Chinjui 3000 rings. Just then, Ruuming ruined the atmosphere as usual. Yi glared at him unhappily and snorted, No, have you seen the 5 nobles carrying money? We always. I have seen it. Ruuming nodded, the good old man Kang Chun carries money with him. He bought a lot of amulets from me. Hearing this, Yi was speechless. She did not carry money on weekdays, because she had Omida Nozomi with her, so she didn't have to worry about money at all. But the problem is, she ran away secretly this time. If nothing unexpected happens, Omida Nozomi should still be looking for her in Manslingting. Then let's buy it on credit. Ruuming didn't care much. There was still a lot of money left from Kukaki Sojun before, plus the family property given by Zaraki Shuanja. His pockets were bulging now, and he didn't care about these thousands of rings. Asking for money is just to maintain his persona. After all, how can a priest tell fortunes for free? Hey, it's so ugly to buy on credit. It will tarnish the reputation of my Shifunji Yuan family if it gets out. Yui shook his head, his eyes rolling, and a sly smile appeared on his delicate and beautiful face. Why don't you ask me to go to Shifunji Yuan's house to get the money? I'll give you 10 times the money when the time comes. Before Ruuming opened his mouth to refuse, a slender hand was placed directly on his wrist. The seemingly fragile little hand was full of strength. Before he could resist, he was pulled away from the spot. Yui activated the instant step and shuttled through the Spirit Art Academy at a very fast speed. He soon climbed over the wall and left the Spirit Art Academy and wandered in the Soul Court. Ruuming intended to refuse, but seeing that the other party had made up his mind, it was difficult to say anything. Besides, that was the Shifunji Yuan family. One of the most important places in Seoul society. There is a high probability that they meet the conditions for signing in. Just as they left, a blue-white figure carrying a food box slowly appeared in the back mountain of the Spiritual Arts Academy. Izome looked around and found that his friend's spiritual pressure had completely disappeared, and his brows immediately frowned. Was this guy kidnapped by someone? Not long after, 2 figures appeared in front of a huge mansion filled with luxury. On the vermilion gate, there was a plaque inlaid with gilded characters. Shifanjai Yuan. Ruuming noticed that the Shifanjai Yuan family emblem in a regular hexagon was engraved on the pillar next to it, which was luxurious and simple, giving people a feeling of deep heritage. The sudden appearance of Shifanjai Yuan Yuryuaki did not surprise the guarding death god. For them, this is already a common thing. After a casual greeting, Yuryuaki led Ruuming directly into the door of Shifanjai Yuan. After passing through the spacious corridor, he ran into the teacher of the Spiritual Arts Academy, Hakuda. Omida Nozomi. His broad face was filled with anxiety. As the acting captain of the 2nd Division and the future vice-captain, he was the one who specifically assisted Yuryuaki Shihaoran, but he actually lost her. Although it was not the first time, every time it happened, he would feel more guilty. If it happened a few more times, he would probably resign. But when he thought of his son's cowardly appearance, Omida Nozomi felt that his life was dark and his future was bleak. Strictly speaking, he was already the best person in the Omida family. If anyone else assisted Yuryuaki Shihaoran, the entire Omida family would be relegated to Rukonga, or even Dange. Master Yoichi, I'm glad you're okay. Seeing Yoichi was safe and sound, Omida Nozomi heaved a sigh of relief, but soon he noticed a familiar figure looking around with his eyes rolling around. Are you? You? Ming. Teacher Nozomi, long time no see. Ruuming smiled and greeted him. He had a good impression of this teacher. Although his son's level was average, he was very strong and conscientious. Apart from his love of showing off his family background, there was nothing wrong with him. Long time no see. Except for yesterday and today, I have classes almost every day. It's okay for you to skip classes every day, but you even dare to skip the final exam. Zizhijin didn't dare to get angry in front of Yuryuaki, but he still dared to scold the student. Even though there were rumors that this student had beaten the teachers of the Spiritual Arts Academy many times. This. Ruuming was speechless and his eyes were dull. Because he had to take care of the progress of others, Zizhijin's content was very repetitive every time, so he hadn't been to class for a long time. Either he went to the waterfall to practice with weights, or he tried to develop innovative ghost ways. Don't worry about these details, Nozomi. Yoichi was still very loyal, and put his arm around Ruuming's shoulder, smiling and saying, Ming is the guest I invited. Chapter 69 New Business Expansion. Hearing this, Omida Nozomi was at a loss for words. Although Yoroichi is only the heir of the Shifanjai Yuan family, due to the structure of the Shifanjai Yuan family, Yoroichi still has great power to a certain extent. Since you are Mr. Yoroichi's guest, I won't ask any more questions. Nozomi bowed and said respectfully, Since you are back, please don't forget the previous things. The family elder has urged you many times. As soon as these words came out, Yoroichi's happy face suddenly became a little more sullen. She waved her hand impatiently and said, I know. After the words fell, Yoroichi put his arm around Ruuming's shoulder and pulled him to the courtyard like a good brother. Watching the two people's backs going away, Omida Nozomi's eyes showed a trace of worry, and whispered in a barely audible voice. Now is a critical moment, Master Yoichi. Once there is a problem, the consequences will be very serious. And he frowned, quite puzzled. Master Yoichi won't take what he said before seriously. Even if Ruuming has a good talent, he won't really marry him. Just find a lower-level noble to marry. Are you afraid that you can't tie this kid's heart? Tea house. In front of the dark green tea table, the two sat opposite each other, and the fragrance of tea was curling and refreshing. Ruuming held the teacup and enjoyed it with peace of mind. Since you are here, make the best of it. Not to mention anything else, the tea from Shifanjai Yuan is much better than that from Yamamoto. Actually, I asked you to come this time for something. Yoichi didn't keep the secret and got straight to the point. Is it related to your Zanpakuto? Ryugetsu Akira put down the teacup, nodded with satisfaction, raised his eyes, looked at the girl opposite, and asked. Yoichi was surprised and said in surprise, "How do you know?" "I read her expression." Ryugetsu Akira pouted and said disdainfully. "The 2 times I met Shihao and Yoryuki before, the dark-skinned girl's face was always filled with a happy smile, but this time, the corners of her eyes were full of worry. And she asked for a fortune-telling of her Zanpakuto as soon as they met. After that, she dragged herself to Shihaoran's house under the pretext of taking money. Besides being related to Zanpakuto, what else could it be? Is she anxious to invite me to marry into her family?" "You guessed it." The smile on Yoryuki's face disappeared, he sighed softly, and said helplessly. "It is indeed related to Zanpakuto. And after your divination, I found that my previous worries are likely to become a reality." Hearing this, Ryueming blinked. "Is it serious?" "Very serious." Shifunjiyuan Yoryuki's expression was serious, not joking. Ryueming nodded, put away his playful mood, and said seriously. "Details." Yui looked around, watched for a while, stretched out his hand to grab Ryueming's collar, made him close to him, and whispered. "Actually, I don't have my own Zanpakuto." Ryueming nodded, but did not show any surprise. In his impression, many Shinigami actually do not have their own Zanpakuto, like the Kidashu. This phenomenon is even more vivid. As Yoryuki narrated, Ryueming gradually understood what was going on. In fact, few of the heads of the Shihaoran family in the past have their own Zanpakuto. The Shihaoran family has a Zanpakuto that is said to be left by the first ancestor, symbolizing the tradition and identity of the Shihaoran family. Before taking office, every head of the family needs to be recognized by the Zanpakuto. Only in this way can he be considered the head of the Shihaoran family in the true sense. All the generations have been smooth, but there is a problem with Yoryuki. Unable to get recognition. The specific reason is unknown. But no matter what kind of sword zen, she could not enter the inner space of the family Zanpakuto, as if she was completely at first. The elders of Shihaoran suspected that Yoryuki was not suitable to be the head of the family, but when they tried to get others to get the recognition of Zanpakuto, they found that the situation was still the same. The family Zanpakuto fell into self-isolation. No one could communicate with it, let alone get recognition. Now, it was the turn of the Shihaoran family to panic. They began to collect various sword zen methods circulated in Seoul society, as well as various materials related to Zanpakuto, and even set their sights on the Shutara Research Institute. But for now, these methods are useless. As the next head of the family, Yoryuki Shihaoran naturally has to pay attention to this matter. Besides, that was her Zanpakuto. So, Yoryuki began to try various methods to restore the Zanpakuto to its original state. But unfortunately, no matter the method she found herself or the plan provided by the elders, it didn't work. The Zanpakuto is still the same. In distress, Yoryuki decided to go out and relax, and then suddenly heard some comments about Ryueming discussed by pedestrians on the roadside. For some reason, she found Ryueming and decided to let him tell the fortune for the Zanpakuto. Although the result was not very good, Yoryuki found new hope from it. "You mean?" Ryueming was surprised. "Let me exorcise the Zanpakuto." "Is it impossible?" Yoryuki asked in confusion. Hearing this, Ryueming said with a tangled face, "It's not that I can't do it, but I usually exorcise young and beautiful girls, and this is the first time I exorcise a Zanpakuto." Ryueming has seen many tricks in the Nigo district, and she claims to be a knowledgeable person. But this kind of business is the first time she has encountered it. As soon as these words came out, Yoryuki immediately looked at the boy opposite with eager eyes. "We can try, right? Although the probability is very low, we can't say that there is no chance at all, right?" Akira Kisaragi fell into deep thought. It's not that he is unwilling to exorcise his Zanpakuto, but he is considering which method is appropriate. He had communicated with his Zanpakuto through the method of sacrifice before. Although there has been no specific performance so far, it is still a good start. From this point of view, those methods for gods and people may really work on Zanpakuto. Then let's give it a try. Akira Kisaragi agreed. Seeing this, Yoriyuki's eyes lit up and grinned. It's better to do it today than to wait for a day. Let's get everything done today. As she said, she skillfully reached out and pulled Akira Kisaragi, and walked straight out of the tea house. The two of them walked through several corridors and went straight into the depths of the Shifunji Yuan family. The close movements of the two also attracted a lot of attention. When the two walked away, whispers followed. By the way, when did Master Yoriyuki have such a close friend of the opposite sex? Soon, the two came to an ancient building, and a heavy breath came over them, as if a mountain was pressing on their hearts. Regarding Yoriyuki's Zanpakuto, both the official novel and the game BBS mentioned it. The novel said that she and Zanpakuto were incompatible, but in the game there was a Zanpakuto fusion form, which gave the appearance of Zanpakuto, and the handle was the family emblem of the Shifunji Yuan family. As for the original comics, Yoriyuki also said that the power of Zanpakuto was not as good as Bida, so it was not used. Chapter 70 In the Name of Exorcism, Doing Things of the Spring and Autumn Period. Shifunji Yuan Ancestral Hall. The blue bricks and black tiles, the eaves and corners, the ancient building is located in the staggered sunlight, and the faint dust lingers around, revealing an unspeakable mystery. This is where the family heirloom Zanpakuto is stored. Yui introduced, no one can take it away from the ancestral hall without its approval. On both sides of the corridor of the ancestral hall, there stood several Shinigami covered in black clothes. Their auras were suppressed to the extreme. If it weren't for Yui's reminder, Ruuming couldn't even detect it. There was not even a little spiritual pressure fluctuation. Don't look around, this is the secret technique of the secret mobile force. When you join the second team, I will teach you in person. Yui took Ruuming's hand and walked towards the ancestral hall. Are you so sure that I will join the second team? Ruuming said in confusion, Captain Anohana has offered very high conditions. Hearing this, Yui looked back at him and said disdainfully. I don't know about others, but as for the conditions I offer, you can't refuse them at all. After several contacts, she found that Ruuming was easy to understand. As long as the right medicine was used, he could be easily controlled. This is the way the head of the Shifunji Yuan family behaves and knows how to deal with people. Master Yoichi. When he reached the door, the guarding god of death saluted respectfully. I'll bring a friend in to solve the problem of Zanpakuto. Yoichi waved his hand, and in Ruuming's unexpected eyes, he walked in so casually. There was not even a second round of interrogation. By the way, is the guarding work of the Shifunji Yuan family ancestral hall so easy? Ruuming asked doubtfully, I think I can do it too. Yoichi smiled. He explained, actually, there are too many people coming to the shrine during this period, not just you, but also Captain Yamamoto, Captain Hikifune, Captain Anohana. These people were invited to solve the problem of Zanpakuto. I see. Ruuming suddenly realized. It turns out that they have been in and out too many times, so they are used to it. The two of them entered the shrine smoothly. What surprised Ruuming was that the general structure of it was very similar to the Nigamo shrine. The only difference was that a Zanpakuto embedded in the jagged rocks was enshrined at the top. On both sides of the Zanpakuto were the tablets of the successive heads of the Shihaoran family. Ruuming counted them, a total of 21 people. When he thought about the fact that Shihaoran Yoriyuki was the future 22nd head of the family, it turned out that all the heads of the Shihaoran family were wiped out. No wonder those family elders were so anxious. With the chaotic state among the nobles and Seoul society, if the Shifanjai Yuan family does not choose a new head, it is afraid that it will be destroyed, swallowed up, or replaced by some ill-intentioned forces. I almost forgot to ask, do you need to prepare any items for the exorcism process? Yoichi suddenly turned around and asked curiously. I remember that the priests of the ISE family often prepare a lot of incense, coins, shrines, sacred stones and other things during the sacrifice. If necessary, I can ask others to prepare them. Kiragi Akira waved his hand and said. No, I am different from those second-rate priests. But I need your help. As he said that, he took out a complete set of priest costumes from his empty sleeves, and then coins, incense, cinnabar, brushes, and altars. Yoichi next to him had a look of seeing a ghost, and he couldn't believe his eyes at all. She came close, and her soft little hands kept groping Ruuming, trying to find the three-dimensional space where the things were hidden. Unfortunately, she found nothing at all. Where do you hide all these things? Trade secrets? Ruuming slapped Ye's restless hands away and replied without looking up. At this time, he was looking for the things he got when he signed in last time in the system space. Found it. As Ruuming's voice fell, in Ye's stunned eyes, he took out from his chest pocket a brand new shrine maiden costume. Mao Mao was shocked. Ye expressed his incomprehension. You said that it's okay to carry things like imperial coins with you, but why do you, a shrine priest, carry a shrine maiden costume with you? Come on, change it. Ruuming handed the shrine maiden costume to the girl who had not yet recovered. Ye. Seeing that the other party did not respond, Ruuming stuffed it into her arms and began to change into the priest's clothes. Although he was already very familiar with Mimi Haji, the process still had to be followed. Besides, this exorcism ceremony was probably not as simple as he thought. When entering this ancestral hall, Ruuming could clearly sense the oppressive atmosphere around him, and the activity of the spirit particles in the air was reduced to the lowest, as if there was some force suppressing them. Looking at Ruuming, who did not treat him as an outsider at all, Ye's face was full of entanglement. I'll go to the side to change. Seeing that the other party was about to change clothes, Ye hurriedly threw down a sentence, then ran to the corner of the ancestral hall and changed into the shrine maiden's clothes. When she appeared in the center of the ancestral hall again, Ruuming's eyes lit up. Her long purple hair fell behind her, and her slightly drunken cheeks showed a little resistance. The shrine maiden's costume is mainly red and white, and with her healthy wheat-colored skin. It has a different flavor. This may be the first time that Yuaki wears this kind of clothes. The red part is a little too tight, and then it squeezes out a slightly convex graceful arc. Especially the east and west hemispheres exposed on both sides of the white clothes, and the smooth and slender arms, which particularly attract someone's attention. Very good, Shrine Maiden Yuaki. Ruuming gave a thumbs up and admired it without any hesitation. Anyway, it's not the first time or twice that her nature has been exposed, so it's better to watch it openly. It should be said that the combination of black and white is really a beautiful landscape. He suddenly began to look forward to life after joining the second team. Yui spread her arms and turned lightly while looking down. For someone like her who is used to tight clothes, suddenly changing into a loose shrine maiden costume that affects her activities is somewhat uncomfortable. Okay, everything is ready, let's start our exorcism ceremony. With a big wave of his hand, the incense and candles on the altar lit up, and the ancestral hall was filled with wind. It's called exorcism, but it's actually a sacrifice. What's wrong with the Zanpakuto? With his knowledge in this field, Ruuming is not enough to judge. Fortunately, he still has a trump card. Shake someone. The bell rang lightly, and the crisp sound resounded in the deep and dark ancestral hall. In the name of Ruya Palace, sacrifice to the one-eyed god Mimi Haji. Ruuming's 10 fingers fluttered like butterflies, and countless hand seals changed rapidly. While chanting, he also continuously released spiritual pressure. A heavy roar sounded from the altar. In Yoryuki's shocked eyes, a huge and sacred black shadow stood on Ryuming's body, and the spirits around him began to twist. The fragmented black shadows continued to extend in the depths, turning into an infinite black darkness covered the entire ancestral hall. Chapter 71 Hero, please start over again. The ancestral hall of the Shifunji Yuan family. The guarding death gods looked at everything in front of them in shock, and could hardly believe their eyes. The deep black shadows extended from the cracks in the doors, windows, and walls, like living things, devouring the majestic and ancient buildings at a very fast speed. In just a moment, the ancestral hall that had not been shaken for countless years completely disappeared in front of them, leaving only a heavy black shadow standing. Something big has happened. Foreign invasion. Quickly notify the elders. Call the secret mobile forces, call the Seeing Army. The guarding death gods, who had always been calm, were completely panicked at this moment. The alarm bells rang loudly, and the sound of the wood shook, and it spread throughout the Shifunji Yuan family at the first time. Omida Nozomi arrived at the first time. When he saw the scene in the ancestral hall, he could not help but be shocked by the scene in front of him. The forbidden area that has always been heavily guarded was completely occupied by an unknown force. You know, Master Yaishi is still inside. Wait. Omida Nozomi suddenly came to his senses. He just remembered that just now, Master Yaishi led Ryuming to visit Shifunji Yuan's house. Did anyone go into the ancestral hall just now? Yes, Master Yaishi and her friends. Hearing this, Omida Nozomi suddenly felt sweaty, and cold sweat kept oozing out, soaking the lining. Sure enough, I knew it. Where this kid appears, there will definitely be problems. The most urgent task now is to first figure out what this black shadow is. Just as countless members of the secret mobile force appeared around the ancestral hall, in the ancestral hall, Yayi looked at the huge black shadow standing above Ryuming in shock. The scene before her was completely beyond her cognition. I thought that those rumors were just talk, and asking Ryuming to exorcise the demon was just a blind cat catching a dead mouse. But who would have thought that those rumors not only did not exaggerate the facts, but were already very restrained? I can't understand it. The items for this sacrifice. Ryuming narrowed her eyes and tried hard to search in the system space. Because this business was more troublesome, if she didn't take out some valuable things, it would be a bit sorry for Mimihachi's efforts. Let's take a look at Ryuming's collection. The Spiritual Court newsletter bound volume, Kenpachi, tofu dishes, grilled fish, dried persimmons, dog chews, rose-colored path, indigo-dyed calligraphy works. This is it. Ryuming's eyes moved and quickly determined the sacrificial items. Seeing someone reaching into his pocket, Yoryuki's eyes widened and he stared at his every move, wanting to see where this guy got so many things from. But unfortunately, no matter how hard she tried, she still couldn't understand what happened. In a flash, Ryuming had brought a pot of sake and gently placed it on the altar. The faint aroma of wine dissipated the heaviness, and the black shadow condensed into a huge right hand. The indifferent single eye did not pay attention to Ryuming, but stayed on the family heirloom Zanpakuto at the top of the ancestral hall. After a short silence, the single eye dropped and stared at a certain priest who was looking forward to it. Boss, this is what happened. Ryuming narrated Yoryuki's request with a groan. Mimihachi was silent for a moment, and after his indifferent eyes wandered between the two people and their Zanpakuto for several times, he nodded. But, as always, he was taciturn, but when his voice fell, a huge spiritual pressure fell down, like the backflow of seawater and the collapse of mountain torrents, wantonly venting in the ancestral hall. The next moment, the heavy pressure fell on the two people. There was no time to react, and the strong pulling force directly made their consciousness dazed for a moment. When Ryuming woke up again, the scene in front of him had changed. In front of him, there was a desolate chaos, and the grey clouds seemed to be within reach. Thunder dragons roamed and raged in it, exuding a terrifying breath. In the center of the wasteland, there was a huge creature, surrounded by golden electric light, as if its hair was thunder, constantly shining with dazzling light. Even though it was a long distance away, he could still sense the heavy pressure, and pure aura of destruction. Is this the evil in the Zanpakuto? Kiryueming rolled up his sleeves and fumbled around his waist for a moment, but he couldn't find anything. Where's my sword? If I'm not mistaken, this is the Zanpakuto space. Yui looked at the restless thunder beast in the distance, and a trace of barely detectable tension appeared in his golden pupils. The huge creature lying in front should be the embodiment of the Zanpakuto. Your sacrificial ceremony sent us here. Kiryueming looked at the shrine maiden Yoryuaki next to him, spread his hands, and said helplessly. What should we do now? He thought that Mimihaki would either solve the problem or give up, but he didn't expect that in the end he would throw the solution in front of him. It's a pity that this is not his Zanpakuto. Otherwise, there are many ways to solve it. Since I am the next head of the Shifunji-Yuan family. Yoichi's eyes suddenly became firm, and he said seriously. Then I will get its approval. While speaking, Yoichi tore off the two sleeves that were in the way, and the slightly exposed hemisphere was clearly visible. Most of the scarf on the lower body was also removed, revealing smooth and tight long legs. Ryueming, you watch the battle from the side, and leave the rest to me. After the words fell, Yoryuaki activated the instant step and disappeared directly from the spot, heading straight for the thunder beast in the center of the wasteland. The sudden spiritual pressure woke the thunder beast from its deep sleep, its bloody mouth opened wide, and thunder was mixed in its roar. The lightning suddenly rioted. Yui's eyes were stern, and the ghost spiritual pressure was wrapped around her plump legs, and she swung it towards the head of the thunder beast in the vibrating air. Boom! Thunder burst out in the loud noise, and the huge claws and long legs collided. The violent impact has since been stirred, forming circles of ripples, sweeping in all directions. It was like tearing layers of thin paper, and the sound of breaking through the air was endless. Yui showed her powerful strength at this moment, and the heavy spiritual pressure was wrapped around her bumpy body, allowing the electric current to flow around her body. As the next head of the Shifunji-Yuan family, the future captain of the second team, Yoryuaki's talent far surpassing the so-called genius. Relying only on the white fighting secret technique and instant step, she can still shuttle through the raging lightning, like an elf in a fairy tale. Unfortunately, when the size of the thunder beast began to grow, her response became more and more difficult. Even, a blow with all her strength landed on the opponent's body, but there was no reaction, only arousing turbulent lightning. From a distance, it looked like a rippling wheat field. Soon, with a slap down, Yi fell from the sky like a meteor, and hit Ryueming's arms hard. The two looked at each other, and Ryueming said helplessly. Victory and defeat are common in the military. In the distance, the thunder beast roared as a winner, as if mocking a challenger who overestimated his own abilities. Seeing this, Yi was furious. Let's go together and kill it. Chapter 72 The Correct Way to Use the Thunder and Fire Sword. Okay, I've been waiting for this sentence. Ryueming was eager to try, and he rolled up his sleeves on both sides. He had already disliked the thunder beast. If it wasn't for Yi's request, he would have fought side by side. There was no need to talk about the code of conduct with such a guy. Why fight alone when you can just gang up on him? Ryueming said he didn't understand the samurai spirit at all. I'll attack, and you assist. Yui threw down a sentence, then her face showed fierceness, her elastic thighs tightened instantly, and the whole person shot out like an arrow from a bow, heading straight for the thunder beast. Ryueming stood in place, looking at the smooth back, hesitant to speak. Why do I feel like my lines have been stolen? Seeing that Yui and the Thunder Beast were fighting again, both sides were fighting anxiously, and various means emerged one after another. Yui was born in the Shifunji Yuan family. Since childhood, she has followed a group of elites among the death gods to practice and learned and mastered various combat skills. She is far ahead in the fight. Watching her fight undoubtedly gives people a pleasing feeling. Turning and turning on the edge of danger, wandering between the abyss. On the other hand, the Thunder Beast on the opposite side mainly plays a powerful brick flying, pure panel suppression. The natural thunder and huge body have become its best means of attack. The 31st of the Broken Way. Red Fire Cannon. Ruuming couldn't join in, and suddenly felt that the fun was greatly reduced. He could only stand at the edge of the battlefield, weakly releasing the red fire cannon to interfere. The fist bones wrapped in spiritual pressure rubbed against the claws wrapped in thunder, bursting out brilliant sparks. The two collided in an instant, and the impact was stacked one after another, like a rising wave, continuous and endless, until the end of the world. The pure power collision tore the heavy air at this moment, and the dark clouds almost close to the ground were torn open, revealing the thunder swimming in them. Just in time, Ruuming's red fire cannon came with a bang, presenting a fireworks show for this wonderful fight. Boom! The fireball fell accurately, then exploded in all directions, leaving an indelible charred mark on the wheat-like skin. Yui was shocked when she saw this. She didn't understand why a being with weaker spiritual pressure than her could release such a powerful red fire cannon. Could it be that this was what Wuling Taizé said, the talent in the way of ghosts? The proud golden skin was burned, and the Thunder Beast roared angrily, and immediately burst out with a power far beyond the previous one. Yui, who was colliding with it, was slapped away again. Ruuming accurately controlled its landing point, opened his hands, and made it fall into his arms in a princess hug. "Girl, are you ready to continue?" Yui gritted his teeth angrily, unwillingly saying, "This time it's your turn to attack." "As you wish, my guest." He put the girl down casually and looked at the roaring Thunder Beast. A hint of fiery fighting spirit flashed in Ruuming's eyes. He had wanted to find someone to compete with a long time ago to test his strength. But there were few people in the Spiritual Arts Academy who could really fight with him. A real fight with swords and guns, and he couldn't beat Aizen. The tentative competition could not arouse the fighting spirit in his heart. Only by walking on the edge of life and death can one appreciate the true style of fighting. Yoichi's eyes were a little confused. I don't understand why the boy in front of him suddenly seemed to be a different person when it came to fighting. He was so out of tune just now. Wait. Why is the corner of this kid's mouth rising? Yoichi suddenly had a bad premonition in his heart. Before she stretched out her hand to intercept, the figure in front of her suddenly disappeared from the spot. When Ruuming appeared again, he had already come to the front of the Thunder Beast. However, compared with the giant beast like a hill, he was as small as an ant with the height of an ordinary person. But the momentum of both sides was equal at this moment. The Thunder Beast suddenly became alert, and a trace of caution flashed in its pupils. The 33rd of the Broken Dao, Blue Fire Pendant. There were some ghost spells mixed in the wild laughter, and a gorgeous scene unfolded at this moment. The red-blue flames instantly ignited the air, making the battlefield enter an absolutely white-hot state. Is this the Blue Fire Pendant? Looking at the rising blood-like blue flames, Yi became more and more confused. She had never seen that the Blue Fire Pendant could be released in such an unreasonable way. The Silver Thunder issued a battle declaration, pushing the battle to a higher climax, and the piercing screams resounded throughout the battlefield. The endless release of the ghost waves rendered a beautiful scene. Countless lights overlapped and intertwined, completely submerging the behemoth in front of them. This is the wave of the ghost way. A natural-born ghost. Yui murmured, no wonder Wuling Taizé said that if he didn't join the ghost, it would be a great loss to the Soul Society. Who is a good person who can release so many ghosts at once? While Yi was shocked, for Ruuming, the battle had just begun. Because of the increase in spiritual pressure, his endurance was slightly increased. The front ghost tried to lure the enemy. The red smoke escape covered, and a large amount of red smoke swallowed the figure of the thunder beast. Then countless birds screamed, followed by the red flames. There were a few white thunder and red fire cannons in the red smoke escape. Red smoke, white thunder cannon. The next moment, praise the sun. In an instant, the violent thunder mixed with the burning heat connected to the heavy dark clouds above, and the dazzling light bloomed at this moment. The wasteland below suddenly cracked, and countless cracks appeared under the feet of the thunder beast. The huge light source turned into a flood, drowning out its angry roar. The burning wind swept, carrying the burning smoke and dust. As the ground trembled, countless dust flew up, crowded in the hurricane, gathered and swirled, and continued to stir in all directions under the thunder roar. Ruuming raised his right hand high, and the characteristics of the white thunder and red fire cannon flowed, condensed between his palms, and merged into a dazzling long sword. The thunder and fire sword of Breaking Dao. He shouted the name without changing his face, and rushed forward with a brave attitude. Although the huge body of the thunder beast was burned and scorched, it might be related to the maximum thunder resistance, so the overall effect was still not too great. If you want to beat this guy, you need to be more brutal. Yi's pupils shrank suddenly, and he suddenly realized that it seemed that letting Ruuming attack was not a very correct choice. This guy burst into fighting spirit, just like a completely different person. Without hesitation, she immediately dragged her injured body forward and tried to give more help. Death sword flow hazy. Under the dark clouds, the moonlight was hazy. In a fleeting moment, in the palm of Ruuming, fierce thunder and fire rubbed and intertwined with each other, bursting out the most dazzling light, pushing the moonlight to the peak. The thunder beast roared, summoning thunder, pure destruction fell from the sky, tearing everything apart in the vibration of the air. At the moment of the collision between the two sides, the heavy dark clouds covering the wasteland were constantly torn apart. And the aftermath raged, turning into a visible impact, sweeping in all directions. Ruuming flew backwards in an instant and smashed directly into a soft place. The girl hugged the boy, plowed 2 deep gullies on the ground, and finally fell heavily in the ashes. Chapter 73 Xiao Kai is not considered Kai. Shifanjai Yuan Ancestral Hall. Omadaka Yoji looked solemnly at the deep darkness like an abyss, and the materialized spiritual pressure flowed slowly in it, giving people a suffocating pressure. Next to him, several elders of the Shifanjai Yuan family were extremely nervous. Since they knew that Yuryuaki was inside, the expressions of this group of people were directly stiff and solidified, and they almost collapsed because of this. After the death of the previous head of the family, the Shifanjai Yuan family was in a period of transition. It was not easy to produce a genius Shifanjai Yuan Yuryuaki, who was enough to shoulder the burden of the Shifanjai Yuan family, but because of their stubbornness, they fell into a crisis. This made the elders who were eager to revitalize the Shifanjai Yuan family feel guilty. What should we do now? How about trying a strong attack? I don't think it's appropriate. Yuryuaki is still here. What if it's accidentally injured? Everyone said something, and there were many opinions. Finally, Xi's Hyjin interrupted, actually, we can only wait. As soon as he said this, everyone's eyes were focused on him. Xi's Hyjin said with a stiff upper lip. Just now, I have tried it, and many multiple levels of breaking the way have no effect at all. That is to say, among the people present, there is no one who can break this darkness. When everyone heard this, their hearts sank. Just then, an old man with a Mediterranean hairstyle suddenly said, I will go and ask Yuan Liuzai. After hearing this, the others hesitated to speak. The Mediterranean old man did not waste any time and directly used the flash step to leave the Shifanjai Yuan family. Soon, Yamamoto arrived in front of the shrine. When he saw the scene in front of him, he suddenly felt a heart attack. As early as when he heard the other party's description, he had a familiar bad premonition. And when the real scene appeared in front of him, he directly determined the previous guess. Good, very good. It seems that it has not been 5 days since the last incident of 2 roasted sweet potatoes attacking the captain of the Godi I-13? In the blink of an eye, you are offering sacrifices in the Shifunji Yuan shrine again, right? There is nothing to say. Yamamoto just felt a blockage in his chest, as if a ball of fire was burning there. Captain, how is it? Someone beside him said nervously, can you break this layer of darkness and save your Yuaki? Yamamoto stared at the darkness in front of him. Invisibly, it seemed as if an indifferent eye was looking at him, and heavy pressure covered him. He hesitated for a moment and said in a deep voice. It's difficult. But according to my judgment, Shifunji Yuan your Yuaki is still alive. Why not wait here, maybe there will be a miracle later. Everyone withdrew their eyes from Yamamoto and turned to look at the darkness in front of them again, looking forward to it. Omida Nozomi looked at Yamamoto in confusion, and his intuition told him that this old man seemed to know something. He hesitated to speak, and finally silently retracted the idea that he shouldn't have. Standing at the edge of the ancestral hall like a tower. Are you okay? Yuru looked at the boy in his arms nervously, with blood flowing from the corner of his mouth, and seemed to have suffered a serious internal injury. Well, it's not a big problem. Yueming spit out the fishy taste in his mouth, and pressed his left and right hands on his chest at the same time. The green light symbolizing life was shrouded, and the miraculous hands were healing with the greatest efficiency. I didn't expect that the lion roar technique also had a big trumpet. The billowing smoke and dust continued to scatter in the aftermath, and the huge body stepped out slowly, different from the majestic appearance just now. At this time, the thunder beast seemed to have opened a dyeing factory all over its body, with red, black and yellow mixed, and it was extremely embarrassed. The mane on its chest, like a wave of wheat, was directly burned to ashes, and even the white bones could be vaguely seen. What should I do next? After the previous battle, Yi subconsciously regarded Yueming as the backbone. No other reason, just because the performance just now was too shocking. Can you still fight? Yueming glanced at the dark-skinned girl next to her. Because of the fierce battle, the girl was naked at this time, revealing a large area of delicate skin, and her hemisphere even had the tendency to jump out of control. Although she was still a girl, she had already taken shape. No wonder her performance was so amazing in the future. Ignoring someone's gaze, or it could be said that she was already somewhat accustomed to it. Yi pondered and said, there is still a little spiritual pressure left, but I have a secret technique that has not been fully developed, which can burst out high-intensity destructive power in a short time. The only disadvantage is that because of the incomplete development, if you force it now, you will lose all combat effectiveness in a short time. If I can't solve the opponent by then, I can only wait to die. Yueming waved his hand and grinned. If it really comes to that, I must have died in our regret. Hearing this, Yi's expression was stunned, and she didn't wait for her to speak again. It was seen that Yueming casually tore off the clothes that were in the way, revealing his upper body with obvious muscular lines. The blazing flames burst out all over his body, and the terrifying high temperature distorted the surrounding air, making people suffocate. The arc exploded and resounded, wandering and shuttling through the flames like a dragon, and the ground under his feet turned into a charred black color in an instant. The powerful spirit body carried the power of the white thunder and the red fire cannon, creating a brand new posture. The spiritual pressure burst out violently, squeezing out the last bit of power. The scorching breath rippled, making the thunder beast feel a strong sense of uneasiness. It made a deafening roar, and its limbs moved like a crazy dump truck, rushing towards the direction of Yueming. Approaching. The shining lightning leaped, and the thunder beast was like a terrible thunderball that was magnified countless times, pressing directly below, and the dangerous breath was rampant. The thunder was exciting. Facing the danger, Ruuming's face showed no fear, but was filled with cruelty. In the Nigu district, where people eat each other, only the cruelty in one's bones can survive to the end. Ruuming's body was tense, and a low sound like a bowstring was heard. The advantage of the abnormal spirit body was brought to the extreme. Abandoning the attack method of the death sword flow, it replaced it with the most ferocious and powerful fist-bone heavy blow. The electric arc was surging, driving his body to burst out at the most violent speed. The flames burst, all condensed on the fist bones and spread out circles of sound waves. When the giant claws and fist bones collided, the two sides, whose sizes were exaggeratedly different, were swept by the tyrannical force. The hot breath rose from the ground, wantonly tearing the surrounding air and the endless dark clouds connecting the earth. A large area of wasteland was burned to ashes, charred and piled up, and the surging heat wave burst out, and the earth trembled. In Ye's shocked eyes, the figure wrapped in flames and thunder burst out with unprecedented power, and forcibly rushed the huge thunder beast that was dozens of times larger than its size directly. As powerful as a bamboo. Boom! The thunder beast smashed into the wasteland, stirring up countless dust. Ruuming seemed to have been drained of all her energy. She staggered and fell to the ground. She looked sideways at the shocked girl behind her, and urged with a pout. "Silly cat, what are you still in a daze about? Come on, Dekan, it's time for you to reap." Chapter 74 Can Backbone Be Eaten? Without any hesitation, the remaining clothes on her back and shoulders exploded instantly, and the remaining spiritual pressure was completely converted into highly concentrated and compressed ghost power. Because of her lack of experience, a hint of bright red color was revealed on her wheat-colored skin, giving people an indescribable sense of charm. The agile figure burst out like a cheetah, rushing into the rolling dust. Yi raised his right leg high, and his elastic long leg fell like a battle axe, hitting Dekan's thunder beast head. Boom! The visible shock wave surged in all directions, tearing the surrounding air and dust, turning into a raging wind. All the spiritual pressure poured down, the ripple-like aftermath piled up layer by layer, and the ground was evenly cracked, like a spider web, covering the surroundings in an instant. The thunder beast could no longer support itself, and its limbs softened and fell to the ground with a bang. Electric arcs rioted all over its body, and its state was very unstable. It let out a last wail, scattered in the restless thunder, and the blazing glare was blazing on the battlefield, bursting continuously. Explosive killing. Yi's legs softened, and he sat on the ground powerlessly, staring at the thunder beast in front of him, with a trance in his eyes. Is this what I did? No. Ruuming is the biggest contributor to this battle. Because he had fought with the thunder beast in its prime, Yi was very clear about the huge gap between himself and it. Not to mention that he had not fully developed his secret skills. Even if he had fully developed them, he would not be its opponent. The characteristics of each other counteract each other, and with her means, she can't cause too much damage to it. The current effect is all due to the explosion and consumption of Ruuming just now. It's over. Ruuming walked over step by step, and helped Yoryuki, whose legs were weak due to exhaustion of spiritual pressure. This exorcism ceremony doesn't seem to be as smooth as expected. Fortunately, there was no danger. By the way, how should we leave next? After these words came out, they looked at each other. The air around them fell into a long-lost silence. In the deep darkness of the Shifunji-Yuan shrine, the Zanpakuto on the rugged rocks emitted a faint glow and trembled slightly, as if it was afraid of something. Just then, a slender hand grasped the handle of the knife and easily pulled it out of the rock. Yoryuki generously handed the Zanpakuto to Ruuming, allowing him to admire and look at it. Is this the family heirloom Zanpakuto of Shihaoran? It's really. Akira Kisaragi played with the blade, looked left and right, and finally gave a conclusion. It's quite ordinary. Hearing this, Yoryuki rolled his eyes at him, took back the Zanpakuto that the Shihaoran family treasured as a treasure, and explained. The difference between the Tensabi and other Zanpakuto is not much. The only difference is that it doesn't need to be injected with soul essence, as long as it is recognized, it can be used. Hearing this, Akira Kisaragi shook his head and sighed. Just now, the two of them struggled in the Zanpakuto space for a while before they let the ideology return to their bodies smoothly. Of course, if the two of them hadn't killed the Thunder Beast on the spot, they should have saved a lot of trouble. After this incident, Akira Kisaragi also understood what happened. The Tensabi sensed the potential threat in the Soul Society, and in order to protect himself, he chose to isolate himself and refused any form of communication. But the Shifunji Yuan clan members didn't know, so they tried various ways to reawaken it, but unfortunately, nothing worked. Until Ruuming appeared. Perhaps Tian Saibing didn't expect that someone could forcefully open its self-enclosed. His method of awakening the Zanpakuto through sacrifice was simple, crude, and very useful. The whole process was like forcibly prying open the door of someone else's house, then rushing in and beating up the owner, and not forgetting to threaten the other party before leaving. If you don't agree, I'll come once a day in the future. After the operation, Tian Saibing knelt very decisively, recognized the two at once, and promised that there would never be a third child. Heart. As for the damaged Thunder Beast, there is no need to worry about it. As long as the blade of the Zanpakuto is not damaged, it will be recondensed after a while. After learning the truth, Yoryuki sighed for a long time. I thought that my family's Tian Saibing was mysterious and noble, with a long heritage, and was not at the same level as those coquettish bitches outside. I didn't expect that the final true face was even worse than them. He surrendered directly after a beating, without any backbone at all. Just when Yoryuki put away the Tian Saibing, he suddenly found that Ruuming was fiddling with his Zanpakuto, with a look of scrutiny in his eyes. I'm thinking. Noticing the strange look next to him, Ruuming raised his head and analyzed seriously. Yui, you said. The reason why I can't know the real name of Zanpakuto is because I'm not cruel enough. Hearing this, Yoryuki was silent. She found that she couldn't keep up with Ruuming's train of thought. She hurriedly explained, you can't apply the example of the heavenly soldiers to other Zanpakuto. Normally, you should sleep and eat with it, and then have a spiritual dialogue with it. When she said the latter part, she suddenly found that the gaze of Kisaragi Akira staring at his Zanpakuto became more and more dangerous. This kid didn't listen to her words at all. As the two were talking, the darkness covering the entire ancestral hall faded like a tide, revealing its original color. Bang! The door of the ancestral hall was directly knocked open, and the towering figure of Omida Kishin cast a long shadow under the sunlight. Master Yoryuki, I'm glad you're okay. Feeling that there was a sudden heat burning behind him, as if a sun was constantly radiating heat, Kishin was immediately startled and broke into a cold sweat, and quickly stepped aside to make way. Soon, the wide ancestral hall was filled with worried Shifunji Yuan family members. Just as everyone was asking about Yoryuki's condition, the girl raised the God-given soldier in her hand, attracting everyone's attention. I have been recognized by the God-given soldier. Seeing this, everyone was shocked and was about to ask what was going on. Yui stretched out his hand, pulled Ruuming to his side, and said solemnly, all this is thanks to his help. Everyone looked around and found that everyone else's faces were also full of confusion. They had no impression of the strange boy in front of them wearing a palace official's uniform. Yui put his hands on his shoulders and introduced him seriously. The resurrection of the Mu Spiritual Academy, Ruuming. Being scrutinized by countless eyes, Ruuming suddenly felt a lot of pressure. Especially with two extremely vicious eyes in the crowd, he felt like a thorn in his back and sweated profusely. Hello everyone. After a dry greeting, Ruuming swallowed his saliva and looked at the bald old man in the crowd. Long time no see, you are still as elegant as ever, Captain. Thanks to Lin Shanghaiist for the reward. Chapter 75 Ruuming Goes Astray. Team 1. Captain's Office. Yamamoto looked at the boy standing in the middle of the room with a bad expression, his eyes full of scrutiny and thinking. It was only a few days since he last gave Ruuming instructions, but in the blink of an eye, this guy made such a big mess. This makes people unable to control their soaring blood pressure. Although the result is good, the young Ruuming has no idea what kind of vortex he is involved in. You seem very happy. After a long time, Yamamoto spoke in a low voice, and his slightly closed eyes slowly raised a glimmer of light. Before Ruuming could answer, he continued. He assisted the current head of the Shifunjiyuan family to gain the recognition of the TNC soldiers, saved the Shifunjiyuan's declining fate, gained the recognition of his friends, and became a great benefactor to the entire Shifunjiyuan. Hearing this, Ruuming frowned, realizing that Yamamoto had another meaning behind his words. The fight between nobles is far from as simple as you think. Yamamoto continued, if the previous assassination was because the amulet disrupted the direction of the war, then this time the Shifunjiyuan incident has completely put you on the opposite side of certain forces. He had read the information about Ruuming as early as when he was in the Spiritual Arts Academy. And then, because of the report of Hirako Mako, he paid more attention to him. If he were to evaluate him, he would say that he was indeed a genius. He had become a vice-captain in less than half a year after becoming a student of the academy. Looking at the history of Seoul society, there are few people with better talents than Ueming. It's a pity that he acted too impulsively and lacked the necessary concerns. If Ruuming wants to become a truly independent person, he still has a long way to go. And if there is no suitable guiding light, he is likely to go astray. Hearing this, Ruuming was thoughtful. It turned out that he had been involved in the party disputes among the nobles a long time ago. I thought that by rejecting Kukaki Sojun's kindness, I could remove myself from the power struggle intact. Now it seems that I am still a little too young. What should I do? Ruuming's old face fell. Is it too late to sever ties with the Shifunjiyuan family now? He is not a person who is afraid of trouble, but who would like too much trouble. Like the previous assassination, although there is no it can bring him no threat, but if it comes every 3 or 5 times, it will be annoying. It's too late. Yamamoto said calmly. Ruuming sighed heavily. Unexpectedly, he was labeled as a party member before he was discharged from the hospital. He could already imagine how distressing his future life would be. Life is not easy, the boy sighed. By the way, what would he do if it was the doctor? Thinking of this, Ruuming began to ponder. Seeing that there was no sound for a long time, Yamamoto, who was still waiting for Ruuming to ask for help, looked puzzled, but found that the boy standing in the middle of the room had entered a state of distraction. The whole person was wandering in the sky, not focusing on the present at all. Seeing this, veins popped up on Yamamoto's bright forehead, and his fists stiffened slightly. As if sensing the murderous intent, Ruuming suddenly came to his senses, looked at Yamamoto and asked. Captain, we have already taken the road of the alliance, and it is impossible to turn back. Yamamoto nodded and did not deny this statement. But Ruuming's next words refreshed his understanding of the bottom line again. Instead of jumping back and forth, it is better to go all the way. Before, Yuruaki asked me if I wanted to marry into the Shifunjiyuan family. It should be in time for me to agree now. When saying this, Ruuming looked entangled, as if he had lost a lot. Hearing this, Yamamoto was silent. He suddenly realized that he seemed to have been unable to keep up with the young man's brain circuit. Although the method mentioned by Ruuming is really very feasible. It's not that simple. Yamamoto said, when you choose to join a faction, the existence that is hostile to it will do everything possible to strangle you. They will not allow their enemies to gain new power. What's more, with your current talent, if you don't die halfway, your future is limitless. Ryoming nodded in approval, and then his eyes lit up. Captain General, do you have any good ideas? Yamamoto nodded and said in a deep voice, Genryu. Ming, you've been fooled. In the corner of the Mao cafeteria, Aizen put down his chopsticks and said calmly. Hey? Why do you say that? Ryoming was startled, swallowed the steak in 2 or 3 bites, and asked vaguely. It's actually very simple. Aizen knocked away someone's chopsticks that were trying to steal his fried fish, and explained slowly, it's mainly a subjective consciousness. Whether it's an amulet or a God-given soldier, it can't prove that you have completely stood on one side. As long as this point is not confirmed, those high-ranking beings will not kill you, and may even throw out various olive branches to let you join their forces and become an invincible sharp knife in their hands. Even the favor of Shifunji Yuan can become a good bargaining chip to make your value soar again. There are no eternal enemies, only eternal interests. Ruuming took a breath of cold air and suddenly reacted, then haven't I gone astray? Aizen was speechless. After a sigh, he continued, it's better not to say this in front of the captain, otherwise, I may not be able to collect your body. The Yuan Liu was founded 2,000 years ago. At that time, it was also called Yuan Zijuku, which was the predecessor of the Shin'o Spiritual Academy. Strictly speaking, joining the Yuan Liu is also considered to be entering a higher institution for further study. Of course, there are disadvantages. Ruuming was slightly nervous. What disadvantages? Before you made a mistake, the captain might not let you receive a punishment that is enough to repent because of cherishing talents or hindering laws and regulations. But now, Aizen smiled slightly, he can use the saying that strict teachers produce excellent students to strictly require you. Ruuming widened his eyes and looked at Aizen sitting opposite. For some reason, he suddenly read 4 big words from the smile of that familiar face. Schadenfreude. Seeing this, Ruuming couldn't help but feel a little distressed. I didn't expect that the asshole Aizen had already developed such a bad habit without realizing it. What is the reason? Eat quickly. Ignoring the grieving Ruuming, Aizen put down his chopsticks and urged directly. Go to the back mountain later. The engraving of the ghost pattern should be ready for the next step. Chapter 76. This boy is not inferior to me. The back mountain of the Spiritual Art Academy. In front of the blackboard supported by several wooden strips, 2 figures sat and stood, their expressions looked very focused. Aizen taught earnestly, starting from the most detailed place, and made a deep analysis of the latest developed ghost pattern. From the perspective of learning difficulty, the way of binding is much more difficult than the way of breaking. The way of breaking only needs to focus on destructive power, and its purpose is to cause greater damage to the enemy. Correspondingly, the way of binding needs to achieve various functions to a certain extent, such as trapping the enemy, luring the enemy, defending, escaping, disguising, confusing, etc. Although the damage caused by the way of binding is much less than that of breaking in certain specific environments, the combination of multiple ways of binding can often achieve unexpected results. At the same time, the patterns of the way of binding are also much more complicated. Ruuming listened carefully and nodded occasionally. Although he rarely attended those theoretical classes, he was still very serious about the courses that could improve his strength, such as the Zanquan Zugui. Therefore, he was not only able to quickly digest the knowledge taught by Aizen, but also able to draw inferences from one example and inspire Aizen in reverse. Even some wild and unrestrained ideas made Aizen see one or more paths that he had never imagined. Based on the particularity of your own spirit body and your previous research and development of combat routines. At this point, Ruuming raised his hand to interrupt and gestured. I have an idea. Speak. The successful development of the Thunder and Fire Sword means that the path of the fusion of the Way of Ghost is feasible. I think it is entirely possible to integrate the Way of Ghost, then analyze the pattern of the Way of Ghost, and finally engrave it on the spirit body. Kisaragi Akira talked confidently, and just when Aizen was listening attentively, this guy changed the subject. By the way, do you want to learn the Thunder Fire Sword? No. Aizen refused decisively. Because he had been with Kisaragi Akira for a long time, his way of thinking had become a little abnormal. If he learned some weird things, he was worried that he would not be able to control himself. It's a good idea, Aizen affirmed, but it takes a certain amount of time and energy to implement it. Ghost fusion is not just talk. But as far as I know, Tesai teacher has already started to try it in 2017. You can just sit back and enjoy the results by then. Hearing this, Ruuming frowned and thought. It's not that I don't recognize Wu Ling Tesai's ability. A Shinigami who can serve as the great Demon Dao King must be quite capable. Strictly speaking, the Demon Dao Shu and the Godi I-13 are on the same level. Although the strength of the two sides is very different, it also shows the value of the great Demon Dao King to some extent. It's a pity that this level is still a little bit behind Aizen. Instead of waiting for Wu Ling Tesai, it's better for me to cooperate with Aizen in research and development. Perhaps in this way, the progress can be accelerated. It should be noted that the Demon Dao lines of King Huozui have very small branches on the 3rd, 6th, and 12th paths. The topic returned to the right track, and Aizen began to explain the main purpose of this trip. A mark that was very similar to the red fire cannon ghost pattern appeared in front of Aizen, and a faint heat wave was immediately stimulated. Ruuming recorded and studied very seriously, and soon imprinted all the details in his mind. In order to prevent the previous situation from happening again, he even specially reproduced it many times, until it became instinctive, and then he began to try to engrave new ghost patterns. Rice is eaten bite by bite, meat is increased by pound. For Aizen's choice, Ruuming chose to believe. The 33rd of the broken way, the blue fire falling, began to engrave. Ruuming opened his eyes wide, a touch of blue flame flashed in his eyes, and then occupied both pupils in an instant. The scorching hot spiritual pressure gathered continuously in the body, and the limbs and bones seemed to be constantly burned by the raging fire. Like calcination. At this moment, Ruuming was like a piece of pig iron. The power contained in the ghost path pattern turned into a heavy hammer, hitting it violently. The burning pain spread all over his body, and he could feel the tearing pain when the wind blew past. Although it was only upgraded by 2 numbers, the pain he could bear increased exponentially. Fortunately, Ruuming had a strong will, and the beautiful memories of the past kept emerging in his mind, and he suppressed the pain abruptly. As the engraved patterns increased, the blue flames burned fiercely, enveloping it, and radiating heat to the outside. Aizen stared at the changes in the figure in front of him, and suddenly, he found a trace of abnormality. In the burning blue flames, several black lines slowly emerged, climbing and winding on Ruuming's skin, making her temperament more weird. What is this? Aizen widened his eyes, trying to discern the nature of the black lines. But as the last ghost line was engraved, the black lines suddenly disappeared under the skin, as if they had never appeared. Ruuming's eyes suddenly opened, and King Yan flashed in them. The burning flames instantly converged, and finally left a new mark on the middle of the ring finger of his left hand. Very good, very strong, very strong. He moved his body, using a whole set of era summons as a benchmark to judge the improvement of the spirit's quality. Every time the ghost pattern was engraved, it would be more or less improved. Not only that, the spiritual pressure was also increased by 1 level, from LV59 to LV60. A little bit adds up to a lot, and it can also show a very terrifying effect. Maybe in the future, it will really be possible to rely on the pure spirit, without using any spiritual pressure, to blow up the head of the big hollow with 1 punch. Thinking of this, Ruuming was full of expectations. And just as he was looking forward to it, Aizen described his discovery in detail. I speculate that there are 2 possibilities. One is because of your long-term sacrifice it has been contaminated with some of Mimi Haki's power. Akira nods, thinking this possibility is very high. Aizen glanced at him and ignored him, but continued. Secondly, the source of the black lines is your Zanpakuto. Aizen's eyes widened immediately after he said this. No matter which one it is, judging from the current performance, it is beneficial and harmless. Aizen sighed lightly, looking at Kira no Mizuki who was holding his Zanpakuto with a complicated look. I thought my secrets were enough and complicated. But compared with this guy in front of me, they are not on the same level at all. Spirit, sacrifice, talent, Zanpakuto. If that's the case. Akira holds his Zanpakuto and grins. I will soon know the real name of my Zanpakuto, and then practice Shikai, complete Dakai, and reach the peak of my life. Finally, I am ahead of you in some aspects? Looking at his confident friend, Aizen replied calmly. I have mastered the Shikai. Before he finished speaking, Ryueming's expression suddenly stiffened, as if petrified. Thanks to the big guys, I love wine and sweet potatoes and Gia 123 for the reward. Chapter 77 Obedient children get candy. When I close my eyes, the whole world is dark. You said. Ryueming tilted his neck back and made a sad sound from his throat. Is it possible that I am the light of this world? Aizen, who was studying the recipe carefully. Ever since he told Ryueming that he had mastered the Shikai a few days ago, this guy has been in a state of madness, mumbling non-stop. He now regrets telling the other party the news. It's not that he doesn't trust Ryueming, but to some extent, this guy is a bit too annoying. The other party didn't even ask about his Shikai ability. Kisaragi Akira said that there was no hope in life. He thought that if he worked hard and cheated, he could surpass Aizen and become the only one standing at the top. But who would have thought that it had only been so long? It had only been half a year since he entered the hospital. Others were still working hard to inject soul essence and communicate with each other, but Aizen took out a Shikai with his backhand. Look at himself again. Very good, it seems that both sword and zen are very difficult. It's really a headache. Kisaragi Akira wailed, holding his Zanpakuto with both hands, looking at it carefully, trying to find out something from it. Unfortunately, when he tried the sword and zen taught by the Spiritual Arts Academy again, he still couldn't complete the spiritual communication with his Zanpakuto, let alone learn its true name. Kaikiroku? Regarding Shikai, do you really have no secrets? Kisaragi Akira turned his head and looked at Aizen who was concentrating and serious at the desk, and asked curiously. No. Aizen responded casually, it's actually very simple. You just need to follow the teacher's instructions. First, practice swordsmanship, then communicate, and finally you can know your real name. When your spiritual pressure reaches the standard, you can perform Shikai. Why, do you want to see it? At the end, Aizen turned slightly, and his brown eyes showed a calm look, and he met Kisaragi's eyes at the right time. Kisaragi took a breath of cold air, and then smiled, I still can't. Shikai or something, but it's the secret of every Shinigami, not just me. If someone asks you about it in the future, you'd better find a reason to evade it. Don't be like some people, who foolishly tell their abilities to the enemy. Aizen nodded and said nothing more. I can't slack off anymore. Kisaragi suddenly got up and left the dormitory directly. Looking through the window at the figure who seemed to be letting go, Aizen's eyes were filled with contemplation. Didn't anyone tell him that this guy is ridiculously strong now? Based on the spiritual pressure and the performance of the spirit body when the ghost pattern was engraved, if he met the black base sand hollow again, Ryueming could even fight it head-on without his assistance. If he performed better, he could even kill it at a certain cost. You know. Ryueming is just a rebirth of the Spiritual Arts Academy now. Aizen shook his head, refocused, and continued to look through the previous recipe carefully. It covers everything, involving many special techniques and analysis of body parts. To some extent, it is even more detailed than the Spiritual Arts Academy's Hwideo textbook. For Aizen now, this knowledge is very useful. Finding a quiet place, Ruuming took out the altar and incense and candles with ease, first completed the daily sacrifice, asked about the current situation of the bone reversal area, and did not forget to talk to Ise Shizuan. The girl said that although the shrine is not as popular as before, it is still okay, and she reminded him to study hard and take care of his health. After chatting for a few words, she hung up the phone. Ruuming put his Zanpakuto on the altar again, replacing the sword and Zen communication with the method of sacrifice. The incense and candles lit, the bells rang, and the coins swayed. After a moment of trance, Ruuming's consciousness returned to the familiar environment again. Because of the previous experience of the Thunder Beast, he was ready to do something big this time. Since he couldn't persuade him with reason or emotion, he might as well try to see if his fists were strong. 3 minutes later, Ruuming's consciousness returned to his in the body. He stood there in a daze, and began to doubt his life. They are both Zanpakuto, why is there such a big difference? Just now in the shrine of the Zanpakuto space, his fists were hard, but he couldn't find the Zanpakuto. A heart full of passion, but couldn't shed it. Forget it. Kiyame sighed, if this road doesn't work, then don't think about it. Zanpakuto and the like will only affect the speed of my punching. First team house, dojo. 2 figures sat opposite each other, staring at each other, and the atmosphere was silent for a while. You said you want to learn my white fight. After a moment of silence, Yamamoto asked puzzledly, why do you have such an idea? A student like you should focus on the spiritual communication with the Zanpakuto. Kiyame. He also wanted to, but the Zanpakuto didn't give him this opportunity. Let alone knowing the real name, he hasn't even seen the appearance of one. After briefly explaining his situation, Kisaragi Akira waited for Yamamoto's answer. Looking at the boy who was quite obedient in front of him, Yamamoto frowned. It was not because Kisaragi Akira's current performance was inconsistent with his cognition, but about the problem of Zanpakuto. As everyone knows, the shape, state, and ability of Zanpakuto are built based on the soul of the god of death. The process is nothing more than accumulating and tempering, writing the essence of one's own soul into Sharitu, and creating one's own Zanpakuto. Generally speaking, there are only 3 types of people who cannot release their Zanpakuto. One of them is that the power is not up to standard and cannot be recognized by the Zanpakuto. The second is that there is the influence of some other power. As for the third type, it is that the god of death does not fully understand himself and cannot fully understand the power contained in the soul. Judging from Kisaragi Akira's description, he is very likely the third type. He has no idea about his own situation. Yamamoto nodded and said thoughtfully, since this is your request, then I will naturally agree. But you can't give up the practice of sword zen. Communicating with Zanpakuto is a painstaking task. Only with accumulation over time can you truly understand the nature and master the power. Kisaragi Akira agreed happily. Very good. Yamamoto nodded with satisfaction. He always gave dedicated guidance to those obedient students. In that case, let's get started. As he said this, Yamamoto took off the captain's haori and hung it on the hanger in the shocked eyes of Kisaragi, and then took off half of the death suit and tied it around his waist. Captain, what are you doing? Yamamoto turned around and explained, of course we are fighting. I don't know your specific level, how can I teach you? Ruuming. Thanks to the reward from the Taoist nun on Lifeng Pagoda. Chapter 78. You have mastered the basic skills, let's try it in actual combat. Looking at the shirtless white-bearded old man in front of him, Ruuming couldn't help but feel a little nervous. Perhaps others don't know much about Yamamoto's background, but he definitely knows. Although this old man is not tall, he is barely 1.7 meters tall with shoes on, but he has tendons all over his body. For thousands of years, no god of death has surpassed him. He is the top leader of the Soul Society. He is good at everything from slashing and punching to running away. Now it's really unpredictable for him to fight with this white-bearded old man. Normally, with Ruuming's current strength, he can only fight the opponent 190 to 190 at most. Yamamoto punched him and he died with a smile. The most taboo thing in Yuan Liu is to be timid. Yamamoto frowned and moved his broad arms. His terrifying muscles were throbbing, and a strong breath rushed towards him, giving him a suffocating feeling of oppression. Even if he didn't release any degree of spiritual pressure, he still felt the fear of facing hell. "Are you scared?" Yamamoto said in a deep voice. "When you face death, you won't have this emotion." After that, without allowing any rejection, Yamamoto's broad palm suddenly stretched forward and covered Ruuming's head directly. A roar of breaking through the air followed, and a hot gust of wind came towards him. Ruuming's pupils shrank suddenly, and his dangerous instinct burst out. The broad palm kept expanding in his sight, as if it occupied his entire world. "If you can't stop it, you will die." There was no time to think. At the critical moment, Ruuming gave his hope of survival to his instinct, and the white fighting skills he learned from the secret teachings of the Shifunji Yuan family burst out instantly. The 5 fingers moved, and they clenched into fists in an instant. As the footsteps moved lightly, the relatively thin fist made a sharp sound of breaking through the air, and the air wave burst out, heading straight for the palm under the cover. Boom! The fists and palms intersected, and a fierce hurricane roared and stirred, as if the roar of a bomb sounded in the ears, shaking the eardrums. The last time he fought in a white battle, it was with Shifunji Yuan Yuryuaki. Although he lost, it was not too miserable. Compared to before, Ruuming is now more than 10 times stronger. Even if he has another white battle with Yuryuaki, he can still ride him under him. However, this time the opponent was changed to Yamamoto Genryusai Shigakuni. That little bit of improved power is more or less better than nothing. It's like when you are familiar with the skills of Gojiao Bing successfully passed the first level of the novice, and was confidently ready to face his first opponent. Then he found out that the opponent was AlphaGo. The gap was so huge that it was enough to make anyone despair. The extreme strength and speed, as well as the appalling force-generating skills, were integrated at this moment, and then constantly displayed in front of Ruuming. The movement of tendons and bones, the movement of muscles, were like the friction of hard iron blocks, and the scorching heat burst out like a suppressed volcano. Different from the lightness and changes of the Shifunji Yuan family's white fighting skills, Yamamoto was more straightforward, hiding more force-generating skills in his body. When his 5 fingers were open, the power comparable to that of a volcano burst out from them. In an instant, there was a loud roar. The air wave burst out of thin air, surging and pressing forward. Ruuming's breathing stagnated, and even his thoughts were frozen at this moment. The powerful existence that far exceeded any previous enemy showed his hideousness at this moment. The air wave fell on the ground of the dojo, exploded, and hideous cracks appeared. Accompanied by a crackling sound, the solid ground collapsed into a huge pit, like a dark bloody mouth that could swallow people. Ruuming avoided the attack, looked up, and the fighting spirit hidden in his bones burst out. Being beaten is not his character. Even if the gap between them is so big that it is unbearable to look directly at it, he will burst out everything and cut a piece of flesh off the opponent's body. His heart was pounding, his face was red, and his strength was constantly surging. Facing Yamamoto, who was attacking again, Ruuming had no intention of dodging at all. With an instinctive grin on his lips, he squeezed out all the strength in his spirit and punched forward. When the fists and palms met, the vast power of the sea rushed in. The instant collision made Ruuming realize what the real gap was. When the power was poured into the body, it instantly filled the whole body, and the burning and brutal power was applied to every inch of flesh and blood, every bone. At this moment, Ruuming's pupils shrank suddenly. Pictures were playing quickly in front of him, and familiar scenes appeared again. The struggle for survival in the bone-reversing area, the quiet smile of Ise Shizuan, the grand ceremony when he served as the chief priest, and the gentle brown-haired boy in front of the Spiritual Art Academy. Is it an illusion? Ruuming fell into a stagnation, unable to feel any pain, and even unable to feel the existence of his body. It was as if he had entered the third person. And his dull and sluggish eyes stared at everything in front of him. In this long and short moment, he clearly saw that the shiny head was constantly flying away and pulling away. It turned out that he was flying backwards. In the silence, Ruuming's feet left the broken floor and drew a beautiful arc in the air. With a bewildered expression, he passed dozens of meters in an instant, and finally fell like a meteor at the door of the dojo. His body rolled, jumped, and struggled on the floor like a dehydrated fish. Until he woke up from his trance, the severe pain from his body was as if he was put under a stone mill and pressed dozens of times. It hurt so much. It was almost impossible to breathe. Seeing that his goal was achieved, Yamamoto calmly withdrew his momentum, put on his death suit and captain's haori again, and slowly came to Ruuming, like picking up a chicken, and lifted him back to the dojo. The whole process was familiar, as if he had practiced it countless times. No need to resist. Yamamoto said lightly, although my Kaido level is not as good as Captain Anohana's, it is enough to treat your current injuries. As he said this, his old and scarred hand pressed directly on Ruuming's chest, starting in extremely rough treatment mode. At this moment, Ruuming's face was extremely pale. It was not because of the severity of the injury, but because he was shocked to the point that his mind was blank and he could hardly think. Yamamoto's one-style white attack directly made him realize what the difference in skills was. Just like when he faced Anohana Retsu's dead sword style, he had no power to fight back, and was beaten unilaterally. Ruuming, who was still secretly proud of learning a few tricks of the Shifunji Yuan family's secret skills, had only one idea in his mind this time. After he calmed down a little, he looked up at the old and majestic face, tears flashing in the corners of his eyes. Coach! I want to learn Yuan Liu. Chapter 79 Different from Ordinary People. Did this kid just hit his head? Yamamoto was full of doubts, not understanding what Ruuming in front of him was doing. After a moment of silence, he still adhered to the principle of dedication and responsibility and said patiently, "Don't worry, since you have become a disciple of Yuan Liu, I will definitely teach you everything I know, and with your talent, it may not take long for you to become a master." Ruuming sat cross-legged on the floor, and then vomited a large pool of green blood with a wow. In Yamamoto's surprised eyes, his hands released the light of Huideo and began to heal himself. The movements were so skillful that he had practiced them hundreds of times at least. What made Yamamoto even more puzzling is that although Ruuming's Kaido skills are a little immature, his movements are regular and perfect, as if they were copied from a textbook. Such a level is not as good as that of the teachers of the Spiritual Arts Academy, even the squad leader of the 4th Division's Comprehensive Rescue Center. What's more outrageous is that his Kaido efficiency is frighteningly high. In just a few breaths, his pale face has regained a little blood color and the whole person is full of energy again. Yamamoto was stunned by the sight, not knowing whether to praise Ruuming's amazing attainments in Kaido or his physical fitness far beyond ordinary people. In fact, it is both. Although Ruuming only learned the death sword style from Anohana Retsu, he only mastered the basic skills taught by the Spiritual Arts Academy in Kaido. But with the blessing of his talent, the early mistakes and omissions have been filled in, whether it is the control of details or the standard of hand seals, it can be called perfect. With the double blessing of rejuvenation and specialization in Ghost Deo, Ruuming's current single healing effect can even surpass any chief officer of the 4th Division, even the vice captain. What's more outrageous is that his abnormal spirit body is not only strong, but also has an amazing recovery speed. With the blessing of the triple buff, Ruuming can become an indestructible cockroach, and a lighter injury can't have any effect on him at all. Captain General, there is no time to lose, why not start now? After self-healing, Ruuming moved his sore limbs and body, trying to restore his spirit body to the best state. Seeing this, Yamamoto was startled again, and a trace of confusion flashed in his old eyes. At first, he valued Ruuming's talent because he noticed that his talent was amazing, far surpassing his peers in the Spiritual Arts Academy, so he told Okuga Genshiro to learn to teach students in accordance with their aptitude. Then, after presenting various intelligence and observing many times, Yamamoto sensed a familiar shadow in Kisaragi Akira. The disciple he trusted most was the current captain of the 8th Division, Kirako Shunsui. Of course, he was only relieved now. When he taught Kirako Shunsui, he had to worry about it. When he was young, that kid was extremely naughty. Although he was very talented, he was lazy by nature. If it weren't for some things that happened later that changed his attitude, Kirako Shunsui would have found it difficult to become a talent. But Kisaragi Akira. I thought he had the same personality as Kirako Shunsui, but when they really started to get in touch, they found that the two were completely different people. At most, there were certain similarities in some aspects. Looking at the boy who was sitting cross-legged again, Yamamoto's eyes were a little dazed. Could he really lead him on the right path now? Captain General, what are you thinking about? Kisaragi Akira stretched out his hand and waved it in front of the old man, trying to call him back to his senses. Ahem, I'll explain it in advance. Yamamoto slapped Ruuming's hand away, restored his former majestic posture, and said seriously. The practice of Yuan Liu is very hard, and once you start, you are absolutely not allowed to quit halfway. Even if you encounter a life-threatening situation. The young man sat cross-legged opposite Yamamoto, staring at the old face, grinning, and replied calmly. I couldn't ask for more. Your boss can rest assured about this. Hearing this, Yamamoto was relieved and began to talk about his mentality when he created Yuan Liu and the concept of Yuan Liu in the Soul Society. For him, skills are external, and only by mastering the concept can one become a strong man who can truly strengthen his own mentality. He believed that if Ruuming could understand the truth, he would be able to understand himself, complete the cognition of his own soul, and thus learn the true name of his Zanpakuto and successfully complete the Shikai. The concept of Yuan Liu has changed several times since its inception, from killing to protection, and has gone through many twists and turns. 3 minutes later, Ruuming's upper and lower eyelids began to fight, and there were constant fierce collisions, and his head that was raised high began to shake. Until a roar sounded. Asshole! Yamamoto was furious. The Yuan Liu theory I talked about is the foundation of the roots. You kid dared to sleep here. It seems that you don't know how to respect your teacher if you don't worry about me. After the voice fell, Yamamoto took off his clothes. Ruuming's eyes suddenly lit up. Well, it should be so. Lectures are not as pleasant and comfortable as fighting. Mental torture is much more difficult to endure than physical torture. Soon, the two sides fought again. The collision of power instantly made the already dilapidated dojo even more unsightly. Yamamoto deliberately suppressed his own power in the hope of giving Ruuming a big lesson without hurting him, so that he would truly repent. However, Yamamoto soon discovered a problem. Why did this kid become more excited and ferocious the more he was beaten? Is there any hidden hobby? Yamamoto began to doubt his own vision. On the other hand, Ruuming grinned, his silver-white neat teeth clenched tightly, his face was ferocious, and his fists hit hard. Respecting the teacher? On the contrary, Tian Gang. Unfortunately, the gap between the two sides was too outrageous, so that even if Ruuming later took out the trump card of the ghost pattern amplification, he was still pressed to the ground and had almost no power to fight back. Even Yamamoto's offensive was too swift, so he couldn't learn too much from it. God, the talent of Mings Hickson is based on the max of the current realm. The gap between his rank and Yamamoto's is so big that he can't comprehend the mystery of the moves at all, and can only understand some superficialities. More importantly, Yamamoto has been pondering the Yuan Liu for thousands of years, and has returned to the original in his continuous improvement. The seemingly simple punches and kicks have been integrated into the body instinct. Even if he doesn't use any degree of spiritual pressure, he can still burst out a terrible force that can destroy everything. After the last Yuan Liu care fell, Ru Yueming turned into a meteor again, flew straight into the sky, pierced through the ceiling of the dojo very fiercely, and fell fiercely into a certain team house. Chapter 80 Backstab from Zala Castle. Ru Yueming slowly opened his eyes and looked sideways at the white wall next to him and the familiar plain wall painting. The faint fragrance and disinfectant mixed together to form a rather complex smell. Just a glance, he determined where he was. Comprehensive Rescue Center, Ward Number 2. Although all parts of his body were sending out alarms and waves of stabbing pains were constantly destroying his nerves, Ru Yueming didn't care too much. Although Yamamoto was very angry, he still had reason. Even if he was hit hard, it wouldn't cause too serious injuries. Ru Yueming looked at the ceiling and thought silently. The same punching posture, even the same force, but the damage caused was different. The two were completely on a different level. In the second battle, if Yamamoto hadn't shown mercy and controlled the force, he would have exploded evenly and turned directly into a pool of sticky blood plasma smeared on the floor of the dojo, ensuring that not even a little finger-sized fragment could be found. I can't beat him, I can't beat him. Ru Yueming shook his head and temporarily gave up the idea of going against the flow and attacking Tian Gang. He tried to move his injured body, first moving his left leg, then his right foot, then the middle, and then his right hand. Wait, why is he being suppressed again? Ru Yueming subconsciously recalled the last encounter in the ward. Instantly, cold sweat poured down. He turned his head stiffly, and only after seeing the person beside the bed clearly did he slowly breathe a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it was not the big guy Wu Ling Taizai. Long time no see, Ru classmate. The gentle smile seemed to be able to heal all injuries. Anohanaretsu's hands pressed on his right hand, stroking it with the most gentle method. The green Huideo light penetrated from the epidermis, activating the spiritual power contained in the cells, stimulating the activity of the spiritual pressure, and making the self-healing power of the spirit body reach its extreme. I didn't expect you to choose to join Yuan Liu. Anohanaretsu said softly, his black eyes slightly lowered, observing the recovery of the injury. And you chose to take the initiative to find the captain to learn. Like you. Talent. Ru Yueming asked curiously. Anohanaretsu's smile faltered, and after a pause, he continued. There are fewer and fewer children who are ready to die. Ru Yueming's old face darkened. What kind of words are these? He didn't want this to happen either. It was obvious that the old man Shan was too ruthless. He almost crippled him with one punch. If this hot-tempered old man could be as gentle as you, would I have to suffer so much? Of course, there are some things that I only dare to think about in my heart and never say. Ru Yueming is not afraid of death, but this does not mean that he likes to die. Of course, seeking death and seeking death cannot be reduced to the same thing. Compared to cruelty, it seems that the gentle woman in front of him is not much worse than Yamamoto. In a sense, she is even more terrifying. However, since Mie has started to practice by Da, Anohanaretsu changed the subject, and a hint of danger suddenly appeared in his gentle smile. Then the death sword style must have improved even more, right? Ru Yueming took a deep breath, staring at the beautiful woman next to the bed in astonishment, and felt a pain in his teeth. So I just got out of the wolf's den and entered the tiger's den again? Your injury is not serious. Anohanaretsu released Ru Yueming's right hand and ended the treatment. She leaned over slightly, helped him to press the quilt, and whispered in his ear. Remember to wait for me in the dojo tonight. I want to personally inspect your training progress. After that, she left the ward leisurely and went to work on other official business. Ruuming stared at the ceiling with lifeless eyes, thinking about what reason to use to deal with Anohanaretsu's test tonight. Life is not easy, the young man sighed. I hope Captain Anohana won't go too far tonight. That night, a fierce battle. The same routine as Yamamoto, a fight without any reason. It's even more excessive. When Ruuming stepped into the dojo, he was greeted by a fierce slash. The swift and wind-like moves instantly tore through the air, adding a bit of chill to the already slightly cold night. Although it was just a bamboo sword, the momentum was undiminished. The heavy and sticky killing intent rushed over, making people feel as if they were not facing a bamboo sword, but a terrifying sea of corpses and blood. Under the instinctive warning of danger, Ruuming emptied all his thoughts, raised the bamboo sword in his hand, and the speed of capture was met head-on. The essence of the death sword style was perfectly displayed at this moment. Under the moonlight, the two figures kept approaching and crossing each other, like dancing partners. While their movements were relative to each other, they also filled in their own shortcomings. In silence, as if the movement was light, countless notes collided and overlapped between the bamboo swords, making the melody of the symphony continue to climb until it reached its peak. When Ruuming returned to the Spirit Art Academy again, he was already suffering from back pain and leg cramps, and looked like he had been severely squeezed. Even Aizen was curious whether Ruuming went to practice or went to Rukonga to drink wine. How could he be so weak? Don't mention it. While lamenting, Ruuming kept tapping his calves, trying to relieve the soreness of his muscles. 2 consecutive high-intensity battles, let alone him, even an Iron Man couldn't bear it. What's more, the crazy woman Anohanaretsu, in order to make him accompany her in the battle all night, took out the stimulant she developed. He coaxed and deceived him into drinking it, and he didn't stop all night. He didn't treat people as human beings at all. When Aizen learned about what happened to Kisaragi Akira, he suddenly fell silent. This guy was lucky to come back alive. He felt that his previous thoughts were too arbitrary. Compared with the students of the same period, Kisaragi Akira was indeed very strong, and it was no problem for one person to beat 100. But compared with the captain, especially Yamamoto Shigekuni and Anohanaretsu, he was not on the same level. After being tortured by the two, it was a blessing to be able to survive. Or, only Kisaragi Akira could withstand such a high-intensity battle. If it were anyone else, he would probably have been admitted to the intensive care unit of the Comprehensive Rescue Center. At this point, his eyes looking at Ruuming were full of pity. By the way, the identity of the assassin who attacked us before has been investigated. Amidst Ruuming's sighs, Aizen said, Teacher Feng came to inform you this afternoon and asked you to be careful recently. What assassin? Ruuming raised his head and asked in confusion. Aizen was silent, and suddenly realized that his best friend in front of him might have had his brain damaged. He sighed, looked at the confused boy with a little pity, and said slowly. You were backstabbed. The group of people who assassinated you last time came from the branch of the Zaraki family. They betrayed the Soul Society and joined the rebel forces. Thanks to the reward from the big brother of Meiju Sweet Potato.